This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 12. Robin Hood Seeks the Curtal Friar. The stout yeomen of Sherwood Forest were ever early risers of a morn, more especially when the summer time had come, for then in the freshness of the dawn the dew was always the brightest, and the song of the small birds the sweetest. Quoth Robin, "Now will I go to seek this same Friar of Fountain Abbey of whom we spake yesternight. I will take with me 4 of my good men, and these 4 shall be Little John, Will Scarlet, David of Doncaster, and Arthur a Bland. Bide the rest of you here, and Will Stutely shall be your chief while I am gone." Then straightway Robin Hood donned a fine steel coat of chain mail, over which he put on a light jacket of Lincoln green. Upon his head he clapped a steel cap, and this he covered by one of soft white leather, in which stood a nodding cock's plume. By his side he hung a good broadsword of tempered steel, the bluish blade marked all over with strange figures of dragons, winged women, and what not. A gallant sight was Robin so arrayed, I wot, the glint of steel showing here and there as the sunlight caught brightly the links of polished mail that showed beneath his green coat. So, having arrayed himself, he and the 4 yeomen set forth upon their way, Will Scarlet taking the lead, for he knew better than the others whither to go. Thus, mile after mile, they strode along, now across a brawling stream, now along a sunlit road, now adown some sweet forest path, over which the trees met in green and rustling canopy, and at the end of which a herd of startled deer dashed away, with rattle of leaves and crackle of branches. Onward they walked with song and jest and laughter till noontide was past, when at last they came to the banks of a wide, glassy, and lily-padded stream. Here a broad, beaten path stretched along beside the banks, on which path labored the horses that tugged at the slow-moving barges, laden with barley meal, or what not, from the countryside to the many-towered town. But now, in the hot silence of the midday, no horse was seen nor any man besides themselves. Behind them and before them stretched the river, its placid bosom ruffled here and there by the purple dusk of a small breeze. "Now, good uncle," quoth Will Scarlet at last, when they had walked for a long time beside this sweet bright river, "just beyond yon bend ahead of us is a shallow ford which in no place is deeper than thy mid-thigh, and upon the other side of the stream is a certain little hermitage hidden amidst the bosky tangle of the thickets, wherein dwelleth the Friar of Fountain Dale. Thither will I lead thee, for I know the way, albeit it is not over hard to find." "Nay," quoth jolly Robin, stopping suddenly, "had I thought that I should have had to wade water, even were it so crystal a stream as this, I had donned other clothes than I have upon me. But no matter now, for after all a wetting will not wash the skin away, and what must be, must. But bide ye here, lads, for I would enjoy this merry adventure alone. Nevertheless, listen well, and if ye hear me sound upon my bugle horn, come quickly." So saying, he turned and left them, striding onward alone. Robin had walked no farther than where the bend of the road hid his good men from his view, when he stopped suddenly, for he thought that he heard voices. He stood still and listened, and presently heard words passed back and forth betwixt what seemed to be 2 men, and yet the 2 voices were wondrously alike. The sound came from over behind the bank, that here was steep and high, dropping from the edge of the road half a score of feet to the sedgy verge of the river. "'Tis strange," muttered Robin to himself after a space, when the voices had ceased their talking. "Surely there be 2 people that spoke the one to the other, and yet methinks their voices are mightily alike. I make my vow that never have I heard the like in all my life before. Truly, if this twain are to be judged by their voices, no 2 peas were ever more alike. I will look into this matter." So saying, he came softly to the river bank, and laying him down upon the grass, peered over the edge and down below. All was cool and shady beneath the bank. A stout osier grew, not straight upward, but leaning across the water, shadowing the spot with its soft foliage. All around grew a mass of feathery ferns, such as hide and nestle in cool places, and up to Robin's nostrils came the tender odor of the wild thyme, that loves the moist verges of running streams. Here, with his broad back against the rugged trunk of the willow tree, and half hidden by the soft ferns around him, sat a stout, brawny fellow, but no other man was there. His head was as round as a ball, and covered with a mat of close-clipped, curly, black hair that grew low down on his forehead. But his crown was shorn as smooth as the palm of one's hand, which, together with his loose robe, cowl, and string of beads, showed that which his looks never would have done, that he was a friar. His cheeks were as red and shining as a winter crab, albeit they were nearly covered over with a close, curly black beard, as were his chin and upper lip likewise. His neck was thick like that of a north country bull, and his round head, closely set upon shoulders, e'en a match for those of Little John himself. Beneath his bushy black brows danced a pair of little grey eyes that could not stand still for very drollery of humour. No man could look into his face and not feel his heartstrings tickled by the merriment of their look. By his side lay a steel cap, which he had laid off for the sake of the coolness to his crown. His legs were stretched wide apart, and betwixt his knees he held a great pasty compounded of juicy meats of divers kinds, made savoury with tender young onions, both meat and onions being mingled with a good rich gravy. In his right fist he held a great piece of brown crust, at which he munched sturdily, and every now and then he thrust his left hand into the pie and drew it forth full of meat. Anon he would take a mighty pull at a great bottle of Malmsey that lay beside him. "By my faith," quoth Robin to himself, "I do verily believe that this is the merriest feast, the merriest wight, the merriest place, and the merriest sight in all merry England. Methought there was another here, but it must have been this holy man talking to himself." So Robin lay watching the Friar, and the Friar, all unknowing that he was so overlooked, ate his meal placidly. At last he was done, and having first wiped his greasy hands upon the ferns in wild thyme, and sweeter napkin ne'er had king in all the world, he took up his flask and began talking to himself as though he were another man, and answering himself as though he were somebody else. "Dear lad, thou art the sweetest fellow in all the world. I do love thee as a lover loveth his lass. La, thou dost make me shame to speak so to me in this solitary place, no one being by, and yet if thou wilt have me say so, I do love thee as thou lovest me. Nay, then, wilt thou not take a drink of good Malmsey? After thee, lad, after thee. Nay, I beseech thee, sweeten the draught with thy lips." Here he passed the flask from his right hand to his left. "And thou wilt force it on me so, I must needs do thy bidding, yet with the more pleasure do I so as I drink thy very great health." Here he took a long, deep draught. "And now, sweet lad, 'tis thy turn next." Here he passed the bottle from his left hand back again to his right. "I take it, sweet chuck, and here's wishing thee as much good as thou wishest me." Saying this, he took another draught, and truly he drank enough for two. All this time merry Robin lay upon the bank and listened, while his stomach so quaked with laughter that he was forced to press his palm across his mouth to keep it from bursting forth, for truly he would not have spoiled such a goodly jest for the half of Nottinghamshire. Having gotten his breath from his last draught, the Friar began talking again in this wise. "Now, sweet lad, canst thou not sing me a song? La, I know not, but I am in but ill voice this day. Pray thee, ask me not. Dost thou not hear how I croak like a frog? Nay, nay, thy voice is as sweet as any bullfinch. Come, sing, I prithee. I would rather hear thee sing than eat a fair feast. Alas, I would fain not sing before one that can pipe so well and hath heard so many goodly songs and ballads. Ne'ertheless, an thou wilt have it so, I will do my best. But now methinks that thou and I might sing some fair song together. Dost thou not know a certain dainty little catch called The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid? Why, truly, methinks I have heard it ere now. Then dost thou not think that thou couldst take the lass's part if I take the lad's? I know not, but I will try. Begin thou with the lad, and I will follow with the lass." Then, singing first with a voice deep and gruff, and anon in one high and squeaking, he blithely trolled the merry catch of The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid.
"Ah, it's wilt thou come with me, my love, and it's wilt thou, love, be mine? For I will give unto thee, my love, gay knots and ribbons so fine. I'll woo thee, love, on my bended knee, and I'll pipe sweet songs to none but thee. Then it's hark, 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 to the winged lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, and the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill. So come thou and be my love."
"Now get thee away, young man so fine, now get thee away, I say, for my true love shall never be thine, and so thou hadst better not stay. Thou art not a fine enough lad for me, so I'll wait till a better young man I see. For it's hark, 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 to the winged lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, and the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, yet never I'll be thy love.
Then straight will I seek for another fair she, for many a maid can be found, and as thou wilt never have aught of me, by thee will I never be bound. For never is a blossom in the field so rare, but others are found that are just as fair. So it's hark, 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 to the joyous lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, and the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, and I'll seek me another dear love.
Young man, turn not so very quick away, another fair lass to find. Methinks I have spoken in haste to-day, nor have I made up my mind. And if thou wilt only stay with me, I'll love no other, sweet lad, but thee.
Here Robin could contain himself no longer, but burst forth into a mighty roar of laughter. Then, the holy friar keeping on with the song, he joined in the chorus, and together they sang, or as one might say, bellowed,
So it's hark, 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 to the joyous lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, for the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, and I'll be thine own true love.
So they sang together, for the stout friar did not seem to have heard Robin's laughter, neither did he seem to know that the yeoman had joined in with the song, but, with eyes half closed, looking straight before him, and wagging his round head from side to side in time to the music, he kept on bravely to the end, he and Robin finishing up with a mighty roar that might have been heard a mile. But no sooner had the last word been sung than the holy man seized his steel cap, clapped it on his head, and springing to his feet, cried in a great voice, What spy have we here? Come forth, thou limb of evil, and I will carve thee into as fine pudding meat as e'er a wife in Yorkshire cooked of a Sunday. Hereupon he drew from beneath his robes a great broadsword full as stout as was Robin's. Nay, putting up thy pinking iron, friend, quoth Robin, standing up with the tears of laughter still in his cheeks. Folk who have sung so sweetly together should not fight thereafter. Hereupon he leaped down the bank to where the other stood. I tell thee, friend, said he, my throat is as parched with that song as e'er a barley stubble in October. Hast thou haply any Malmsey left in that stout pottle? Truly, said the friar in a glum voice, thou dost ask thyself freely where thou art not bidden. Yet I trust I am too good a Christian to refuse any man drink that is athirst. Such as there is aught thou art welcome to a drink of the same. And he held the pottle out to Robin. Robin took it without more ado, and putting it to his lips, tilted his head back, while that which was within said glug, lug, glug, for more than 3 winks, I wot. The stout friar watched Robin anxiously the while, and when he was done, took the pottle quickly. He shook it, held it betwixt his eyes and the light, looked reproachfully at the yeoman, and straightway placed it at his own lips. When it came away again, there was naught within it. Dost thou know the country hereabouts, thou good and holy man? asked Robin, laughing. Yea, somewhat, answered the other dryly. And dost thou know of a certain spot called Fountain Abbey? Yea, somewhat. Then perchance thou knowest also of a certain one who goeth by the name of the Curtal Friar of Fountain Abbey? Yea, somewhat. Well then, good fellow, holy father, or whatever thou art, quoth Robin, I would know whether this same friar is to be found upon this side of the river or the other. That, quoth the friar, is a practical question upon which the cunning rules appertaining to logic touch not. I do advise thee to find that out by the aid of thine own 5 senses, sight, feeling, and what not. I do wish much, quoth Robin, looking thoughtfully at the stout priest, to cross yon ford and strive to find this same good friar. Truly, said the other piously, it is a goodly wish on the part of one so young. Far be it from me to check thee in so holy a quest. Friend, the river is free to all. Yea, good father, said Robin, but thou seest that my clothes are of the finest, and I fain would not get them wet. Methinks thy shoulders are stout and broad. Couldst thou not find it in thy heart to carry me across? Now, by the white hand of the Holy Lady of the Fountain, burst forth the friar in a mighty rage, dost thou poor puny stripling, thou kiss my lady la popinjay, thou, what shall I call thee? Dost thou ask me, the holy Tuck, to carry thee? Now I swear. Here he paused suddenly, then slowly the anger passed from his face, and his little eyes twinkled once more. But why should I not? Quoth he piously. Did not the holy Saint Christopher ever carry the stranger across the river? And should I, poor sinner that I am, be ashamed to do likewise? Come with me, stranger, and I will do thy bidding in a humble frame of mind. So saying, he clambered up the bank, closely followed by Robin, and led the way to the shallow, pebbly ford, chuckling to himself the while, as though he were enjoying some goodly jest within himself. Having come to the ford, he girded up his robes about his loins, tucked his good broadsword beneath his arm, and stooped his back to take Robin upon it. Suddenly he straightened up. "Methinks," quoth he, "thou'lt get thy weapon wet. Let me tuck it beneath mine arm along with mine own." "Nay, good father," said Robin, "I would not burden thee with aught of mine but myself." "Dost thou think," said the Friar mildly, "that the good Saint Christopher would have sought his own ease so? Nay, give me thy tool as I bid thee, for I would carry it as a penance to my pride." Upon this, without more ado, Robin Hood unbuckled his sword from his side and handed it to the other, who thrust it with his own beneath his arm. Then once more the Friar bent his back, and, Robin having mounted upon it, he stepped sturdily into the water and so strode onward, splashing in the shoal, and breaking all the smooth surface into ever widening rings. At last he reached the other side, and Robin leaped lightly from his back. "Many thanks, good father," quoth he. "Thou art indeed a good and holy man. Prithee, give me my sword and let me away, for I am in haste." At this the stout Friar looked upon Robin for a long time, his head on one side, and with the most waggish twist to his face. Then he slowly winked his right eye. "Nay, good youth," said he gently, "I doubt not that thou art in haste with thine affairs, yet thou dost think nothing of mine. Thine are of a carnal nature, mine are of a spiritual nature, a holy work, so to speak. Moreover, mine affairs do lie upon the other side of this stream. I see by thy quest of this same holy recluse that thou art a good young man and most reverent to the cloth. I did get wet coming hither, and I'm sadly afraid that I should wade the water again I might get certain cricks and pains in the joints that would mar my devotions for many a day to come. I know that since I have so humbly done thy bidding, thou wilt carry me back again. Thou seest how Saint Godric, that holy hermit whose natal day this is, hath placed in my hands 2 swords, and in thine never a one. Therefore be persuaded, good youth, and carry me back again." Robin Hood looked up and he looked down, biting his nether lip. Quoting he, "Thou cunning Friar, thou hast me fair and fast enow. Let me tell thee that not one of thy cloth hath so hoodwinked me in all my life before. I might have known from thy looks that thou wert no such holy man as thou didst pretend to be." "Nay," interrupted the Friar, "I bid thee speak not so scurrilously neither, lest thou mayst perchance feel the prick of an inch or so of blue steel." "Tut, tut," said Robin, "speak not so, Friar. The loser hath ever the right to use his tongue as he doth list. Give me my sword. I do promise to carry thee back straightway. Nay, I will not lift the weapon against thee." "Marry, come up," quoth the Friar. "I fear thee not, fellow. Here is thy skewer, and get thyself presently ready, for I would hasten back." So Robin took his sword again and buckled it at his side. Then he bent his stout back and took the Friar upon it. Now I wot Robin Hood had a heavier load to carry in the Friar than the Friar had in him. Moreover, he did not know the ford, so he went stumbling among the stones, now stepping into a deep hole and now nearly tripping over a boulder, while the sweat ran down his face in beads from the hardness of his journey and the heaviness of his load. Meantime, the Friar kept digging his heels into Robin's sides and bidding him hasten, calling him many ill names the while. To all this Robin answered never a word, but, having softly felt around till he found the buckle of the belt that held the Friar's sword, he worked slyly at the fastenings, seeking to loosen them. Thus it came about that, by the time he had reached the other bank with his load, the Friar's sword belt was loose, albeit he knew it not. So when Robin stood on dry land and the Friar leaped from his back, the yeoman gripped hold of the sword so that blade, sheath, and strap came away from the holy man, leaving him without a weapon. "Now then," quoth merry Robin, panting as he spake and wiping the sweat from his brow, "I have thee, fellow. This time that same saint of whom thou didst speak but now hath delivered 2 swords into my hand and hath stripped thine away from thee. Now, if thou dost not carry me back, and that speedily, I swear I will prick thy skin till it is full of holes as a slashed doublet." The good Friar said not a word for a while, but he looked at Robin with a grim look. "Now," said he at last, "I did think that thy wits were of the heavy sort and knew not that thou wert so cunning. Truly, thou hast me upon the hip. Give me my sword, and I promise not to draw it against thee save in self-defense. Also, I promise to do thy bidding and take thee upon my back and carry thee." So jolly Robin gave him his sword again, which the Friar buckled to his side, and this time looked to it that it was more secure in its fastenings. Then, tucking up his robes once more, he took Robin Hood upon his back, and without a word stepped into the water, and so waded on in silence while Robin sat laughing upon his back. At last he reached the middle of the ford, where the water was deepest. Here he stopped for a moment, and then, with a sudden lift of his hand and heave of his shoulders, fairly shot Robin over his head as though he were a sack of grain. Down went Robin into the water with a mighty splash. "There," quoth the holy man, calmly turning back again to the shore, "let that cool thy hot spirit, if it may." Meantime, after much splashing, Robin had gotten to his feet and stood gazing about him all bewildered, the water running from him in pretty little rills. At last he shot the water out of his ears and spat some out of his mouth, and gathering his scattered wits together, saw the stout friar standing on the bank and laughing. Then I wot was Robin Hood a mad man. "Stay, thou villain!" roared he. "I am after thee straight, and if I do not carve thy brawn for thee this day, may I never lift finger again." So saying, he dashed, splashing, to the bank. "Thou needst not hasten thyself unduly," quoth the stout friar. "Fear not, I will abide here, and if thou dost not cry 'Alack a day' ere long time is gone, may I never more peep through the brake at a fallow deer." And now Robin, having reached the bank, began, without much ado, to roll up his sleeves above his wrists. The friar also tucked his robes more about him, showing a great stout arm on which the muscles stood out like humps of an aged tree. Then Robin saw, what he had not wotted of before, that the friar had also a coat of chain mail beneath his gown. "Look to thyself," cried Robin, drawing his good sword. "Ay, marry," quoth the friar, who held his already in his hand. So without more ado they came together, and thereupon began a fierce and mighty battle. Right and left, and up and down, and back and forth they fought. The swords flashed in the sun, and then met with a clash that sounded far and near. I wot this was no playful bout at quarterstaff, but a grim and serious fight of real earnest. Thus they strove for an hour or more, pausing every now and then to rest, at which times each looked at the other with wonder, and thought that never had he seen so stout a fellow. Then once again they would go at it more fiercely than ever. Yet in all this time neither had harmed the other nor caused his blood to flow. At last merry Robin cried, "Hold thy hand, good friend," whereupon both lowered their swords. "Now I crave a boon ere we begin again," quoth Robin, wiping the sweat from his brow, for they had striven so long that he began to think that it would be an ill done thing either to be smitten himself or to smite so stout and brave a fellow. "What wouldst thou have of me?" asked the friar. "Only this," quoth Robin, "that thou wilt let me blow thrice upon my bugle horn." The friar bent his brows and looked shrewdly at Robin Hood. "Now I do verily think that thou hast some cunning trick in this," quoth he. "Ne'ertheless I fear thee not, and will let thee have thy wish, providing thou wilt also let me blow thrice upon this little whistle." "With all my heart," quoth Robin. "So here goes for one." So saying, he raised his silver horn to his lips and blew thrice upon it, clear and high. Meantime the friar stood watching keenly for what might come to pass, holding in his fingers the while a pretty silver whistle, such as knights use for calling their hawks back to their wrists, which whistle always hung at his girdle along with his rosary. Scarcely had the echo of the last note of Robin's bugle come winding back from across the river, when four tall men in Lincoln green came running around the bend of the road, each with a bow in his hand and an arrow ready nocked upon the string. "Ha! Is it thus, thou traitor knave?" cried the friar. "Then, marry, look to thyself." So saying, he straightway clapped the hawk's whistle to his lips and blew a blast that was both loud and shrill. And now there came a crackling of the bushes that lined the other side of the road, and presently forth from the covert burst four great shaggy hounds. "At 'em, Sweetlips! At 'em, Bellthroat! At 'em, Beauty! At 'em, Fangs!" cried the friar, pointing at Robin. And now it was well for that yeoman that a tree stood nigh him beside the road, else had he an ill chance of it. Ere one could say "Gaffer down the dale," the hounds were upon him, and he only had time to drop his sword and leap lightly into the tree, around which the hounds gathered, looking up at him as though he were a cat on the eaves. But the friar quickly called off his dogs. "At 'em!" cried he, pointing down the road to where the yeomen were standing stock still with wonder of what they saw. As the hawk darts down upon its quarry, so sped the four dogs at the yeomen. But when the four men saw the hounds so coming, all with one accord, saving only Will Scarlet, drew each man his goose feather to his ear and let fly his shaft. And now the old ballad telleth of a wondrous thing that happened, for thus it says. that each dog so shot at leaped lightly aside, and as the arrow passed him whistling, caught it in his mouth and bit it in twain. Now it would have been an ill day for these four good fellows had not Will Scarlet stepped before the others and met the hounds as they came rushing. "Why, how now, Fangs?" cried he sternly. "Down, Beauty, down, sirrah! What means this?" At the sound of his voice each dog shrank back quickly, and then straightway came to him and licked his hands and fawned upon him, as is the wont of dogs that meet one they know. Then the four yeomen came forward, the hounds leaping around Will Scarlet joyously. "Why, how now?" cried the stout Friar. "What means this? Art thou wizard to turn those wolves into lambs?" "Ha!" cried he, when they had come still nearer. "Can I trust mine eyes? What means it that I see young Master William Gamwell in such company?" "Nay, Tuck," said the young man, as the four came forward to where Robin was now clambering down from the tree in which he had been roosting, he having seen that all danger was over for the time. "Nay, Tuck, my good name is no longer Will Gamwell, but Will Scarlet, and this is my good uncle, Robin Hood, with whom I am abiding just now." "Truly, good master," said the Friar, looking somewhat abashed and reaching out his great palm to Robin, "I have oft heard thy name both sung and spoken of, but I never thought to meet thee in battle. I crave thy forgiveness, and do wonder not that I found so stout a man against me." "Truly, most holy father," said Little John, "I am more thankful than e'er I was in all my life before, that our good friend Scarlet knew thee and thy dogs. I tell thee seriously that I felt my heart crumble away from me when I saw my shaft so miss its aim, and those great beasts of thine coming straight at me." "Thou mayst indeed be thankful, friend," said the Friar gravely. "But, Master Will, how cometh that thou dost now abide in Sherwood?" "Why, Tuck, dost thou not know of my ill happening with my father's steward?" answered Scarlet. "Yea, truly, yet I knew not that thou wert in hiding because of it. Marry, the times are all awry when a gentleman must lie hidden for so small a thing." "But we are losing time," quoth Robin, "and I have yet to find that same Curtal Friar." "Why, uncle, thou hast not far to go," said Will Scarlet, pointing to the Friar, "for there he stands beside thee." "How!" quoth Robin, "art thou the man that I have been at such pains to seek all day, and have got such a dunking for?" "Why, truly," said the Friar demurely. "Some do call me the Curtal Friar of Fountain Dale, others again call me in jest the Abbot of Fountain Abbey, others still again call me simple Friar Tuck." "I like the last name best," quoth Robin, "for it doth slip more glibly off the tongue. But why didst thou not tell me thou wert he I sought, instead of sending me searching for black moonbeams?" "Why, truly, thou didst not ask me, good master," quoth stout Tuck. "But what didst thou desire of me?" "Nay," quoth Robin, "the day groweth late, and we cannot stand longer talking here. Come back with us to Sherwood, and I will unfold all to thee as we travel along." So, without tarrying longer, they all departed, with the stout dogs at their heels, and wended their way back to Sherwood again, but it was long past nightfall ere they reached the greenwood tree. Now listen, for next I will tell how Robin Hood compassed the happiness of two young lovers, aided by the merry Friar Tuck of Fountain Dale. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Gauger. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 13. Robin Hood compasses a marriage. And now had come the morning when fair Ellen was to be married, and on which merry Robin had sworn that Allan a Dale should, as it were, eat out of the platter that had been filled for Sir Stephen of Trent. Up rose Robin Hood blithe and gay, up rose his merry men one and all, and up rose last of all stout Friar Tuck, winking the smart of sleep from out his eyes. Then, while the air seemed to brim over with the song of many birds, all blended together and all joying in the misty morn, each man raved face and hands in the leaping brook, and so the day began. "Now," quoth Robin, when they had broken their fast, and each man had eaten his fill, "it is time for us to set forth upon the undertaking that we have in hand for today. I will choose me 100 of my good men to go with me, for I may need aid. And thou, Will Scarlet, wilt abide here and be the chief while I am gone." Then searching through all the band, each man of whom crowded forward eager to be chosen, Robin called such as he wished by name, until he had a score of stout fellows, the very flower of his yeomanry. Besides Little John and Will Stutely were nigh all those famous lads of whom I have already told you. Then, while those so chosen ran leaping, full of joy, to arm themselves with bow, shaft, and broadsword, Robin Hood stepped aside into the covert, and there donned a gay berry-boned coat such as might have been worn by some strolling minstrel, and slung a harp across his shoulder, the better to carry out that part. All the band stared, and many laughed, for never had they seen their master in such a fantastic guise before. "Truly," quoth Robin, holding up his arms and looking down at himself, "I do think it to be somewhat of a gay, gaudy grasshopper dress, but it is a pretty thing for all that, and doth not ill befit the turn of my looks, albeit I wear it but for the nonce. But stay, Little John, here are 2 bags that I would have thee carry in thy pouch for the sake of safekeeping. I can ill care for them myself beneath this motley." "Why, master," quoth Little John, taking the bags and weighing them in his hand, "here is the chink of gold." "Well, what an there be," said Robin, "it is mine own coin, and the band is none the worse for what is there. Come, busk ye, lads," and he turned quickly away. "Get ye ready straightway." Then gathering the score together in a close rank, in the midst of which were Allan a Dale and Friar Tuck, he led them forth upon their way from the forest shades. So they walked on for a long time, till they had come out of Sherwood and to the vale of Rotherstream. Here were different sights from what one saw in the forest. Hedgerows, broad fields of barleycorn, pasture lands rolling upward till they met the sky, and all dotted over with flocks of white sheep, hayfields whence came the odor of new-mown hay that lay in smooth swathes over which skimmed the swifts in rapid flight. Such they saw, and different was it, I wot, from the tangled depths of the sweet woodlands, but full as fair. Thus Robin led his band, walking blithely with chest thrown out and head thrown back, snuffing the odors of the gentle breeze that came drifting from over the hayfields. "Truly," quoth he, "the dear world is as fair here as in the woodland shades. Who calls it a vale of tears? Methinks it is but the darkness in our minds that bringeth gloom to the world. For what saith that merry song thou singest, Little John? Is it not thus? For when my love's eyes do thine, and when her lips smile so rare, the date is jocund and fine, so fine, though let it be wet or be fair. And when the stout ale is all flowing so fast, our sorrows and troubles are things of the past." "Nay," said Friar Tuck piously, "ye do think of profane things, and of naught else. Yet truly there be better safeguards against care and woe than ale drinking and bright eyes, to wit, fasting and meditation. Look upon me. Have I the likeness of a sorrowful man?" At this a great shout of laughter went up from all around, for the night before the stout friar had emptied twice as many canakins of ale as any one of all the merry men. "Truly," quoth Robin, when he could speak for laughter, "I should say that thy sorrows were about equal to thy goodliness." So they stepped along, talking, singing, jesting, and laughing until they had come to a certain little church that belonged to the great estates owned by the rich priory of Emmet. Here it was that fair Ellen was to be married on that morn, and here was the spot toward which the yeomen had pointed their toes. On the other side of the road from where the church stood, with waving fields of barley around, ran a stone wall along the roadside. Over the wall from the highway was a fringe of young trees and bushes, and here and there the wall itself was covered by a mass of blossoming woodbine that filled all the warm air far and near with its sweet summer odor. Then straightway the yeomen leaped over the wall, alighting on the tall soft grass upon the other side, frightening a flock of sheep that lay there in the shade so that they scampered away in all directions. Here was a sweet cool shadow both from the wall and from the fair young trees and bushes, and here sat the yeomen down, and glad enough that they were to rest after their long tramp of the morning. "Now," quoth Robin, "I would have one of you watch and tell me when he sees anyone coming to the church, and the one I choose shall be young David of Doncaster. So get thee upon the wall, David, and hide beneath the woodbine so as to keep watch." Accordingly, young David did as he was bidden, the others stretching themselves at length upon the grass, some talking together and others sleeping. Then all was quiet, save only for the low voices of those that talked together, and for Allan's restless footsteps pacing up and down, for his soul was so full of disturbance that he could not stand still, and saving, also, for the mellow snoring of Friar Tuck, who enjoyed his sleep with a noise as of one sawing soft wood very slowly. Robin lay upon his back and gazed aloft into the leaves of the tree, his thought leagues away, and so a long time passed. Then up spoke Robin. "Now tell us, young David of Doncaster, what dost thou see?" Then David answered, "I see the white clouds floating, and I feel the wind a-blowing, and 3 black crows are flying over the wold. But naught else do I see, good master." So silence fell again, and another time passed, broken only as I have said, till Robin, growing impatient, spake again. "Now tell me, young David, what dost thou see by this?" And David answered, "I see the windmill swinging, and 3 tall poplar trees swaying against the sky, and a flock of fieldfares are flying over the hill, but naught else do I see, good master." So another time passed, till at last Robin asking young David once more what he saw, and David said, "I hear the cuckoo singing, and I see how the wind makes waves in the barley field. And now over the hill to the church cometh an old friar, and in his hands he carries a great bunch of keys, and lo! now he cometh to the church door." Then up rose Robin Hood and shook Friar Tuck by the shoulder. "Come, rouse thee, holy man!" cried he, whereupon with much grunting the stout Tuck got to his feet. "Marry, bestir thyself," quoth Robin, "for yonder in the church door is one of thy cloth. Go thou and talk to him, and so get thyself into the church, that thou mayest be there when thou art wanted. Meantime, Little John, Will Stutely, and I will follow thee anon." So Friar Tuck clambered over the wall, crossed the road, and came to the church, where the old friar was still laboring with the great key, the lock being somewhat rusty, and he somewhat old and feeble. "Holloa, brother," quoth Tuck, "let me aid thee." So saying, he took the key from the other's hand, and quickly opened the door with a turn of it. "Who art thou, good brother?" asked the old friar in a high, wheezing voice. "Whence comest thou, and whither art thou going?" And he winked and blinked at stout Friar Tuck like an owl at the sun. "Thus do I answer thy questions, brother," said the other. "My name is Tuck, and I go no farther than this spot, if thou wilt happily but let me stay while this same wedding is going forward. I come from Fountaindale, and in truth am a certain poor hermit, as one may say, for I live in a cell beside the fountain blessed by that holy saint Ethelrada. But, if I understand aught, there is to be a gay wedding here to-day, so if thou mindest not, I would fain rest me in the cool shade within, for I would like to see this fine sight." "Truly thou art welcome, brother," said the old man, leading the way within. Meantime Robin Hood in his guise of Harper, together with Little John and Will Stutely, had come to the church. Robin sat him down on a bench beside the door, but Little John, carrying the 2 bags of gold, went within, as did Will Stutely. So Robin sat by the door, looking up the road and down the road to see who might come, till after a time he saw 6 horsemen come riding sedately and slowly, as became them, for they were churchmen in high orders. Then, when they had come nearer, Robin saw who they were, and knew them. The first was the Bishop of Hereford, and a fine figure he cut, I wot. His vestments were of the richest silk, and around his neck was a fair chain of beaten gold. The cap that hid his tonsure was of black velvet, and around the edges of it were rows of jewels that flashed in the sunlight, each stone being set in gold. His hose were of flame-colored silk, and his shoes of black velvet, the long pointed toes being turned up and fastened to his knees, and on either instep was embroidered a cross in gold thread. Beside the bishop rode the Prior of Emmet upon a mincing palfrey. Rich were his clothes also, but not so gay as the stout bishop's. Behind these were 2 of the higher brethren of Emmet, and behind these again 2 retainers belonging to the bishop, for the Lord Bishop of Hereford strove to be as like the great barons as was in the power of one in holy orders. When Robin saw this train drawing near, with flash of jewels and silk and jingle of silver bells on the trappings of the nags, he looked sourly upon them. Quoth he to himself, "Yon bishop is over gaudy for a holy man. I do wonder whether his patron, who methinks was St. Thomas, was given to wearing golden chains about his neck, silk clothing upon his body, and pointed shoes upon his feet, the money for all of which, God wot, hath been wrung from the sweat of poor tenants. Bishop, bishop, thy pride may have a fall ere thou wottest of it." The bishop and the prior jesting and laughing between themselves about certain fair dames, their words more befitting the lips of laymen, methinks, than holy clerks. Then they dismounted, and the bishop, looking around, presently caught sight of Robin standing in the doorway. "Halloa, good fellow," quoth he in a jovial voice. "Who art thou that struttest in such gay feathers?" "A harper am I from the north country," quoth Robin, "and I can touch the strings, I wot, as never another man in all merry England can do. Truly, good lord bishop, many a knight and burgher, clerk and layman, have danced to my music, willy-nilly, and most times greatly against their will, such is the magic of my harping. Now this day, my lord bishop, if I may play at this wedding, I do promise that I will cause the fair bride to love the man she marries with a love that shall last as long as that twain shall live together." "Ha! Is it so?" cried the bishop. "Meanest thou this in sooth?" And he looked keenly at Robin, who gazed boldly back again into his eyes. "Now if thou wilt cause this maiden, who hath verily bewitched my poor cousin Stephen, thus to love the man she is to marry, as thou sayest thou canst, I will give thee whatsoever thou wilt ask me in due measure. Let me have a taste of thy skill, fellow." "Nay," quoth Robin, "my music cometh not without I choose, even at a lord bishop's bidding. In sooth, I will not play until the bride and bridegroom come." "Now thou art a saucy varlet to speak so to my crest," quoth the bishop, frowning on Robin. "Yet I must needs bear with thee. Look, prior, hither cometh our cousin Sir Stephen and his lady love." And now around the bend of the high road came others, riding upon horses. The first of all was a tall, thin man of knightly bearing, dressed all in black silk, with a black velvet cap upon his head, turned up with scarlet. Robin looked and had no doubt that this was Sir Stephen, both because of his knightly carriage and of his grey hairs. Beside him rode a stout Saxon franklin, Ellen's father, Edward of Durwold. Behind those two came a litter borne by 2 horses, and therein was a maiden whom Robin knew must be Ellen. Behind this litter rode 6 men-at-arms, the sunlight flashing on their steel caps as they came jingling up the dusty road. So these also came to the church, and there Sir Stephen leaped from his horse, and, coming to the litter, handed fair Ellen out therefrom. Then Robin Hood looked at her, and could wonder no longer how it came about that so proud a knight as Sir Stephen of Trent wished to marry a common franklin's daughter, nor did he wonder that no ado was made about the matter, for she was the fairest maiden that ever he had beheld. Now, whoever, she was all pale and drooping, like a fair white lily snapped at the stem, and so, with bent head and sorrowful look, she went within the church, Sir Stephen leading her by the hand. "Why dost thou not play, fellow?" quoth the bishop, looking sternly at Robin. "Marry," said Robin calmly, "I will play in greater wise than your lordship thinks, but not till the right time hath come." Said the bishop to himself, while he looked grimly at Robin, "When this wedding is gone by, I will have this fellow well whipped for his saucy tongue and bold speech." And now fair Ellen and Sir Stephen stood before the altar, and the bishop himself came in his robes and opened his book, whereat fair Ellen looked up and about her in bitter despair, like the fawn that finds the hounds on her haunch. Then, in all his fluttering tags and ribbons of red and yellow, Robin Hood strode forward. 3 steps he took from the pillar whereby he leaned, and stood between the bride and bridegroom. "Let me look upon this lass," he said in a loud voice. "Why, how now? What have we here? Here be lilies in the cheeks, and not roses such as befit a bonny bride. This is no fit wedding. Thou, Sir Knight, so old, and she so young, and thou thinkest to make her thy wife? I tell thee, it may not be, for thou art not her own true love." At this all stood amazed and knew not where to look, nor what to think or say, for they were all bewildered with the happening. So while everyone looked at Robin as though they had been changed to stone, he clapped his bugle horn to his lips, and blew 3 blasts so loud and clear they echoed from floor to rafter, as though they were sounded by the trump of doom. Then straightway Little John and Will Stutely came leaping and stood upon either side of Robin Hood, and quickly drew their broadswords, the while a mighty voice rolled over the heads of all. Here be I, good master, when thou wantest me, where it was Friar Tuck that so called from the organ loft. And now all was hubbub and noise. Stout Edward strode forward raging, and would have seized his daughter, to drag her away, but Little John stepped between and thrust him back. "Stand back, old man," said he. "Thou art a hobbled horse this day." "Down with the villains!" cried Sir Stephen, and felt for his sword, but it hung not beside him on his wedding day. Then the men-at-arms drew their swords, and it seemed like that blood would wet the stones, but suddenly came a bustle at the door, and loud voices. Steel flashed in the light, and the crash of blows sounded. The men-at-arms fell back, and up the aisle came leaping 18 stout yeomen, all clad in Lincoln green, with Allan a Dale at their head. In his hand he bore Robin Hood's good stout trusty bow of yew, and this he gave to him, kneeling the while upon one knee. Then up spake Edward of Deirwold, in a deep voice of anger. "Is it thou, Allan a Dale, that hath bred all this coil in a church?" "Nay," quoth merry Robin, "that have I done, and care not who knoweth it, for my name is Robin Hood." At this name a sudden silence fell. The Prior of Emmet and those that belonged to him gathered together like a flock of frightened sheep when the scent of the wolf is nigh, while the Bishop of Hereford, laying aside his book, crossed himself devoutly. "Now Heaven keep us this day," said he, "from that evil man." "Nay," quoth Robin, "I mean you no harm, but here is fair Ellen's betrothed husband, and she shall marry him, or pain will be bred to some of you." Then up spake stout Edward in a loud and angry voice. "Now I say nay. I am her father, and she shall marry Sir Stephen and none other." Now all this time, while everything was in a turmoil about him, Sir Stephen had been standing in proud and scornful silence. "Nay, fellow," said he coldly, "thou mayest take thy daughter back again. I would not marry her after this day's doings, could I gain all merry England thereby. I tell thee plainly, I loved thy daughter, old as I am, and would have taken her up like a jewel from the sty, yet truly I knew not she did love this fellow, and was beloved by him. Maiden, if thou dost rather choose a beggarly minstrel than a high-born knight, take thy choice. I do feel it shame that I should thus stand talking amid this herd, and so I will leave you." Thus saying, he turned, and gathering his men about him, walked proudly down the aisle. Then all the yeomen were silenced by the scorn of his words. Only Friar Tuck leaned over the edge of the choir loft and called out to him ere he had gone. "Good den, Sir Knight. Thou wottest old bones must always make room for young blood." Sir Stephen neither answered nor looked up, but passed out from the church as though he had heard not, his men following him. Then the Bishop of Hereford spoke hastily. "I too have no business here, and so will depart." And he made as though he would go, but Robin Hood laid hold of his clothes and held him. "Stay, my lord bishop," said he. "I have yet somewhat to say to thee." The bishop's face fell, but he stayed as Robin bade him, for he saw he could not go. Then Robin Hood turned to stout Edward of Deirwold, and said he, "Give thy blessing on thy daughter's marriage to this yeoman, and all will be well. Little John, give me the bags of gold. Look, farmer, here are 200 bright golden angels. Give thy blessing, as I say, and I will count them out to thee as thy daughter's dower. Give not thy blessing, and she shall be married all the same, but not so much as a cracked farthing shall cross thy palm. Choose." Then Edward looked upon the ground with bent brows, turning the matter over and over in his mind. But he was a shrewd man, and one, withal, that made the best use of a cracked pipkin. So at last he looked up and said, but in no joyous tone, "If the wench will go her own gait, let her go. I thought to make a lady of her, yet if she chooses to be what she is like to be, I have naught to do with her henceforth. Nevertheless, I will give her my blessing when she is duly wedded." "It may not be," spake up one of those Emmet. "The banns have not been duly published, neither is there any priest here to marry them." "How sayest thou?" roared Tuck from the choir loft. "No priest? Marry, here stands as holy a man as thou art, any day of the week, a clerk in orders, I would have thee know. As for the question of banns, stumble not over the straw, brother, for I will publish them." So saying, he called the banns, and says the old ballad, lest 3 times should not be enough, he published them 9 times over. Then straightway he came down from the loft, and forthwith performed the marriage service, and so Allan and Ellen were duly wedded. And now Robin counted out 200 golden angels to Edward of Deirwold, and he, upon his part, gave his blessing, yet not, I wot, as though he meant it with overmuch goodwill. Then the stout yeoman crowded around and grasped Allan's palm, and he, holding Ellen's hand within his own, looked about him all dizzy with his happiness. Then at last jolly Robin turned to the Bishop of Hereford, who had been looking on at all that passed with a grim look. "My lord Bishop," quoth he, "thou mayst bring to thy mind that thou didst promise that did I play in such wise as to cause this fair lass to love her husband, thou wouldst give me whatsoever I asked in reason. I have played my play, and she loveth her husband, which she would not have done but for me. So now fulfil thy promise. Thou hast upon thee that which, methinks, thou wouldst be the better without. Therefore, I prithee, give me that golden chain that hangeth about thy neck as a wedding present for this fair bride." Then the bishop's cheeks grew red with rage, and his eyes flashed. He looked at Robin with a fell look, but saw that in the yeoman's face which bade him pause. Then slowly he took the chain from about his neck and handed it to Robin, who flung it over Ellen's head so that it hung glittering around her shoulders. Then said merry Robin, "I thank thee on the bride's part for thy handsome gift, and truly thou thyself art more seemly without it. Now shouldst thou ever come nigh to Sherwood, I much hope that I shall give thee there such a feast as thou hast never had in all thy life before." "May heaven forfend!" cried the bishop earnestly, for he knew right well what manner of feast it was that Robin Hood gave his guests in Sherwood Forest. But now Robin Hood gathered his men together, and with Allan and his young bride in their midst, they all turned their footsteps towards the woodlands. On the way thither Friar Tuck came close to Robin and plucked him by the sleeve. "Thou dost lead a merry life, good master," quoth he, "but dost thou not think that it would be for the welfare of all your souls to have a good stout chaplain such as I to oversee holy matters? Truly I do love this life mightily." At this merry Robin Hood laughed amain, and bade him to stay and become one of their band if he wished. That night there was such a feast held in the greenwood as Nottinghamshire never saw before. To that feast you and I were not bidden, and pity it is that we were not. So, lest we should both feel the matter the more keenly, I will say no more about it. End of chapter 13. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gitu Milwani, April 2nd, 2006. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 14. Robin Hood Aids a Sorrowful Knight. So passed the gentle springtime away in budding beauty, its silver showers and sunshine, its green meadows and its flowers. So likewise passed the summer with its yellow sunlight, its quivering heat, and deep bosky foliage, its long twilights and its mellow nights, through which the frogs croaked and the fairy folks were said to be out on the hillsides. All this had passed, and the time of fall had come, bringing with it its own pleasures and joyousness. For now, when the harvest was gathered home, merry bands of gleaners roamed the country about, singing along the roads in the daytime, and sleeping beneath the hedgerows and the hayricks at night. Now the hips burned red in the tangled thickets, and the hues waxed black in the hedgerows. The stubble lay all crisp and naked to the sky, and the green leaves were fast turning russet and brown. Also at this merry season, good things of the year are gathered in great store. Brown ale lies ripening in the cellars. Hams and bacon hang in the smoke-shed, and crabs are stowed away in the straw for roasting in the winter-time, when the north wind piles the snow in drifts around the gables, and the fire crackles warm upon the hearth. So passed the seasons then, so they pass now, and so they will pass in time to come, while we come and go like leaves of the tree that fall and are soon forgotten. Quoth Robin Hood, snuffing the air, "Here is a fair day, Little John, and one that we can ill waste in idleness. Choose such men as thou dost need, and go thou east, while I will wend to the west, and see that each of us bringeth back some goodly guest to dine this day beneath the greenwood tree." "Marry," said Little John, clapping his palms together for joy, Thy bidding fitteth my liking like heft to blade. I'll bring thee back a guest this day, or come not back mine own self." So they each chose such of the band as they wished, and so went forth by different paths from the forest. Now, you and I cannot go two ways at the same time while we join in these merry doings, so we will e'en let Little John follow his own path, while we tuck up our skirts and trudge after Robin Hood. And here is good company too. Robin Hood, Will Scarlet, Allan a Dale, Will Scathlock, Midge the miller's son, and others. A score or more of stout fellows had abided in the forest with Friar Tuck to make ready for the home-coming, but all the rest were gone, either with Robin Hood or Little John. They travelled onward, Robin following his fancy, and the others following Robin. Now they wended their way through an open dale with cottage and farm lying therein, and now again they entered woodlands once more. Passing by fair Mansfield town, with its towers and battlements and spires all smiling in the sun, they came at last out of the forest lands. Onward they journeyed, through highway and byway, through villages where good wives and merry lasses peeped through the casements at the fine show of young men, until at last they came over beyond Elverton in Derbyshire. By this time high noontide had come, yet they had met no guest such as was worth their while to take back to Sherwood. So, coming at last to a certain spot where a shrine stood at the crossing of two roads, Robin called upon them to stop, for here on either side was shelter of high hedgerows, behind which was a good hiding, whence they could watch the roads at their ease while they ate their midday meal. Quoth merry Robin, "Here methinks is good lodging, where peaceful folk such as we be can eat in quietness. Therefore we will rest here, and see what may perchance fall into our luck-pot." So they crossed the stile and came behind a hedgerow, where the mellow sunlight was bright and warm, and where the grass was soft, and there sat them down. Then each man drew from the pouch that hung beside him that which he had brought to eat. For a merry walk such as this had been sharpens the appetite till it is as keen as a March wind. So no more words were spoken, but each man saved his teeth for better use, munching at brown crust and cold meat right lustily. In front of them one of the high roads crawled up the steep hill and then dipped suddenly over its crest, sharp cut with hedgerows and shaggy grass against the sky. Over the top of the windy hill peeped the eaves of a few houses of the village that fell back into the valley behind. There also, showing the top of a windmill, the sails slowly rising and dipping from behind the hill against the clear blue sky as the light wind moved them with creaking and laboured swing. So the yeomen lay behind the hedge and finished their midday meal, but still the time slipped along and no one came. At last a man came slowly riding over the hill and down the stony road towards the spot where Robin and his band lay hidden. He was a good stout knight, but sorrowful of face and downcast of mien. His clothes were plain and rich, but no chain of gold, such as folk of his stand in life wore at most times, hung around his neck, and no jewel was about him. Yet no one could mistake him for aught but one of proud and noble blood. His head was bowed upon his breast, and his hands drooped limp on either side, and so he came slowly riding, as though sunk in sad thoughts, while even his good horse, the reins loose upon his neck, walked with hanging head as though he shared his master's grief. Quoth Robin Hood, "Yon is verily a sorry-looking gallant, and doth seem to have donned ill content with his jerkin this morning. Nevertheless, I will out and talk with him, for there may be some pickings here for a hungry daw. Methinks his dress is rich, though he himself is so downcast. Bide ye here while I look into this matter." So saying, he arose and left them, crossed the road to the shrine, and there stood, waiting for the sorrowful knight to come near him. So presently, when the knight came riding slowly along, jolly Robin stepped forward and laid his hand upon the bridle rein. "Hold, Sir Knight," quoth he, "I prithee tarry a short time, for I have a few words to say to thee." "What art thou, friend, who doth stop a traveller in this manner upon his most gracious Majesty's highway?" said the knight. "Marry," quoth Robin, This is a question hard to answer. One man calleth me kind, another calleth me cruel. This one calleth me a good honest fellow, and that one vile thief. Truly, the world hath as many eyes to look upon a man withal as there are spots upon a toad. So with what pair of eyes thou regardeth me lieth entirely with thine own self. My name is Robin Hood." "Truly, good Robin," said the knight, a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth, "thou hast the quaint conceit. As for the pair of eyes with which I regard thee, I would say that they are as favourable as may be, for I hear much good of thee and little ill. What is thy will of me?" "Now I make my vow, Sir Knight," quoth Robin. "Thou hast surely learnt thy wisdom of good Gaffer Swamphold, for he saith, fair words are as easy spoke as foul, and bring good will instead of blows. Now I will show thee the truth of this saying, for if thou wilt go with me this day to Sherwood Forest, I will give thee as merry a feast as ever thou hast in all thy life." "Thou art indeed kind," said the knight, "but methinks thou wilt find me but an ill-seeming and sorrowful guest. Thou hadst best let me pass on my way in peace." "Nay," quoth Robin, "thou might as go thine own way but for one thing, and that I will tell thee. We keep an inn, as it were, in the very depth of Sherwood, but so far from high roads and beaten paths that guests do not often come nigh us. So I and my friends set off merrily and seek them when we grow dull of ourselves. Thus the matter stands, Sir Knight. Yet I will furthermore tell thee that we count upon our guests paying a reckoning." "I take thy meaning, friend," said the knight gravely, "but I am not thy man, for I have no money by me." "Is it sooth?" said Robin, looking at the knight keenly. "I can scarce choose but believe thee. Yet, Sir Knight, there are those of thy order whose word is not to be trusted as much as they would have others believe. Thou wilt think no ill of me if I look for myself in this matter." Then, still holding the horse by the bridle rein, he put his fingers to his lips and blew a shrill whistle, whereupon 80 yeomen came leaping over the stile and ran to where the knight and Robin stood. "These," said Robin, looking upon them proudly, "are some of my merry men. They share and share alike with me all joys and troubles, gains and losses. Sir Knight, I prithee tell me what money thou hast about thee." For a time the knight said not a word, but a slow red arose into his cheeks. At last he looked Robin in the face and said, "I know not why I should be ashamed, for it should be no shame to me. But, friend, I tell thee the truth when I say that in my purse are 10 shillings, and that is every groat that Sir Richard of the Lee hath in all the wide world." When Sir Richard ended, a silence fell, until at last Robin said, "And dost thou pledge me thy knightly word that this is all thou hast with thee?" "Yea," answered Sir Richard, "I do pledge thee my most solemn word as a true knight, that this is all the money I have in the world. Nay, here is my purse. Ye may find for yourself the truth of what I say." And he held his purse out to Robin. "Put up thy purse, Sir Richard," quoth Robin. "Far be it for me to doubt the word of so gentle a knight. The proud I strive to bring low, but those that walk in sorrow I would aid if I could. Come, Sir Richard, cheer up thy heart, and go with us into the greenwood. Even I may perchance aid thee, for thou surely knowest how the good Athelstane was saved by the little blind mole that digged a trench over which he that sought the king's life stumbled." "Truly, friend," said Sir Richard, "methinks thou meanest kindness in thine own way. Nevertheless, my troubles are such that it is not likely that thou canst cure them. But I will go with thee this day into Sherwood." Hereupon he turned his horse's head, and they all wended their way into the woodlands, Robin walking on one side of the knight, and Will Scarlet on the other, while the rest of the band trudged behind. After they had travelled thus for a time, Robin Hood spake. "Sir Knight," said he, "I would not trouble thee with idle questions, but dost thou find it in thy heart to tell me thy sorrows?" "Truly, Robin," quoth the knight, "I see no reason why I should not do so. Thus it is. My castle and my lands are in pawn for a debt that I owe. 3 days hence the money must be paid, or else all mine estate is lost forever, for then it falls into the hands of the Priory of Emmet, and what they swallow they never give forth again. Quoth Robin, I understand not why those of thy kind live in such a manner that all their wealth passes from them like snow beneath springtide sun. Thou wrongest me, Robin, said the knight, for listen, I have a son but 20 winters old. Nevertheless he has won his spurs as knight. Last year, on a certain evil day, the jousts were held at Chester, and thither my son went, as did I and my lady wife. I wot it was a proud time for us, for he unhorsed each knight that he tilted against. At last he ran a course with a certain great knight, Sir Walter of Lancaster. Yet, though my son was so youthful, he kept his seat, albeit both spears were shivered to the heft. But it happened that a splinter from my boy's lance ran through the visor of Sir Walter's helmet, and pierced through his eye into his brain, so that he died ere his esquire could unlace his helm. Now, Robin, Sir Walter had great friends at court, therefore his kinsmen stirred up things against my son, so that to save him from prison I had to pay a ransom of 600 pounds in gold. All might have gone well even yet, only that, by ins and outs, and crookedness of laws, I was shorn like a sheep that is clipped to the quick. So it came that I had to pawn my lands to the Priory of Emmet for more money, and a hard bargain they drove with me in my hour of need. Yet I would have thee understand I grieve so for my lands only because of my dear lady wife. But where is thy son now? Asked Robin, who had listened closely to all the knight had said. In Palestine, said Sir Richard, battling like a brave Christian soldier for the cross and the Holy Sepulchre. Truly, England was an ill place for him because of Sir Walter's death and the hate of Lancastrian kinsmen. Truly, said Robin, much moved, thine is a hard lot. But tell me, what is owing to Emmet for thine estates? Only 400 pounds, said Sir Richard. At this Robin smote his thigh in anger. "Oh, the bloodsuckers!" cried he. "A noble estate to be forfeit for 400 pounds! But what will befall thee if thou dost lose thy lands, Sir Richard?" "It is not mine own lot that doth trouble me in this case," said the knight, "but my dear lady's. For should I lose my land, she will have to betake herself to some kinsman, and there abide in charity, which methinks would break her proud heart. As for me, I will over the salt sea, and so to Palestine to join my son in fight for the Holy Sepulchre." Then up spake Will Scarlet, "But hast thou no friend that will help thee in thy dire needs?" "Never a man," said Sir Richard. "While I was rich and now at home, and had friends, they blew great boasts of how they loved me. But when the oak falls in the forest, the swine run from beneath it, lest they should be smitten down also. So my friends have left me, for not only am I poor, but I have great enemies." Then Robin said, "Thou sayest thou hast no friend, Sir Richard. I make no boast, but many have found Robin Hood a friend in their troubles. Cheer up, Sir Knight, I may help thee yet." The knight shook his head with faint smile. But for all that Robin's words made him more blithe of heart, for in truth hope, be it ever so faint, bringeth a gleam into the darkness, like a little rushlight that costeth but a groat. The day was well nigh gone when they came near to the greenwood tree. Even at a distance they saw by the number of the men that Little John had come back with some guest. But when they came near enough, whom should they find but the Lord Bishop of Hereford? The good bishop was in a fine stew, I wot. Up and down he walked beneath the tree like a fox caught in a hen-coop. Behind him were 3 black friars standing close together in a frightened group, like 3 black sheep in a tempest. Hitched to the branches of the tree close at hand were 6 horses, one of them a barb, with gay trappings upon which the bishop was wont to ride, and the others laden with packs of divers shapes and kinds, one of which made Robin's eyes glisten, for it was a box, not over large, but heavily bound with bands and ribs of iron. When the bishop saw Robin and those with him come into the open, he made as though he would run towards the yeoman. But the fellow that guarded the bishop and the 3 friars thrust his quarterstaff in front, so that his lordship was fain to stand back, though with frowning brow and angry speech. "Stay, my lord bishop," cried jolly Robin in a loud voice, when he saw what had passed. "I will come to thee with all speed, for I would much rather see thee than any man in merry England." So saying, he quickened his steps, and soon came to where the bishop stood fuming. "How now," quoth the bishop in a loud and angry voice, when Robin had so come to him, "is this the way that thou and thy band treat one so high in the church as I am? I and these brethren were passing peacefully along the high road with our pack-horses and half a score of men to guard them, when up comes a great strapping fellow, full 7 feet high, with 80 or more men back of him, and calls upon me to stop. Me, the Lord Bishop of Hereford, mind thee. Whereupon my armed guards, bestrew them for cowards, straight ran off. But look ye, not only did this fellow stop me, but he threatened me, saying that Robin Hood would strip me as bare as a winter hedge. Then, beside all this, he called me such vile names as fat priest, man-eating bishop, money-gorging usurer, and what not, as though I was no more than a strolling beggar or tinker. At this the bishop glared like an angry cat, while even Sir Richard laughed. Only Robin kept a grave face. "Alas, my lords," said he, "that thou hast been so ill-treated by my band. I tell thee truly that we greatly reverence thy cloth. Little John, stand forth straightway." At these words Little John came forward, twisting his face into a whimsical look, as though he would say, "Have mercy upon me, good master." Then Robin turned to the Bishop of Hereford and said, "Was this the man who spake so boldly to your lordship?" "Aye, truly, it was the same," said the bishop, "a naughty fellow, I wot." "And didst thou, Little John," said Robin in a sad voice, "call his lordship a fat priest?" "Aye," said Little John sorrowfully. "And a man-eating bishop?" "Aye," said Little John more sorrowfully than before. "And a money-gorging usurer?" "Aye," said Little John in so sorrowful a voice that it might have drawn tears from the dragon of Wentley. "Alas, that these things should be," said jolly Robin, turning to the bishop, "for I have ever found Little John a truthful man." At this a roar of laughter went up, whereat the blood rushed into the bishop's face until it was cherry-red from crown to chin, but he said nothing, and only swallowed his words, though they well-nigh choked him. "Nay, my lord bishop," said Robin, "we are rough fellows, but I trust not such ill men as thou thinkest after all. There is not a man here that would harm a hair on thy reverence head. I know thou art galled by our jestings, but we are all equal here in the greenwood, for there are no bishops, nor barons, nor earls among us, only men, so thou must share our life with us while thou dost abide here. Come, busk ye, my merry men, and get the feast ready. Meantime we will show our guests our woodland sports." So, while some went to kindle the fires for roasting meats, others ran leaping to get their cudgels and longbows. Then Robin brought forward Sir Richard of the Lee. "My lord bishop," said he, "here is another guest that we have with us this day. I wish that thou mightest know him better, for I and all my men will strive to honour you both with this merrymaking." "Sir Richard," said the bishop in a reproachful tone, "methinks thou and I art companions and fellow-sufferers in this den of—" He was about to say thieves, but he stopped suddenly and looked askance at Robin Hood. "Speak out, bishop," quoth Robin, laughing. "We of Sherwood check not an easy flow of words. Den of thieves thou wast about to say." Quoth the bishop, "Mayhap that was what I meant to say, Sir Richard, but this I will say, that I saw thee just now laugh at the scurrilous jests of these fellows. It would have been more becoming of thee, methinks, to have checked them with frowns instead of spurring them on with laughter." "I meant no harm to thee," said Sir Richard, "but a merry jest is a merry jest, and I may truly say I would have laughed at it had it been against mine own self." But now Robin Hood called upon certain ones of his band, who spread soft moss upon the ground, and laid deerskin thereon. Then Robin bade his guests be seated, and so they all three sat down, and some of the chief men, such as Little John, Will Scarlet, Allan a Dale, and others, stretching themselves upon the ground near by. Then a garland was set up at the far end of the glade, and thereat the bowmen shot, and such shooting was done that day as it would have made one's heart leap to see. And all the while Robin talked so quaintly to the bishop and the knight that, the one forgetting his vexation and the other his troubles, they both laughed aloud again and again. Then Allan a Dale came forth and tuned his harp, and all was hushed around, and he sang in his wondrous voice songs of love, of war, of glory, and of sadness, and all listened without a movement or a sound. So Allan sang, till the great round silver moon gleamed with its clear white light amid the upper tangle of the mazy branches of the trees. At last 2 fellows came to say that the feast was ready spread. So Robin, leading his guests with either hand, brought them to where great smoking dishes sent savoury smells far and near, stood along the white linen cloth spread upon the grass. All around was a glare of torches that lit everything up in a red light. Then straightway sitting down, all fell to with noise and hubbub, the rattling of platters blending with the sound of loud talking and laughter. A long time the feast lasted, but at last all was over, and the bright wine and humming ale passed briskly. Then Robin Hood called aloud for silence, and all was hushed till he spoke. "I have a story to tell you all, so listen to what I have to say," quoth he. Whereupon, without much ado, he told them all about Sir Richard, and how his lands were in pawn. But as he went on, the bishop's face, which had erst been smiling and ruddy with merriment, waxed serious, and he put aside the horn of wine he held in his hand, for he knew the story of Sir Richard, and his heart sank within him with grim forebodings. Then, when Robin Hood had done, he turned to the Bishop of Hereford. "Now, my lord bishop," said he, "dost thou not think this is ill done of any one, much more of a churchman, who should live in humbleness and charity?" To this the bishop answered not a word, but looked upon the ground with moody eyes. Quoth Robin, "Now thou art the richest bishop in all England. Canst thou not help this needy brother?" But still the bishop answered not a word. Then Robin turned to Little John, and quoth he, "Go thou and Will Stutely, and bring forth those 5 pack horses yonder." Whereupon the 2 yeomen did as they were bidden, those about the cloth making room upon the green, where the light was the brightest, for the 5 horses which Little John and Will Stutely presently led forward. "Who hath the score of the goods?" asked Robin Hood, looking at the black friars. Then up spake the smallest of all, in a trembling voice, an old man he was, with a gentle wrinkled face. "Death have I, but I pray thee harm me not." "Nay," quoth Robin, "I have never harmed harmless men yet, but give it to me, good father." So the old man did as he was bidden, and handed Robin the tablet, on which was marked down the account of the various packages upon the horses. This Robin handed to Will Scarlet, bidding him to read the same. So Will Scarlet, lifting his voice that all might hear, began, 3 bales of silk to Quintin, the mercer at Ancaster." "That we touch not," quoth Robin, "for this Quintin is an honest fellow, who hath risen by his own thrift." So the bales of silk were laid aside unopened. 1 bale of silk velvet for the Abbey of Beaumont. "What do these priests want with silk velvet?" quoth Robin. "Nevertheless, though they need it not, I will not take it all from them. Measure it off into 3 lots, 1 to be sold for charity, 1 for us, and 1 for the Abbey." So this, too, was done as Robin Hood bade. 2 score of great wax candles for the chapel of St. Thomas. "That belongeth fairly to the chapel," quoth Robin, "so lay it to one side. Far be it from us to take from the blessed St. Thomas that which belongeth to him." So this also was done according to Robin's bidding, and the candles were laid to one side, along with honest Quintin's unopened bales of silk. So the list was gone through with, and the goods adjudged according to what Robin thought most fit. Some things were laid aside untouched, and many were opened and divided into 3 equal parts, for charity, for themselves, and for the owners. And now all the ground in the torchlight was covered over with silks and velvets and cloths of gold and cases of rich wine, and so they came to the last line upon the tablet, a box belonging to the Lord Bishop of Hereford. At these words the bishop shook as though with a chill, and the box was set upon the ground. "My Lord Bishop, hast thou the key to this box?" asked Robin. The bishop shook his head. "Go, Will Scarlet," said Robin. "Thou art the strongest man here. Bring a sword straightway, and cut this box open if thou canst." Then up rose Will Scarlet and left them, coming back in a short time, bearing a great 2-handed sword. Thrice he smote that strong iron-bound box, and at the 3rd blow it burst open, and a great heap of gold came rolling forth, gleaming red in the light of the torches. At this sight a murmur went all around among the band, like the sound of a wind in the distant trees, but no man came forth nor touched the money. Quoth Robin, "Thou, Will Scarlet, thou, Allan a Dale, and thou, Little John, count it over." A long time it took to count all the money, and when it had been duly scored up, Will Scarlet called out that there were 1,500 golden pounds in all. But in among the gold they found a paper, and this Will Scarlet read in a loud voice, and all heard that the money was the rental and fines and forfeits from certain estates belonging to the bishopric of Hereford. "My Lord Bishop," said Robin Hood, "I will not strip thee, as Little John said, like a winter hedge, for thou shalt take back 1/3 of thy money. 1/3 of it thou canst well spare us for thy entertainment, and that for thy train, for thou art very rich. And 1/3 of it thou canst better spare for charity. For, Bishop, I hear that thou art a hard master to those beneath thee, and a close hoarder of gains which thou canst better, and with more credit to thyself, give to charity than spend upon thine own likings." At this the bishop looked up, but he could say never a word, yet he was thankful to keep some of his wealth. Then Robin turned to Sir Richard of the Lea, and quoth he, "Now, Sir Richard, the church seem like to despoil thee. Therefore some of the overplus of church gains may well be used in abiding thee. Thou shalt take that 500 pounds, laid aside for people more in need than the bishop is, and shalt pay thy debts to Emmet Hereford." Sir Richard looked at Robin until something arose in his eyes that made all the lights and the faces blur together. At last he said, "I thank thee, friend, from my heart, for what thou dost for me, yet think not ill if I cannot take thy gift freely. But this I will do, I will take the money and pay my debts, and in a year and a day hence will return it safe, either to thee or to the Lord Bishop of Hereford. For this I pledge my most solemn knightly word. I feel free to borrow, for I know no man that should be more bound to aid me than one so high in that church that hath driven such a hard bargain." "Truly, Sir Knight," quoth Robin, "I do not understand these fine scruples that weigh with those of thy kind, but nevertheless it shall all be as thou doth wish. But thou hadst best bring the money to me at the end of the year, for mayhap I may make better use of it than the bishop." Thereupon, turning to those near him, he gave his orders, and 500 pounds were counted out and tied in a leathern bag for Sir Richard. The rest of the treasure was divided, and part taken to the treasure-house of the band, and part put by with the other things for the bishop. Then Sir Richard arose. "I cannot stay later, good friends," said he, "for my lady will wax anxious if I come not home, so I crave leave to depart." Then Sir Robin Hood and all his merry men arose, and Robin said, "We cannot let thee go hence unattended, Sir Richard." Then up spake Little John, "Good master, let me choose a score of stout fellows from the band, and let us arm ourselves in a seemly manner, and so serve as retainers to Sir Richard till he can get others in our stead." "Thou hast spoken well, Little John, and it shall be done, said Robin. Then up spake Will Scarlet. Let us give him a golden chain to hang about his neck, such as befits one of his blood, and also golden spurs to wear at his heels. Then Robin Hood said, Thou hast spoken well, Will Scarlet, and it shall be done. Then up spake Will Stutely. Let us give him yon bale of rich velvet, and yon roll of cloth of gold, to take home to his noble lady wife, as a present from Robin Hood and his merry men all. At this all clapped their hands for joy, and Robin said, Thou hast well spoken, Will Stutely, and it shall be done. Then Sir Richard of the Lea looked all around, and strove to speak, but could scarcely do so for the feelings that choked him. At last he said in a husky, trembling voice, Ye shall all see, good friends, that Sir Richard of the Lea will ever remember your kindness this day, and if ye be at any time in dire need or trouble, come to me and my lady, and the walls of Castle Lea shall be battered down ere harm shall befall thee. He could say nothing further, but turned hastily away. But now Little John and 19 stout fellows whom he had chosen for his band came forth all ready for the journey. Each man wore upon his breast a coat of linked mail, and on his head a cap of steel, and at his side a good stout sword. A gallant show they made as they all stood in a row. Then Robin came and threw a chain of gold about Sir Richard's neck, and Will Scarlet knelt and buckled the golden spurs upon his heels. And now Little John led forward Sir Richard's horse, and the knight mounted. He looked down at Robin for a little time, then of a sudden stooped and kissed his cheek. All the forest glades rang with the shout that went up as the knight and the yeoman marched off through the woodland with the glare of torches and gleam of steel, and so were gone. Then up spake the Bishop of Hereford in a mournful voice, I too must be jogging, good fellow, for the night waxes late. But Robin laid his hand upon the bishop's arm and stayed him. Be not so hasty, Lord Bishop, said he. 3 days hence Sir Richard must pay his debt to Emmet. Until that time thou must be content to abide with me, lest thou breed trouble for the night. I promise thee that thou shalt have great sport, for I know that thou art fond of hunting the dun deer. Lay by thy mantle of melancholy, and strive to lead a joyous yeoman life for 3 stout days. I promise thee thou shalt be sorry to go when the time has come. So the bishop and his train abided with Robin for 3 days, and much sport his lordship had in that time, so that, as Robin had said, when the time had come for him to go, he was sorry to leave the greenwood. At the end of the 3 days, Robin set him free, and sent him forth from the forest, with a guard of yeomen to keep freebooters from taking what was left of the packs and bundles. But as the bishop rode away, he vowed within himself that he would sometime make Robin rue the day that he had stopped him in Sherwood. But now we shall follow Sir Richard. So listen, and you shall hear what befell him, and how he paid his debts at Emmet Priory, and likewise in due season to Robin Hood. End of chapter 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 15. How Sir Richard of the Lea paid his debts. The long highway stretched straight on, grey and dusty in the sun. On either side were dikes full of water, bordered by osiers, and far away in the distance stood the towers of Emmet Priory with tall poplar trees around. Along the causeway rode a knight with a score of stout men-at-arms behind him. The knight was clad in a plain, long robe of grey serge, gathered in at the waist with a broad leathern belt, from which hung a long dagger and a stout sword. But though he was so plainly dressed himself, the horse he rode was a noble barb, and its trappings were rich with silk and silver bells. So thus the band journeyed along the causeway between the dikes, till at last they reached the great gate of Emmet Priory. There the knight called to one of his men, and bade him knock at the porter's lodge with the heft of his sword. The porter was drowsing on his bench within the lodge, but at the knock he roused himself and, opening the wicket, came hobbling forth and greeted the knight, while a tame starling that hung in a wicker cage within piped out, "In coelo quies, in coelo quies," such being the words that the poor old lame porter had taught him to speak. "Where is thy prior?" asked the knight of the old porter. "He is at meat, good knight, and he looketh for thy coming," quoth the porter. "For, if I mistake not, thou art Sir Richard of the Lea." "I am Sir Richard of the Lea. Then I will go seek him forthwith," said the knight. "But shall I not send thy horse to stable?" asked the porter. "By Our Lady, it is the noblest nag, and the best harnessed that e'er I saw in all my life before," and he stroked the horse's flank with his palm. "Nay," quoth Sir Richard, "the stables of this place are not for me, so make way, I prythee." So saying, he pushed forward, and, the gates being opened, he entered the stony courtyard of the priory, his men behind him. In they came with rattle of steel and clashing of swords, and ring of horses' feet on cobblestones, whereat a flock of pigeons that strutted in the sun flew with flapping wings to the high eaves of the round towers. While the knight was riding along the causeway to Emmet, a merry feast was toward in the refectory there. The afternoon sun streamed in through the great arched windows, and lay in broad squares of light upon the stone floor, and across the board covered with a snowy linen cloth, whereon was spread a princely feast. At the head of the table sat Prior Vincent of Emmet, all clad in soft robes of fine cloth and silk. On his head was a black velvet cap picked out with gold, and around his neck hung a heavy chain of gold, with a great locket pendant therefrom. Beside him, on the arm of his great chair, roosted his favourite falcon, for the Prior was fond of the gentle craft of hawking. On his right hand sat the Sheriff of Nottingham, in rich robes of purple, all trimmed about with fur, and on his left a famous doctor of law in dark and sober garb. Below these sat the high cellarer of Emmet, and others chief among the brethren. Jest and laughter passed around, and all was as merry could be. The wizened face of the man of law was twisted into a wrinkled smile, for in his pouch were fourscore golden angels that the Prior had paid him in fee for the case betwixt him and the Sir Richard of the Lea. The learned doctor had been paid beforehand, for he had not overmuch trust in the holy Vincent of Emmet. Quoth the Sheriff of Nottingham, "But art thou sure, Sir Prior, that thou hast the lands so safe?" "Ay, marry," said Prior Vincent, smacking his lips after a deep draught of wine. "I have kept a close watch upon him, albeit he was unawares of the same, and I know right well that he hath no money to pay me withal." "Ay, true," said the man of law in a dry, husky voice. "His land is surely forfeit if he cometh not to pay. But, Sir Prior, thou must get a release beneath his sign manual, or else thou canst not hope to hold the land without trouble from him." "Yea," said the Prior, "so thou hast told me ere now, but I know that this knight is so poor that he will gladly sign away his lands for 200 pounds of hard money." Then up spake the high cellarer, "Methinks it is a shame to do so drive a misfortunate knight to the ditch. I think it sorrow that the noblest estate in Derbyshire should so pass away from him for a paltry 500 pounds. Truly I—" "How now?" broke in the Prior with a quivering voice, his eyes glistening and his cheeks red with anger. "Dost thou prate me to my very beard, sirrah? By Saint Hubert, thou hadst best save thy breath to cool thy pottage, else it may scald thy mouth." "Nay," said the man of law smoothly, "I dare swear this same knight will never come to settlement this day, but will prove recreant. Nevertheless, we will seek some means to gain his lands from him, so never fear." But even as the doctor spoke, there came a sudden clatter of horses' hoofs and a jingle of iron mail in the courtyard below. Then up spake the Prior and called upon one of the brethren that sat below the salt, and bade him look out of the window and see who was below, albeit he knew right well it could be none but Sir Richard. So the brother arose and went and looked, and he said, "I see below a score of stout men at arms, and a knight just dismounting from his horse. He is dressed in long robes of grey, which, methinks, are of poor seeming, but the horse he rideth upon hath the richest coursing that ever I saw. The knight dismounts, and they come this way, and are even now below in the great hall." "Lo, see ye there now," quoth Prior Vincent. "Here ye have a knight with so lean a purse as scarce to buy him a crust of bread to munch, Yet he keeps a band of retainers, and puts rich trappings upon his horse's hide, while his own back goeth bare. Is it not well that such men should be brought low?" "But art thou sure," said the little doctor tremulously, "that this knight will do us no harm? Such as he are fierce when crossed, and he hath a band of naughty men at his heels. Mayhap thou hadst better give an extension of his debt." Thus he spake, for he was afraid Sir Richard might do him a harm. "Thou needst not fear," said the Prior, looking down at the little man beside him. "This knight is gentle, and would as soon think of harming an old woman as thee." As the Prior finished, a door at the lower end of the refectory swung open, and in came Sir Richard, with folded hands and head bowed upon his breast. Thus humbly he walked slowly up the hall, while his men at arms stood about the door. When he had come to where the Prior sat, he knelt upon one knee. "Save and keep thee, Sir Prior," he said. "I am come to keep my day." Then the first word that the Prior said to him was, "Hast thou brought my money?" "Alas, I have not so much as one penny upon my body," said the knight, whereat the Prior's eyes sparkled. "Now, thou art a shrewd debtor, I wot," said he. Then, "Sir Sheriff, I drink to thee." But still the knight kneeled upon the hard stones, so the Prior turned to him again. "What wouldst thou have?" quoth he sharply. At these words a slow red mounted into the knight's cheeks, but still he knelt. "I would crave thy mercy," said he. "As thou hopest for heaven's mercy, show mercy to me. Strip me not of my lands and so reduce a true knight to poverty." "Thy day is broken and thy lands forfeit," said the man of law, plucking up his spirits at the knight's humble speech. Quoth Sir Richard, "Thou man of law, wilt thou not befriend me in mine hour of need?" "Nay," said the other, "I hold with his holy Prior, who hath paid me my fees in hard gold, so that I am bounder to him." "Wilt thou not be my friend, Sir Sheriff?" said Sir Richard. "Nay, 'fore heaven," quoth the Sheriff of Nottingham, "this is no business of mine, yet I will do what I may," and he nudged the Prior beneath the cloth with his knee. "Wilt thou not ease him of some of his debts, Sir Prior?" At this the Prior smiled grimly. "Pay me 300 pounds, Sir Richard," said he, "and I will give thee quittance of thy debt." "Thou knowest, Sir Prior, that it is as easy for me to pay 400 pounds as 300," said Sir Richard. "But wilt thou not give me another 12 month to pay my debt?" "Not another day," said the Prior sternly. "And is this all thou wilt do for me?" asked the knight. "Now, out upon thee, false knight!" cried the Prior, bursting forth in anger. "Either pay thy debt as I have said, or release thy land and get thee gone from out my hall." Then Sir Richard arose to his feet. "Thou false, lying priest," said he in so stern a voice that the man of law shrunk affrighted. "I am no false knight, as thou knowest full well, but have even held my place in the press and the tourney. Hast thou so little courtesy that thou wouldst see a true knight kneel for all this time, or see him come into thy hall and never offer him meat or drink?" Then quoth the man of law in a trembling voice, "This is surely an ill way to talk of matters appertaining to business. Let us be mild in speech. What wilt thou pay this knight, Sir Prior, to give thee release of his land?" "I would have given him 200 pounds," quoth the Prior, "but since he hath spoken so vilely to my teeth, not one groat over 100 pounds will he get." "Hadst thou offered me 1,000 pounds, false Prior," said the knight, "thou wouldst not have got an inch of my land." Then, turning to where his men at arms stood near the door, he called, "Come hither," and beckoned with his finger. Whereupon the tallest of them all came forward and handed him a long leathern bag. Sir Richard took the bag and shot from it upon the table a glittering stream of golden money. "Bear in mind, Sir Prior," said he, "that thou hast promised me quittance for 300 pounds. Not one farthing above that shalt thou get." So saying, he counted out 300 pounds and pushed it toward the Prior. But now the Prior's hands dropped at his sides, and the Prior's head hung upon his shoulder, for not only had he lost all hopes of the land, but he had forgiven the knight 100 pounds of his debt, and had needlessly paid the man of law 80 angels. To him he turned, and quoth he, "Give me back my money that thou hast." "Nay," cried the other shrilly, "it is but my fee that thou didst pay me, and thou gettest it not back again." And he hugged his gown about him. "Now, Sir Prior," quoth Sir Richard, I have held my day and paid all the dues demanded of me. So, as there is no more betwixt us, I leave this vile place straightway." So saying, he turned upon his heel and strode away. All this time the Sheriff had been staring with wide open eyes and mouth agape at the tall man at arms, who stood as though carved out of stone. At last he gasped out, "Reynold Greenleaf!" At this the tall man at arms, who was no other than Little John, turned, grinning, to the Sheriff. "I give thee good den, fair gossip," quoth he. "I would say, sweet Sheriff, that I have heard all thy pretty talk this day, and it shall be duly told unto Robin Hood. So farewell for the nonce, till we meet again in Sherwood Forest." Then he also turned and followed Sir Richard down the hall, leaving the Sheriff, all pale and amazed, shrunk together upon his chair. A merry feast it was to which Sir Richard came, but a sorry lot he left behind him, and little hunger had they for the princely food spread before them. Only the learned doctor was happy, for he had his fee. Now a twelvemonth and a day passed since Prior Vincent of Emmet sat at feast, and once more the mellow fall of another year had come. But the year had brought great change, I wot, to the lands of Sir Richard of the Lea. For where before shaggy wild grasses grew upon the meadowlands, now all stretch away in golden stubble, betokening that a rich and plentiful crop had been gathered therefrom. A year had made a great change in the castle also, for where were empty moats and the crumbling of neglect, all was now orderly and well kept. Bright shone the sun on battlement and tower, and in the blue air overhead a hawk of clattering jackdaws flew around the gilded weather vane and spire. Then, in the brightness of the morning, the drawbridge fell across the moat with a rattle and clank of chains. The gate of the castle swung slowly open, and a goodly array of steel-clad men-at-arms, with a knight all clothed in chain mail, as white as frost on briar and thorn of a winter morning, came flashing out from the castle courtyard. In his hand the knight held a great spear, from the point of which fluttered a blood-red pennant, as broad as the palm of one's hand. So this troop came forth from the castle, and in the midst of them walked 3 pack horses laden with parcels of divers shapes and kinds. Thus rode forth good Sir Richard of the Lea to pay his debt to Robin Hood this bright and merry morn. Along the highway they wended their way, with measured tramp of feet and rattle and jingle of sword and harness. Onward they marched till they came nigh to Denby, where, from the top of a hill, they saw, over beyond the town, many gay flags and streamers floating in the bright air. Then Sir Richard turned to the man at arms nearest to him. "What is toward yonder at Denby today?" quoth he. "Please your worship," answered the man at arms, "a merry fair is held there today, and a great wrestling match, to which many folk have come. For a prize hath been offered of a pipe of red wine, a fair golden ring, and a pair of gloves, all of which go to the best wrestler." "Now, by my faith," quoth Sir Richard, who loved good manly sports right well, "this will be a goodly thing to see. Methinks we have to stay a little while on our journey and see this merry sport." So he turned his horse's head aside toward Denby and the fair, and thither he and his men made their way. There they found a great hubbub of merriment. Flags and streamers were floating, tumblers were tumbling on the green, bagpipes were playing, and lads and lasses were dancing to the music. But the crowd were gathered most of all around a ring where the wrestling was going forward, and thither Sir Richard and his men turned their steps. Now when the judges of the wrestling saw Sir Richard coming and knew who he was, the chief of them came down from the bench where he and the others sat, and went to the knight and took him by the hand, beseeching him to come and sit with them and judge the sport. So Sir Richard got down from his horse and went with the others to the bench raised beside the ring. Now there had been great doings that morning, for a certain yeoman named Egbert, who came from Stoke over in Staffordshire, had thrown with ease all those that came against him. But a man of Denby, well known through all the countryside as William of the Scar, had been biding his time with the Stoke man. So, when Egbert had thrown everyone else, stout William leaped into the ring. Then a tough bout followed, and at last he threw Egbert heavily, whereat there was a great shouting and shaking of hands, for all the Denby men were proud of their wrestler. When Sir Richard came, he found stout William, puffed up by the shouts of his friends, walking up and down the ring, daring anyone to come and try a throw with him. "Come one, come all," quoth he. "Here stand I, William of the Scar, against any man. If there is none in Derbyshire to come against me, come all who will, from Nottingham, Stafford, or York. And if I do not make them one and all root the ground with their noses like swine in the forests, call me no more brave William the Wrestler." At this all laughed, but above all the laughter a loud voice was heard to cry out, "Sin thou talkest so big, here cometh one from Nottinghamshire to try a fall with thee, fellow." And straightway a tall youth with a tough quarterstaff in his hand came pushing his way through the crowd, and at last leaped lightly over the rope into the ring. He was not as heavy as stout William, but he was taller and broader in the shoulders, and all his joints were well knit. Sir Richard looked upon him keenly, then turning to one of the judges he said, "Knowest thou who this youth is? Methinks I have seen him before." "Nay," said the judge, "he is a stranger to me." Meantime, without a word, the young man, laying aside his quarterstaff, began to take off his jerkin and body clothing, until he presently stood with naked arms and body, and a comely sight he was when so bared to the view, for his muscles were cut round and smooth and sharp, like swift running water. And now each man spat upon his hands, and, clapping them upon his knees, squatted down, watching the other keenly, so as to take the vantage of him in the grip. Then, like a flash, they leaped together, and a great shout went up, for William had gotten the better hold of the two. For a short time they strained and struggled and writhed, and then stout William gave his most cunning trip and throw, but the stranger met it with greater skill than his, and so the trip came to naught. Then, of a sudden, with a twist and a wrench, the stranger loosed himself, and he of the scar found himself locked in a pair of arms that fairly made his ribs crack. So with heavy, hot breathing they stood for a while straining, their bodies all glistening with sweat, and great drops of sweat trickling down their faces. But the stranger's hug was so close that at last stout William's muscles softened under his grip, and so he gave a sob. Then the youth put forth all his strength, and gave a sudden trip with his heel and a cast over his right hip, and down stout William went, with a sickening thud, and lay as though he would never move hand nor foot again. But now no shout went up for the stranger, but an angry murmur was heard among the crowd, so easily had he won the match. Then one of the judges, a kinsman to William of the Scar, rose with trembling lip and baleful look. Quoth he, "If thou hast slain that man, it will go ill with thee, let me tell thee, fellow." But the stranger answered boldly, "He took his chance with me as I took mine with him. No law can touch me to harm me, even if I slew him, so that it was fairly done in the wrestling ring." "That we shall see," said the judge, scowling upon the youth, while once more an angry murmur ran around the crowd. For, as I have said, the men of Denby were proud of stout William of the Scar. Then up spoke Sir Richard gently. "Nay," said he, "the youth is right. If the other dieth, he dieth in the wrestling ring, where he took his chance, and was cast fairly enow." But in the meantime 3 men had come forward and lifted stout William from the ground, and found that he was not dead, though badly shaken by his heavy fall. Then the chief judge rose and said, "Young man, the prize is duly thine. Here is the red gold ring, and here the gloves, and yonder stands the pipe of wine, to do with whatsoever thou dost list." At this the youth, who had donned his clothes and taken up his staff again, bowed without a word, then, taking the gloves and the ring, and thrusting the one into his girdle and slipping the other upon his thumb, he turned, and, leaping lightly over the ropes again, made his way through the crowd and was gone. "Now I wonder who yon youth may be," said the judge, turning to Sir Richard. "He seemeth like a stout Saxon, from his red cheeks and fair hair. This William of ours is a stout man too, and never have I seen him cast in the ring before, albeit he hath not yet striven with such great wrestlers as Thomas of Cornwall, Diccon of York, and young David of Doncaster. Hath he not a firm foot in the ring, thinkest thou, Sir Richard?" "Ay, truly, and yet this youth threw him fairly, and with wondrous ease. I much wonder who he can be," thus said Sir Richard in a thoughtful voice. For a time the knight stood talking to those about him, but at last he arose and made ready to depart. So he called his men about him, and tightening the girths of his saddle, he mounted his horse once more. Meanwhile the young stranger had made his way through the crowd, but as he passed he heard all around him such words muttered as, "Look at the cockerel! Behold how he plumeth himself! I dare swear he cast good William unfairly. Yea, truly, saw ye not birdlime upon his hands? It would be well to cut his cock's comb. To all this the stranger paid no heed, but strode proudly about as though he heard it not. So he walked slowly across the green to where the booth stood wherein was dancing, and standing at the door he looked in on the sport. As he stood thus, a stone struck his arm of a sudden with a sharp jar, and turning, he saw that an angry crowd of men had followed him from the wrestling ring. Then, when they saw him turn so, a great hooting and yelling arose from all, so that the folk came running out from the dancing booth to see what was to do. At last a tall, broad-shouldered, burly blacksmith strode forward from the crowd, swinging a mighty blackthorn club in his hand. "Wouldst thou come here to our fair town of Denby, thou Jack in the box, to overcome a good honest lad with vile juggling tricks?" growled he in a deep voice like the bellow of an angry bull. "Take that, then!" And of a sudden he struck a blow at the youth that might have felled an ox, but the other turned the blow deftly aside, and gave back another so terrible that the Denby man went down with a groan, as though he had been smitten by lightning. When they saw their leader fall, the crowd gave another angry shout, but the stranger placed his back against the tent near which he stood, swinging his terrible staff, and so fell had been the blow that he struck the stout smith, that none dared to come within the measure of his cudgel, so the press crowded back, like a pack of dogs from a bear at bay. But now some coward hand from behind threw a sharp jagged stone that smote the stranger on the crown, so that he staggered back, and the red blood gushed from the cut and ran down his face and over his jerkin. Then, seeing him dazed with this vile blow, the crowd rushed upon him, so that they overbore him, and he fell beneath their feet. Now it might have gone ill with the youth, even to the losing of his young life, had not Sir Richard come to this fair, for of a sudden shouts were heard, and steel flashed in the air, and blows were given with the flat of swords, while through the midst of the crowd Sir Richard of the Lea came spurring on his white horse. Then the crowd, seeing the steel-clad knight and the armed men, melted away like snow on the warm hearth, leaving the young man all bloody and dusty upon the ground. Finding himself free, the youth arose, and wiping the blood from his face, looked up. Quoth he, "Sir Richard of the Lea, mayhap thou hast saved my life this day." "Who art thou that knowest Sir Richard of the Lea so well?" quoth the knight. "Methinks I have seen thy face before, young man." "Yea, thou hast," said the youth, "for men call me David of Doncaster." "Ha!" said Sir Richard, "I wonder that I knew thee not, David, but thy beard hath grown longer, and thou thyself art more set in manhood since this day 12 month. Come hither into the tent, David, and wash the blood from thy face. And thou, Ralph, bring him straightway a clean jerkin. Now I am sorry for thee, yet I am right glad that I have had a chance to pay a part of my debt of kindness to thy good master Robin Hood, for it might have gone ill with thee had I not come, young man." So saying, the knight led David into the tent, and there the youth washed the blood from his face and put on the clean jerkin. In the meantime a whisper had gone around from those that stood nearest that this was none other than the great David of Doncaster, the best wrestler in all the mid-country, who only last spring had cast stout Adam o' Lincoln in the ring at Selby in Yorkshire, and now held the mid-country champion belt. Thus it happened that when young David came forth from the tent along with Sir Richard, the blood all washed from his face, and his soiled jerkin changed for a clean one, no sounds of anger were heard, but all pressed forward to see the young man, feeling proud that one of the great wrestlers of England should have entered the ring at Denby Fair. So thus fickle is a mass of men. Then Sir Richard called aloud, "Friends, this is David of Doncaster, so think it no shame that your Denby man was cast by such a wrestler. He beareth you no ill will for what hath passed, but let it be a warning to you how ye treat strangers henceforth. Had ye slain him, it would have been an ill day for you, for Robin Hood would have harried your town as the kestrel harries the dovecote. I have bought the pipe of wine from him, and now I give it freely to you to drink as ye list, but never hereafterward fall upon a man for being a stout yeoman." At this all shouted amain, but in truth they thought more of the wine than of the knight's words. Then Sir Richard, with David beside him and his men-at-arms around, turned about and left the fair. But in after days, when the men that saw that wrestling bout were bent with age, they would shake their heads when they heard of any stalwart game, and say, Ay, ay, but thou shouldst have seen the great David of Doncaster cast stout William of the Scar at Denby Fair. Robin Hood stood in the merry greenwood with Little John and most of his stout yeomen around him, awaiting Sir Richard's coming. At last a glint of steel was seen through the brown forest leaves, and forth from the covert into the open rode Sir Richard at the head of his men. He came straight forward to Robin Hood, and leaping from off his horse, clasped the yeoman in his arms. "Why, how now?" said Robin, after a time, holding Sir Richard off and looking at him from top to toe. "Methinks thou art a gayer bird than when I saw thee last." "Yes, thanks to thee, Robin," said the knight, laying his hand upon the yeoman's shoulder. "But for thee I would have been wandering in misery in a far country by this time. But I have kept my word, Robin, and have brought back the money that thou didst lend me, and which I have doubled 4 times over again, and so become rich once more. Along with this money I have brought a little gift to thee and thy brave men from my dear lady and myself." Then turning to his men he called aloud, "Bring forth the pack horses." But Robin stopped him. "Nay, Sir Richard," said he, "think it not bold of me to cross thy bidding, but we of Sherwood do no business till after we have eaten and drunk." Whereupon, taking Sir Richard by the hand, he led him to the seat beneath the greenwood tree, while others of the chief men of the band came and seated themselves around. Then quoth Robin, "How cometh it that I saw young David of Doncaster with thee and thy men, Sir Knight?" Then straightway the knight told all about his stay at Denby, and of the happening at the fair, and how it was like to go hard with young David. So he told his tale, and quoth he, "It was this, good Robin, that kept me so late on the way, otherwise I would have been here an hour agone." Then when he had done speaking, Robin stretched out his hand and grasped the knight's palm. Quoth he in a trembling voice, "I owe thee a debt I can never hope to repay, Sir Richard, for let me tell thee, I would rather lose my right hand than have such ill befall young David of Doncaster as seemed like to come upon him at Denby." So they talked until after a while one came forward to say that the feast was spread, whereupon all arose and went thereto. When at last it was done, the knight called upon his men to bring the pack horses forward, which they did according to his bidding. Then one of the men brought the knight a strong box, which he opened and took from it a bag and counted out 500 pounds, the sum he had gotten from Robin. "Sir Richard," quoth Robin, "thou wilt pleasure us all if thou wilt keep that money as a gift from us of Sherwood. Is it not so, my lads?" Then all shouted "Aye" with a mighty voice. "I thank you all deeply," said the knight earnestly, "but think it not ill of me if I cannot take it. Gladly have I borrowed it from you, but it may not be that I can take it as a gift." Then Robin Hood said no more, but gave the money to Little John to put away in the treasury, for he had shrewdness enough to know that naught breeds ill will and heart bitterness like gifts forced upon one that cannot choose but take them. Then Sir Richard had the packs laid upon the ground and opened, whereupon a great shout went up that made the forest ring again, for lo! there were 10 bows of finest Spanish yew, all burnished till they shone again, and each bow inlaid with fanciful figures in silver, yet not inlaid so as to mar their strength. Beside these were 10 quivers of leather embroidered with golden thread, and in each quiver were a score of shafts with burnished heads that shone like silver. Each shaft was feathered with peacock's plumes, innocked with silver. Sir Richard gave to each yeoman a bow and a quiver of arrows, but to Robin he gave a stout bow inlaid with the cunningest workmanship in gold, while each arrow in his quiver was innocked with gold. Then all shouted again for joy of the fair gift, and all swore among themselves that they would die if need be for Sir Richard and his lady. At last the time came when Sir Richard must go, whereupon Robin Hood called his band around him, and each man of the yeomen took a torch in his hand to light the way through the woodlands. So they came to the edge of Sherwood, and there the knight kissed Robin upon the cheeks and left him and was gone. Thus Robin Hood helped a noble knight out of his dire misfortunes that else would have smothered the happiness from his life. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 16. Little John Turns Barefoot Friar. Cold winter had passed and spring had come. No leafy thickness had yet clad the woodlands, but the budding leaves hung like a tender mist about the trees. In the open country the meadow lands lay a sheeny green, the cornfields a dark velvety colour, for they were thick and soft with the growing blades. The ploughboy shouted in the sun, and in the purple new-turned furrows flocks of birds hunted for fat worms. All the broad moist earth smiled in the warm light, and each little green hill clapped its hand for joy. On a deer's hide stretched on the ground in the open in front of the greenwood tree sat Robin Hood, basking in the sun like an old dog fox. Leaning back with his hands clasped about his knees, he lazily watched Little John rolling a stout bowstring from long strands of hempen thread, wetting the palms of his hands ever and anon, and rolling the cord upon his thigh. Near by sat Allan a Dale, fitting a new string to his harp. Quoth Robin at last, "Methinks I would rather roam this forest in the gentle springtime than be king of all merry England. What palace in the broad world is as fair as this sweet woodland just now? And what king in all the world hath such appetite for plovers' eggs and lampreys as I for juicy venison and sparkling ale? Gaffer Swanthold speaks truly when he said, better a crust with content than honey with a sour heart." "Yea," quoth Little John, as he rubbed his new-made bowstring with yellow beeswax, "the life we lead is the life for me. Thou speakest of the springtime, but methinks even the winter hath its own joys. Thou and I, good master, have had more than one merry day this winter past at the Blue Boar. Dost thou not remember that night thou and Will Stutely and Friar Tuck and I passed at that same hostelry with the two beggars and the strolling friar?" "Yea," quoth merry Robin, laughing, "that was the night that Will Stutely must needs snatch a kiss from the stout hostess, and got a cannikin of ale emptied over his head for his pains." "Truly it was the same," said Little John, laughing also. "Methinks that was a goodly song that the strolling friar sang. Friar Tuck, thou hast a quick ear for a tune. Dost thou not remember it?" "I did have the catch of it one time," said Tuck. "Let me see." And he touched his forefinger to his forehead in thought, humming to himself and stopping ever and anon to fit what he had got to what he searched for in his mind. At last he found it all, and clearing his throat, sang merrily, "In the blossoming hedge the robin cock sings, for the sun it is merry and bright, and he joyfully hops and he flutters his wings, for his heart is all full of delight. For the May bloometh fair, and there's little of care, and plenty to eat in the Maytime rare. When the flowers all die, then off he will fly, to keep himself warm in some jolly old barn, where the snow and the wind neither chill him nor harm." And such is the life of a strolling friar, with a plenty to eat and to drink. For the good wife will keep him a seat by the fire, and the pretty girls smile at his wink. Then he lustily trolls, as onward he strolls, a rollicking song for the saving of souls. When the wind doth blow with the coming of snow, there's a place by the fire for the fatherly friar, and a crab in the bowl for his heart's desire. Thus Friar Tuck sang in a rich and mellow voice, rolling his head from side to side in time with the music. And when he had done, all clapped their hands and shouted with laughter, for the song fitted him well. "In very sooth," quoth Little John, "it is a goodly song, and were I not a yeoman of Sherwood Forest, I had rather be a strolling friar than aught else in the world." "Yea, it is a goodly song," said Robin Hood, "but methought those two burly beggars told the merrier tales and led the merrier life. Dost thou not remember what that great black-bearded fellow told of his begging at the fair in York?" "Yea," said Little John, "but what told the friar of the harvest home in Kentshire? I hold that he led a merrier life than the other two." "Truly, for the honour of the cloth," quoth Friar Tuck, "I hold with my good gossip, Little John." Now, quoth Robin, I hold to mine own mind. But what sayest thou, Little John, to a merry adventure this fair day? Take thou a friar's gown from our chest of strange garments, and don the same. I will stop the first beggar I meet and change clothes with him. Then let us wander the country about this sweet day, and see what befalls each of us. That fitteth my mind, quoth Little John, so let us forth, say I. Thereupon Little John and Friar Tuck went to the storehouse of the band, and there chose for the yeoman the robe of a grey friar. Then they came forth again, and a mighty roar of laughter went up, for not only had the band never seen Little John in such a guise before, but the robe was too short for him by a good palm's breadth. But Little John's hands were folded in his loose sleeves, and Little John's eyes were cast upon the ground, and at his girdle hung a great long string of beads. Now Little John took up his stout staff, at the end of which hung a chubby little leathern pottle, such as palmers carry at the tips of their staves, but in it was something, I wot, more like good Malmsey than cold spring water, such as godly pilgrims carry. Then up rose Robin and took his stout staff in his hand likewise, and slipped 10 golden angels into his pouch, for no beggar's garb was among the stores of the band, so he was fain to run his chance of meeting a beggar and buying his clothes of him. So all being made ready, the two yeomen set forth on their way, striding lustily along all in the misty morning. Thus they walked down the forest path until they came to the highway, and then along the highway till it split in twain, leading on one hand to Blythe, and on the other to Gainsborough. Here the yeoman stopped. Quoth jolly Robin, Take thou the road to Gainsborough, and I will take that to Blythe. So fare thee well, holy father, and mayst thou not have cause to count thy beads in earnest ere we meet again. Good den, good beggar that is to be, quoth Little John, and mayst thou have no cause to beg for mercy ere I see thee next. So each stepped sturdily upon his way until a green hill rose between them, and the one was hid from the sight of the other. Little John walked along whistling, for no one was nigh upon all the road. In the budding hedges the little birds twittered merrily, and on either hand the green hills swept up to the sky, the great white clouds of springtime sailing slowly over their crowns in lazy flight. Up hill and down dale walked Little John, the fresh wind blowing in his face, and his robes fluttering behind him. So at last he came to a crossroad that led to Tuxford. Here he met 3 pretty lasses, each bearing a basket of eggs to market. Quoth he, Whither away, fair maids? And he stood in their path, holding his staff in front of them to stop them. Then they huddled together and nudged one another, and one presently spake up and said, We are going to the Tuxford market, holy friar, to sell our eggs. Now out upon it, quoth Little John, looking upon them with his head on one side. Surely it is a pity for such fair lasses should be forced to carry eggs to market. Let me tell you, an I had the shaping of things in this world, ye should all 3 have been clothed in the finest silks, and ride upon milk-white horses, with pages at your side, and feed upon nothing but whipped cream and strawberries, for such a life would surely befit your looks. At this speech all 3 of the pretty maids looked down, blushing and simpering. One said, La, another, Marry, maketh sport of us, and the third, Listen now to the holy man. But at the same time they looked at Little John from out the corners of their eyes. Now look at you, said Little John, I cannot see such dainty damsels as ye are carrying baskets along a high road. Let me take them mine own self, and one of you, if ye will, may carry my staff for me. Nay, said one of the lasses, but thou canst not carry 3 baskets all at one time. Yea, but I can, said Little John, and that I will show you presently. I thank the good Saint Wilfrid that he hath given me a pretty wit. Look ye now, here I take this great basket, so, here I tie my rosary around the handle, thus, and here I slip the rosary over my head and sling the basket upon my back in this wise. And Little John did according to his words, the basket hanging down behind him like a peddler's pack. Then giving his staff to one of the maids, and taking a basket upon either arm, he turned his face toward Tuxford town, and stepped forth merrily, a laughing maid on either side, and one walking ahead, carrying the staff. In this wise they journeyed along, and every one they met stopped and looked after them, laughing, for never had anybody seen such a merry sight as this tall, strapping grey friar, with robes all too short for him, laden with eggs, and tramping the road with 3 pretty lasses. For this Little John cared not a whit. But when such folks gave jesting words to him, he answered back as merrily, speech for speech. So they stepped along toward Tuxford, chatting and laughing, until they came nigh to the town. Here Little John stopped and set down the baskets, for he did not care to go into the town, lest he should perchance meet some of the sheriff's men. Alas, sweet chucks, quoth he, here I must leave you. I had not thought to come this way, but I am glad that I did so. Now, ere we part, we must drink sweet friendship. So saying, he unslung the leathern pottle from the end of his staff, and drawing the stopper therefrom, he handed it to the lass who had carried his staff, first wiping the mouth of the pottle upon his sleeve. Then each lass took a fair drink of what was within, and when it had passed all around, Little John finished what was left, so that not another drop could be squeezed from it. Then kissing each lass sweetly, he wished them all good den, and left them. But the maid stood looking after him as he walked away whistling. What a pity, quoth one, that such a stout lusty lad should be in holy orders. Marry, quoth Little John to himself as he strode along, yon was no such ill happening. St. Dunstan send me more of the like. After he had trudged along for a time, he began to wax thirsty again in the warmth of the day. He shook his leathern pottle beside his ear, but not a sound came therefrom. Then he placed it to his lips and tilted it high aloft, but not a drop was there. Little John, said he sadly to himself, shaking his head the while, woman will be thy ruin yet, if thou dost not take better care of thyself. But at last he reached the crest of a certain hill, and saw below a sweet little thatched inn lying snugly in the dale beneath him, toward which the road dipped sharply. At the sight of this a voice within him cried aloud, I give thee joy, good friend, for yonder is thy heart's delight, to wit, a sweet rest and a cup of brown beer. So he quickened his pace down the hill, and so came to the little inn, from which hung a sign with a stag's head painted upon it. In front of the door a clucking hen was scratching in the dust, with a brood of chickens about her heels. The sparrows were chattering of household affairs under the eaves, and all was so sweet and peaceful that Little John's heart laughed within him. Beside the door stood 2 stout cobs, with broad, soft-padded saddles, well fitted for easily travelling, and speaking of rich guests in the parlour. In front of the door 3 merry fellows, a tinker, a peddler, and a beggar, were seated on a bench in the sun, quaffing stout ale. I give you good den, sweet friends, quoth Little John, striding up to where they sat. Give thee good den, holy father, quoth the merry beggar with a grin. But look thee, thy gown is too short. Thou hadst best cut a piece off the top, and tack it to the bottom, so that it may be long enough. But come, sit beside us here, and take a taste of ale, if thy vows forbid thee not. Nay, quoth Little John, also grinning, the blessed Saint Dunstan hath given me a free dispensation for all indulgence in that line, and he thrust his hand into his pouch for money to pay his score. Truly, quoth the tinker, without thy looks belie thee, holy friar, the good Saint Dunstan was wise, for without such dispensation his votary is like to ha many a penance to make. Nay, take thy hand from out thy pouch, brother, for thou shalt not pay this shot. Ho, landlord, a pot of ale. So the ale was brought and given to Little John. Then blowing the froth a little way to make room for his lips, he tilted the bottom of the pot higher and higher, till it pointed to the sky, and he had to shut his eyes to keep the dazzle of the sunshine out of them. Then he took the pot away, for there was nothing in it, and heaved a full deep sigh, looking at the others with moist eyes and shaking his head solemnly. Ho, landlord, cried the peddler, bring this good fellow another pot of ale, for truly it is a credit to us all to have one among us who can empty a cannikin so lustily. So they talked among themselves merrily, until after a while quoth Little John, Who rideth those 2 nags yonder? 2 holy men like thee, brother, quoth the beggar. They are now having a goodly feast within, for I smelled the steam of a potted pullet just now. The landlady saith they come from Fountain Abbey in Yorkshire, and go to Lincoln on other matters. "They are a merry couple," said the tinker, "for one is as lean as an old wife's spindle, and the other as fat as a suet pudding." "Talking of fatness," said the pedlar, "thou thyself lookest none too ill fed, holy friar." "Nay, truly," said Little John, "thou seest in me what the holy Saint Dunstan can do for them that serve him upon a handful of parched peas and a trickle of cold water." At this a great shout of laughter went up. "Truly it is a wondrous thing," quoth the beggar. "I would have made my vow to see the masterly manner in which thou didst tuck away yon pot of ale, that thou hast not tasted clear water for a brace of months. Has not this same holy Saint Dunstan taught thee a goodly song or two?" "Why, as for that," quoth Little John, grinning, "mayhap he hath lent me aid to learn a ditty or so." "Then prithee let us hear how he hath taught thee," quoth the tinker. At this Little John cleared his throat, and after a word or two about certain hoarseness that troubled him, sang thus: "Ah, pretty, pretty maid, whither dost thou go? I prithee, wait for thy lover also, and we'll gather the rose as it sweetly blows, for the merry, merry winds are blowing." Now it seemed as though Little John's songs were never to get sung, for he got no farther than this when the door of the inn opened, and out came the two brothers of Fountain Abbey, the landlord following them, and, as the saying is, washing his hands with humble soap. But when the brothers of Fountain Abbey saw who it was that sang, and how he was clad in the robes of a grey friar, they suddenly stopped, and fat little brother drawing his heavy eyebrows together in a mighty frown, and the thin brother twisting up his face as though he had sour beer in his mouth. Then, as Little John gathered his voice for a new verse, "How now?" roared forth the fat brother, his voice coming from him like loud thunder from a little cloud. "Thou naughty fellow, is this a fit place for one in thy garb to tipple and sing profane songs?" "Nay," quoth Little John, "sin' I can't tipple and sing, like your worship's reverence, in such a goodly place as Fountain Abbey, I must e'en tipple and sing where I can." "Now out upon thee!" cried the tall, lean brother in a harsh voice. "Now out upon thee, that thou shouldst so disgrace thy cloth by this talk and bearing." "Marry, come up," quoth Little John. "Disgrace, sayest thou? Methinks it is more disgrace for one of our garb to wring hard-earned farthings out of the grip of poor, lean peasants. Is it not so, brother?" At this the tinker, the pedlar, and the beggar nudged one another, and all grinned, and the friars scowled blackly at Little John. But they could think of nothing further to say, so they turned to their horses. Then Little John arose of a sudden from the bench where he sat, and ran to where the brothers of Fountain Abbey were mounting. Quoth he, "Let me hold your horses' bridles for you. Truly your words have smitten my sinful heart, so that I will abide no longer in this den of evil, but will go forward with you. No vile temptation, I wot, will fall upon me in such holy company." "Nay, fellow," said the lean brother harshly, for he saw that Little John made sport of them, "we want none of thy company, so get thee gone." "Alas," quoth Little John, "I am truly sorry that ye like me not, nor my company. But as for leaving you, it may not be, for my heart is so moved that willy-nilly I must go with you for the sake of your holy company." Now at this talk all the good fellows on the bench grinned till their teeth glistened, and even the landlord could not forbear to smile. As for the friars, they looked at one another with a puzzled look, and knew not what to do in the matter. They were so proud that it made them feel sick with shame to think of riding along the high road with a strolling friar, in robes all too short for him, running beside them. But yet they could not make Little John stay against his will, for they knew he would crack the bones of them both of them in a twinkling were he so minded. Then up spake the fat brother more mildly than he had done before. "Nay, good brother," said he, "we will ride fast, and thou wilt tire to death at the pace." "Truly I am grateful to thee for the thought of me," quoth Little John, "but have no fear, brother, my limbs are stout, I could run like a hare from here to Gainsborough." At these words a sound of laughing came from the bench, whereat the lean brother's wrath boiled over, like water into the fire, with great fuss and noise. "Now out upon thee, thou naughty fellow!" he cried. "Art thou not ashamed to bring disgrace so upon our cloth? Bide thee here, thou sot, with these porkers. Thou art not fit company for us." "La, ye there now," quoth Little John. "Thou hearest, landlord. Thou art not fit company for these holy men. Go back to thine alehouse." Nay, if these most holy brothers of mine do but give me the word, I'll beat thy head with this stout staff till it is soft as whipped eggs." At these words a great shout of laughter went up from those on the bench, and the landlord's face grew red as a cherry from smothering his laugh in his stomach, but he kept his merriment down, for he wished not to bring the ill will of the brothers of Fountain Abbey upon him by unseemly mirth. So the two brethren, as they could do naught else, having mounted their nags, turned their noses toward Lincoln, and rode away. "I cannot stay longer, sweet friends," quoth Little John, as he pushed in betwixt the two cobs. "Therefore I wish you good den. Off we go, we three." So saying, he swung his stout staff over his shoulder and trudged off, measuring his pace with that of the two nags. The two brothers glowered at Little John when he so pushed himself betwixt them. Then they drew as far away from him as they could, so that the yeoman walked in the middle of the road, while they rode on the footpath on either side of the way. As they so went away, the tinker, the peddler, and the beggar ran skipping out into the middle of the highway, each with a pot in his hand, and looked after them laughing. While they were in sight of those at the inn, the brothers walked their horses soberly, not caring to make ill matters worse by seeming to run away from Little John, for they could not think but how it would sound in folks' ears when they heard how the brethren of Fountain Abbey scampered away from a strolling friar like the ugly one, when the blessed Saint Dunstan loosed his nose from the red-hot tongs where he had held it fast. But when they had crossed the crest of the hill, and the inn was lost to sight, quoth the fat brother to the thin brother, "Brother Ambrose, had we not better mend our pace?" "Why, truly, gossip," spoke Little John, "methinks it would be well to boil our pot a little faster, for the day is passing on. So it will not jolt thy fat too much. Onward, say I." At this the two friars said nothing, but they glared again on Little John with baleful looks. Then without another word they clucked to their horses, and both broke into a canter. So they galloped for a mile and more, and Little John ran betwixt them as lightly as a stag, and never turned a hair with the running. At last the fat brother drew his horse's rein with a groan, for he could stand the shaking no longer. "Alas," said Little John, with not so much as a catch in his breath, "I did sadly fear that the roughness of this pace would shake thy poor old fat paunch." To this the fat friar never said a word, but he stared straight before him, and he gnawed his nether lip. And now they travelled forward more quietly, Little John in the middle of the road, whistling merrily to himself, and the two friars in the footpath on either side, saying never a word. Then presently they met three merry minstrels, all clad in red, who stared amain to see a grey friar with such short robes walking in the middle of the road, and two brothers with heads bowed with shame riding upon richly caparisoned cobs on the footpath. When they had come nearer to the minstrels, Little John waved his staff like an usher, clearing the way. "Make way!" he cried in a loud voice. Make way, for here we go, we three." Then how the minstrels stared, and how they laughed! But the fat friar shook as with an ague, and the lean friar bowed his head over his horse's neck. Then next they met two noble knights in rich array, with hawk on wrist, and likewise two fair ladies clad in silks and velvets, all a-riding on noble steeds. These all made room staring as Little John and the two friars came along the road. To them Little John bowed humbly. "Give you greetings, lords and ladies," said he, "but here we go, we three." Then all laughed, and one of the fair ladies cried out, "What three meanest thou, merry friend?" Little John looked over his shoulder, for they had now passed each other, and he called back, "Big Jack, Lean Jack, and Fat Jack Pudding." At this the fat friar gave a groan, and seemed as if he were like to fall from his saddle for shame. The other brother said nothing, but he looked before him with a grim and stony look. Just ahead of them the road took a sudden turn around a high hedge, and some 20 paces beyond the bend another road crossed the one they were riding upon. When they had come to the cross-road and were well away from those they had left, the lean friar drew rein suddenly. "Look ye, fellow," quoth he in a voice quivering with rage, "we have had enough of thy vile company, and care no longer to be made sport of. Go thy way, and let us go ours in peace." "La there now," quoth Little John, "methought we were such a merry company, and here thou dost blaze up like fat in the pan. But truly, I ha' had enow of you today, though I can ill spare your company. I know ye will miss me, but gin ye want me again, whisper to Goodman Wind, and he will bring news thereof to me. But ye see I am a poor man, and ye are rich. I pray you give me a penny or two to buy me bread and cheese at the next inn." "We have no money, fellow," said the lean friar harshly. "Come, brother Thomas, let us forward." But Little John caught the horses by the bridle reins, one in either hand. "Ha' ye in truth no money about you whatsoever?" said he. "Now I pray you, brothers, for charity's sake, give me somewhat to buy a crust of bread, even though it be only a penny." "I tell thee, fellow, we have no money," thundered the fat little friar with the great voice. "Ha' ye in holy truth no money?" asked Little John. "Not a farthing," said the lean friar sourly. "Not a groat," said the fat friar loudly. "Nay," quoth Little John, "this must not be. Far be it from me to see such holy men as ye are depart from me with no money. Get both of you down straightway from off your horses, and we will kneel here in the middle of the crossroads and pray the blessed Saint Dunstan to send us some money to carry us on our journey." "What sayest thou, thou limb of evil?" cried the lean friar, fairly gnashing his teeth with rage. "Dost thou bid me, the high cellarer of Fountain Abbey, to get down from my horse and kneel in the dirty road to pray to some beggarly Saxon saint?" "Now," quoth Little John, "I ha' a great part of my mind to crack thy head for speaking thus of the good Saint Dunstan. But get down straightway, for my patience will not last much longer, and I may forget that ye are both in holy orders." So saying, he twirled his stout staff till it whistled again. At this speech both friars grew as pale as dough. Down slipped the fat brother from off his horse on one side, and down slipped the lean brother on the other. "Now, brothers, down on your knees and pray," said Little John. Thereupon, putting his heavy hands upon the shoulders of each, he forced them to their knees, he kneeling also. Then Little John began to beseech Saint Dunstan for money, which he did in a great loud voice. After he had so besought the saint for a time, he bade the friars feel in their pouches and see if the saint had sent them anything. So each put his hand slowly in the pouch that hung beside him, but brought nothing thence. "Ha!" quoth Little John, "have your prayers so little virtue? Then let us at it again." Then straightway he began calling on Saint Dunstan again, somewhat in this wise: "O gracious Saint Dunstan, send some money straightway to these poor folk, lest the fat one waste away and grow as lean as the lean one, and the lean one waste away to nothing at all ere they get to Lincoln town. But send them only 10 shillings apiece, lest they grow puffed up with pride. Any more than that thou sendest, send to me. Now," quoth he, rising, "let us see what each man hath." Then he thrust his hand into his pouch, and drew thenceforth 4 golden angels. "What have ye, brothers?" said he. And once again each friar slowly thrust his hand into his pouch, and once again brought it out with nothing in it. "Have ye nothing?" quoth Little John. "Nay, I warrant there is somewhat that hath crept into the seams of your pouches, and so ye ha' missed it. Let me look." So he went first to the lean friar, and thrusting his hand into the pouch, he drew forth a leathern bag, and counted therefrom 110 pounds of golden money. "I thought," quoth Little John, "that thou hadst missed, in some odd corner of thy pouch, the money that the blessed saint had sent thee. And now let me see whether thou hast not some also, brother." Thereupon he thrust his hand into the pouch of the fat friar, and drew thence a bag like the other, and counted out from it 60 pounds. "Look ye now," quoth he, "I knew the good saint had sent thee some pittance that thou alst had missed." Then giving them 1 pound between them, he slipped the rest of the money into his own pouch, saying, "Ye pledged me your holy word that ye had no money. Being holy men, I trust that ye would not belie your word so pledged. Therefore I know the good Saint Dunstan hath sent this in answer to my prayers. But as I only prayed for 10 shillings to be sent to each of you, all over and above that belongeth by rights to me, and so I take it. I give you good den, brothers, and may ye have a pleasant journey henceforth." So saying, he turned and left them, striding away. The friars looked at one another with a woeful look, and slowly and sadly they mounted their horses again, and rode away with never a word. But Little John turned his footsteps back again to Sherwood Forest, and merrily he whistled as he strode along. And now we will see what befell Robin Hood in his adventure as beggar. End of Chapter 16. Little John turns barefoot friar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 17. Robin Hood Turns Beggar. After jolly Robin had left Little John at the forking of the roads, he walked merrily onward in the mellow sunshine that shone about him. Ever and anon he would skip and leap, or sing a snatch of song, for pure joyousness of the day, for because of the sweetness of the springtide his heart was as lusty within him as that of a colt newly turned out to grass. Sometimes he would walk a long distance, gazing aloft at the great white swelling clouds that moved slowly across the deep blue sky. Anon he would stop and drink in the fullness of life and of all things. For the hedgerows were budding tenderly, and the grass of the meadows was waxing long and green. Again he would stand still and listen to the pretty song of the little birds in the thickets, or hearken to the clear crow of the cock daring the sky to rain, whereat he would laugh, for it took but little to tickle Robin's heart into merriment. So he trudged manfully along, ever willing to stop for this reason or for that, and ever ready to chat with such merry lasses as he met now and then. So the morning slipped along, but yet he met no beggar with whom he could change clothes. Quoth he, "If I do not change my luck in haste, I am like to have an empty day for it is well nigh half gone already, and although I have had a merry walk through the countryside, I know naught of a beggar's life." Then after a while he began to grow hungry, whereupon his mind turned from thoughts of springtime and flowers and birds, and dwelled upon boiled capons, malmsey, white bread, and the like, with great tenderness. Quoth he to himself, "I would I had Willie Winkin's wishing coat. I know right well what I should wish for, and this it should be." Here he marked upon the fingers of his left hand, with the forefinger of his right hand, those things which he wished for. Firstly, I would have a sweet brown pie of tender larks, mark ye, not dry cooked, but with a good sop of gravy to moisten it withal. Next, I would have a pretty pullet, fairly boiled, with tender pigeons' eggs, cunningly sliced, garnishing the platter around. With these I would have a long, slim loaf of wheaten bread that hath been baked upon the hearth. It should be warm from the fire, with glossy brown crust, the colour of the hair of mine own maid Marian, and this same crust should be as crisp and brittle as the thin white ice that lies across the furrows in the early winter's morning. These will do for the more solid things, but with these I must have 3 potties, fat and round, one full of malmsey, one of canary, and one brimming full of mine own dear lusty sack. Thus spoke Robin to himself, his mouth growing moist at the corners with the thoughts of the good things he had raised in his own mind. So talking to himself, he came to where the dusty road turned sharply around the hedge, all tender with the green of the coming leaf, and there he saw before him a stout fellow sitting upon a stile, swinging his legs in idleness. All about this lusty rogue dangled divers pouches and bags of different sizes and kinds, a dozen or more, with great wide gaping mouths like a brood of hungry daws. His coat was gathered in at his waist, and was patched with as many colours as there are stripes upon a maypole in the springtide. On his head he wore a great tall leathern cap, and across his knees rested a stout quarterstaff of blackthorn, full as long and heavy as Robin's. As jolly a beggar was he as ever trod the lanes and byways of Nottinghamshire, for his eyes were as grey as slate, and snapped and twinkled and danced with merriment, and his black hair curled close all over his head in little rings of kinkiness. "Halloa, good fellow," quoth Robin, when he had come nigh to the other. "What art thou doing here this merry day, when the flowers are peeping and the buds are swelling?" Then the other winked one eye, and straightway trolled forth in a merry voice, "I sit upon the stile, and I sing a little while, as I wait for my own true dear-o. For the sun is shining bright, and the leaves are dancing light, and the little fowl sings she is near-o." And so it is with me, bully boy, saving that my doxy cometh not." "Now that is a right sweet song," quoth Robin, "and were I in the right mind to listen to thee, I could bear well to hear more. But I have two things of seriousness to ask of thee, so listen, I prithee." At this the jolly beggar cocked his head on one side, like a rogue of a magpie. Quoth he, "I am an ill jug to pour heavy things into, good friend, and if I mistake not, thou hast few serious words to spare at any time." "Nay," quoth jolly Robin, "what I would say first is the most serious of all thoughts to me, to wit, where shall I get somewhat to drink and eat?" "Sayest thou so?" quoth the beggar. "Marry, I make no such serious thoughts upon the matter. I eat when I can get it, and munch my crust when I can get no crumb. Likewise, when there is no ale to be had, I wash the dust from out my throat with a trickle of cold water. I was sitting here as thou camest upon me, bethinking myself whether I should break my fast or no. I do love to let my hunger grow mightily keen ere I eat, for then a dry crust is as good to me as a venison pasty with suet and raisins is to stout King Harry. I have a sharp hunger upon me now, but methinks in a short while it will ripen to a right mellow appetite." "Now, in good sooth," quoth merry Robin, laughing, "thou hast a quaint tongue betwixt thy teeth, but thou hast truly naught but a dry crust about thee. Methinks thy bags and pouches are fat and lusty of such thin fare." "Why, mayhap there is some other cold fare therein," said the beggar shyly. "And hast thou naught to drink but cold water?" asked Robin. "Never so much as a drop," quoth the beggar. "Over beyond yon clump of trees is as sweet a little inn as ever thou hast lifted eyelid upon, but I go not thither, for they have a nasty way with me. Once, when the good Prior of Emmet was dining there, the landlady set a dear little tart of stewed crabs and barley sugar upon the window sill to cool, and seeing it there and fearing it might be lost, I took it with me till that I could find the owner thereof. Ever since then they have acted very ill toward me, yet truth bids me say that they have the best ale there that ever rolled over my tongue." At this Robin laughed aloud. "Marry," quoth he, "they did ill toward thee for thy kindness. But tell me truly, what hast thou in thy pouches?" "Why," quoth the beggar, peeping into the mouths of his bags, "I find here a goodly piece of pigeon pie, wrapped in a cabbage leaf to hold the gravy. Here I behold a dainty streaked piece of brawn, and here a fair lump of white bread. Here I find 4 oaten cakes and a cold knuckle of ham. Ha! In sooth, 'tis strange, but here I behold 6 eggs that must have come by accident from some poultry yard hereabouts. They are raw, but roasted upon the coals and spread with a piece of butter that I see." "Peace, good friend," cried Robin, holding up his hand. "Thou makest my poor stomach quake with joy for what thou tellest me so sweetly. If thou wilt give me to eat, I will straightway hie me to that little inn didst tell of but now, and will bring a skin of ale for thy drinking and mine." "Friend, thou hast said enough," said the beggar, getting down from the stile. "I will feast thee with the best that I have, and bless Saint Cedric for thy company. But, sweet chuck, I prithee bring 3 quarts of ale at least, 1 for thy drinking and 2 for mine, for my thirst is such that methinks I can drink ale as the sands of the River Dee drink salt water." So Robin straightway left the beggar, who, upon his part, went to a budding lime bush back of the hedge, and there spread his feast upon the grass and roasted his eggs upon a little faggot fire with a deftness gained by long labor in that line. After a while back came Robin bearing a goodly skin of ale upon his shoulder, which he laid upon the grass. Then looking upon the feast spread upon the ground, and a fair sight it was to look upon, he slowly rubbed his hand over his stomach, for to his hungry eyes it seemed the fairest sight that he had beheld in all his life. "Friend," said the beggar, "let me feel the weight of that skin." "Yea, truly," quoth Robin, "help thyself, sweet chuck, and meantime let me see thy pigeon pie is fresh or no." So the one seized upon the ale, and the other upon the pigeon pie, and nothing was heard for a while but the munching of food and the gurgle of ale as it left the skin. At last, after a long time had passed thus, Robin pushed the food from him and heaved a great sigh of deep content, for he felt as though he had been made all over anew. "And now, good friend," quoth he, leaning upon one elbow, "I would have at thee about that other matter of seriousness of which I spoke not long since." How? Said the beggar reproachfully. Thou wouldst surely not talk of things appertaining to serious affairs upon such ale as this. Nay, quoth Robin, laughing, I would not check thy thirst, sweet friend. Drink while I talk to thee. Thus it is. I would have thee know that I have taken a liking to thy craft, and would fain have a taste of a beggar's life mine own self. Said the beggar, I marvel not that thou hast taken a liking to my manner of life, good fellow, but to like and to do are two matters of different sorts. I tell thee, friend, one must serve a long apprenticeship ere one can learn to be even so much as a clapper dudgeon, much less a crank or an Abraham man. I tell thee, lad, thou art too old to enter upon that which it may take thee years to catch the hang of. Mayhap that may be so, quoth Robin, for I bring to mind that Gaffer Swanthold saying, Jack Shoemaker maketh ill bread, Tom Baker maketh ill shoon. Nevertheless, I have a mind to taste a beggar's life, and need but the clothing to be as good as any. I tell thee, fellow, said the beggar, if thou wert clad as sweetly as good Saint Winton, the patron of our craft, thou wouldst never make a beggar. Marry, the first jolly traveller that thou wouldst meet would beat thee to a pudding for thrusting thy nose into a craft that belongeth not to thee. Nevertheless, quoth Robin, I would have a try at it, and methinks I shall change clothes with thee, for thy garb seems to be pretty, not to say gay. So not only will I change clothes, but I will give thee 2 golden angels to boot. I have brought my stout staff with me, thinking that I might have to rap some one of the brethren of thy cloth over the head by way of argument in this matter, but I love thee so much for the feast thou hast given me that I would not lift even my little finger against thee, so thou needst not have a crumb of fear. To this the beggar listened with his knuckles resting upon his hips. And when Robin had ended, he cocked his head on one side and thrust his tongue into his cheek. Marry, come up, quoth he at last, lift thy finger against me, forsooth. Art thou out of thy wits, man? My name is Raccoon Hazel, and I come from the Holy Well in Flintshire, over by the River Dee. I tell thee, knave, I have cracked the head of many a better man than thou art, and even now I would scald thy crown for thee but for the ale thou hast given me. Now thou shalt not have so much as one tag rag of my coat, even could it save thee from hanging. Now, fellow, said Robin, it would ill suit me to spoil thy pretty head for thee, but I tell thee plainly that but for this feast I would do that to thee would stop thy travelling the country for many a day to come. Keep thy lips shut, lad, or thy luck will tumble out thy mouth with thy speech. Now out, and alas for thee, man, for thou hast bred thyself ill this day, cried the beggar, rising and taking up his staff. Take up thy club and defend thyself, fellow, for I will not only beat thee, but I will take from thee thy money, and give thee not so much as a clipped groat to buy thyself a lump of goose grease to rub thy cracked crown withal. So defend thyself, I say. Then up leaped merry Robin, and snatched up his staff also. Take my money if thou canst, quoth he. I promise freely to give thee every farthing if thou dost touch me. And he twirled his staff in his fingers till it whistled again. Then the beggar swung his staff also, and struck a mighty blow at Robin, which the yeoman turned. 3 blows the beggar struck, yet never one touched so much as a hair of Robin's head. Then stout Robin saw his chance, and ere he could count 3, Raccoon's staff was over the hedge, and Raccoon himself lay upon the green grass with no more motion than you could find in an empty pudding-bag. How now, quoth merry Robin, laughing, wilt thou have my hide or my money, sweet chuck? But to this the other answered never a word. Then Robin, seeing his plight, and that he was stunned with the blow, ran, still laughing, and brought the skin of ale and poured some of it on the beggar's head and some down his throat, so that presently he opened his eyes and looked around as though wondering why he lay upon his back. Then Robin, seeing that he had somewhat gathered the wits that had just been rapped out of his head, said, Now, good fellow, wilt thou change clothes with me, or shall I have to tap thee again? Here are 2 golden angels, if thou wilt give me freely all thy rags and bags and thy cap and things. If thou givest them not freely, I much fear me I shall have to— and he looked up and down his staff. Then Raccoon sat up and rubbed the bump on his crown. Now out upon it, quoth he. I did think to drub thee sweetly, fellow. I know not how it is, but I seem, as it were, to have brought more beer than I can drink. If I must give up my clothes, I must. But first promise me by thy word as a true yeoman, that thou wilt take naught from me but my clothes." "I promise on the word of a true yeoman," quoth Robin, thinking that the fellow had a few pennies that he would save. Thereupon the beggar drew a little knife that hung at his side, and ripping up the lining of his coat, drew thence 10 bright golden pounds, which he laid upon the ground beside him, with a cunning wink at Robin. "Now thou mayest have my clothes and welcome," said he, "and thou mightest have had them in exchange for thine, without the cost of a single farthing, far less 2 golden angels." "Marry," quoth Robin, laughing, "thou art a sly fellow, and I'll tell thee truly, had I known thou had so much money by thee, maybe thou mightst not have carried it away, for I warrant thou didst not come honestly by it." Then each stripped off his clothes and put on those of the other, and as lusty a beggar was Robin Hood as e'er you could find of a summer's day. But stout Raccoon of Holywell skipped and leaped and danced for joy of the fair suit of Lincoln green that he had so gotten. Quoth he, "I'm a gay feathered bird now. Truly, my dear Moll Peascod would never know me in this dress. Thou mayest keep the cold pieces of the feast, friend, for I mean to live well and lustily while my money lasts and my clothes are gay." So he turned and left Robin, and crossing the stile was gone. But Robin heard him singing from beyond the hedge as he strode away. For Polly is smiling and Molly is glad when the beggar comes in at the door, and Jack and Dick call him a fine lusty lad, and the hostess runs up a great score. Then hey Willy Waddykin, stay Billy Waddykin, let the brown ale flow free, flow free. That's the beggar the man for me. Robin listened till the song ended in the distance. Then he also crossed the stile into the road, but turned his toes away from where the beggar had gone. The road led up a gentle hill, and up the hill Robin walked, a half-score or more of bags dangling about his legs. Onward he strolled for a long time, but other adventure he found not. The road was bare of all else but himself, as he went kicking up little clouds of dust at each footstep. For it was noontide, the most peaceful time of all the day, next to twilight. All the earth was silent in the restfulness of eating time. The plough horses stood in the furrow munching, with great bags over their noses holding sweet food. The ploughman sat under the hedge, and the ploughboy also, and they too were munching, each one holding a great piece of bread in one fist, and a great piece of cheese in the other. So Robin, with all the empty road to himself, strode along whistling merrily, his bags and pouches bobbing and dangling at his thighs. At last he came to where a little grass-grown path left the road, and passing through a stile and down a hill, led into a little dell, and on across a rill in the valley, and up the hill on the other side, till it reached a windmill that stood on the cap of the rise, where the wind bent the trees in swaying motion. Robin looked at the spot and liked it, and for no reason but that his fancy led him. He took the little path and walked down the grassy sunny slope of the open meadow, and so came to the little dingle, and ere he knew it, upon 4 lusty fellows that sat with legs outstretched around a goodly feast spread upon the ground. 4 merry beggars were they, and each had slung about his neck a little board that rested upon his breast. One board had written upon it, "I am blind," another, "I am deaf," another, "I am dumb," and the fourth, "Pity the lame one." But although all these troubles written upon the boards seemed so grievous, the 4 stout fellows sat around feasting as merrily as though Cain's wife had never opened the pottle that held misfortunes and let them forth like a cloud of flies to pester us. The deaf man was the first to hear Robin, for he said, "Hark, brothers, I hear someone coming." And the blind man was the first to see him, for he said, "He is an honest man, brothers, and one of like craft to ourselves." Then the dumb man called to him in a great voice and said, "Welcome, brother, come and sit while there is still some of the feast left and a little malmsey in the pottle." At this the lame man, who had taken off his wooden leg and unstrapped his own leg, and was sitting with it stretched out upon the grass so as to rest it, made room for Robin among them. "We are glad to see thee, brother," said he, holding out the flask of malmsey. "Marry," quoth Robin, laughing and weighing the flask in his hands ere he drank, "methinks it is no more than seemly of all of you to be glad to see me, seeing that I bring sight to the blind, speech to the dumb, hearing to the deaf, and such a lusty leg to a lame man. I drink to your happiness, brothers, as I may not drink to your health, seeing ye are already hale, wind, and limb." At this all grinned, and the blind beggar, who was the chief man among them, and was the broadest shoulders, and most lusty rascal of all, smote Robin upon the shoulder, swearing he was a right merry wag. "Whence comest thou, lad?" asked the dumb man. "Why," quoth Robin, "I came this morning from sleeping overnight in Sherwood." "Is it even so?" said the deaf man. "I would not for all the money we four are carrying to Lincoln town sleep one night in Sherwood. If Robin Hood caught one of our trade in his woodlands, he would, methinks, clip his ears." "Methinks he would too," quoth Robin, laughing. "But what money is this that ye speak of?" Then up spake the lame man. "Our king, Peter of York," said he, "hath sent us to Lincoln with those moneys that—" "Stay, brother Hodge," quoth the blind man, breaking into the talk. "I would not doubt our brother here, but bear in mind we know him not. What art thou, brother? Upright man, jerkman, clapper dungeon, domerer, or Abraham man?" At these words Robin looked from one man to the other with mouth agape. "Truly," quoth he, "I trust that I am an upright man, at least, I strive to be. But I know not what thou meanest by such jargon, brother. It were much more seemly, methinks, if yon dumb man, who hath a strait voice, would give us a song." At these words a silence fell on all, and after a while the blind man spoke again. Quoth he, "Thou dost surely jest when thou sayest that thou dost not understand such words. Answer me this: hast thou ever fibbed a chouse quarrons in the rome pad for the lure in his bung?" "Now out upon it," quoth Robin Hood testily. "An ye make sport of me by pattering such gibberish, it will be ill for all of you, I can tell. I have the best part of a mind to crack the heads of all four of you, and would do so too, but for the sweet Malmsey ye have given me. Brother, pass the pottle, lest it grow cold." But all the four beggars leaped to their feet when Robin had done speaking, and the blind man snatched up a heavy knotted cudgel that lay beside him on the grass, as did the others likewise. Then Robin, seeing that things were like to go ill with him, albeit he knew not what all the coil was about, leaped to his feet also, and catching up his trusty staff, clapped his back against the tree, and stood upon his guard against them. "How now," cried he, twirling his staff betwixt his fingers, "would you four stout fellows set upon one man? Stand back, ye rascals, or I will score your pates till they have had as many marks upon them as a pothouse door. Are ye mad? I have done you no harm." "Thou liest," quoth the one who pretended to be blind, and who, being the lustiest villain, was the leader of the others. "Thou liest, for thou hast come upon us as a vile spy. But thine ears have heard too much for thy body's good, and thou goest not forth from this place unless thou goest feet foremost, for this day thou shalt die. Come, brothers, all together, down with him." Then whirling up his cudgel he rushed upon Robin as an angry bull rushes with a red rag. But Robin was ready for any happening. Crick! Crack! He struck two blows as quick as a wink, and down went the blind man, rolling over and over upon the grass. At this the others bore back and stood at a little distance, scowling upon Robin. "Come on, ye scum," cried he merrily. "Here be cakes and ale for all. Now who will be next served?" To this speech the beggars answered never a word, but they looked at Robin as great Blunderbore looked upon stout Jack the Slayer of Giants, as though they would fain eat him, body and bones. Nevertheless, they did not care to come nigher to him and to his terrible staff. Then, seeing them so hesitate, Robin of a sudden leaped upon them, striking even as he leaped. Down went the dumb man, and away flew his cudgel from his hand as he fell. At this the others ducked to avoid another blow, then taking to their heels scampered, the one way and the other, as though they had the west wind's boots upon their feet. Robin looked after them laughing, and thought that never had he seen so fleet a runner as the lame man. But neither of the beggars stopped nor turned around, for each felt in his mind the wind of Robin's cudgel about his ears. Then Robin turned to the two stout knaves lying upon the ground. Quoth he, "These fellows spake somewhat about certain moneys they were taking to Lincoln. Methinks I may find it upon this stout blind fellow, who hath as keen sight as e'er a trained woodsman in Nottingham or Yorkshire. It were a pity to let sound money stay in the pockets of such thieving knaves." So saying, he stooped over the burly rascal and searched among his rags and tatters, till presently his fingers felt a leathern pouch slung around his body beneath his patched and tattered coat. Then he stripped away, and weighing it in his hands, bethought himself that it was mighty heavy. "It were a sweet thing," said he to himself, "if this were filled with gold instead of copper pence. Then sitting down upon the grass, he opened the pocket and looked into it. There he found 4 round rolls wrapped up in dressed sheepskin. One of these rolls he opened, then his mouth gaped and his eyes stared, I wot, as though they would never close again. For what did he see but 50 pounds of bright golden money? He opened the other pockets and found in each one the same 50 bright, new-stamped golden pounds. Quoth Robin, I have oft heard that the Beggars' Guild was overly rich, but never did I think that they sent such sums as this to their treasury. I shall take it with me, for it will be better used for charity and the good of my merry band than in the enriching of such knaves as these. So saying, he rolled up the money in the sheepskin again, and putting it back in the purse, he thrust the pouch into his own bosom. Then taking up the flask of Malmsey, he held it toward the 2 fellows lying on the grass, and quoth he, Sweet friends, I drink your health, and thank you dearly for what ye have so given me this day, and so I wish you good den. Then taking up his staff, he left the spot, and went merrily on his way. But when the 2 stout beggars that had been rapped upon the head roused themselves and sat up, and when the others had gotten over their fright and come back, they were as sad and woebegone as 4 frogs in dry weather. For 2 of them had cracked crowns, their Malmsey was all gone, and they had not so much as a farthing to cross their palms withal. But after Robin left the little dell, he strode along merrily, singing as he went, and so blithe was he, and such a stout beggar, and withal so fresh and clean, that every merry lass he met had a sweet word for him, and felt no fear, while the very dogs, that most times hate the sight of a beggar, snuffed at his legs in friendly wise, and wagged their tails pleasantly. For dogs know an honest man by his smell, and an honest man Robin was, in his own way. Thus he went along till at last he had come to the wayside cross nigh Allerton, and being somewhat tired, he sat down to rest upon the grassy bank in front of it. It groweth nigh time, quoth he to himself, that I were getting back again to Sherwood, yet it would please me well to have one more merry adventure ere I go back again to my jolly band. So he looked up the road and down the road to see who might come, until at last he saw someone drawing near, riding upon a horse. When the traveller came nigh enough for him to see well, Robin laughed, for a strange enough figure he cut. He was a thin, wizened man, and to look upon him you could not tell whether he was 30 years old or 60, so dried up was he even to skin and bone. As for the nag, it was as thin as the rider, and both looked as though they had been baked in Mother Huddle's oven, where folk are dried up so that they live forever. But although Robin laughed at the droll sight, he knew the wayfarer to be a certain rich corn engrosser of Worksop, who more than once had brought all the grain in the countryside and held it till it reached even famine prices, thus making much money from the needs of poor people, and for this he was hated far and near by everyone that knew aught of him. So after a while the corn engrosser came riding up to where Robin sat, whereupon merry Robin stepped straightway forth in all his rags and tatters, his bags and pouches dangling about him, and laid his hand upon the horse's bridle rein, calling upon the other to stop. Who art thou, fellow, that doth dare to stop me thus upon the king's highway? Said the lean man in a dry, sour voice. Pity a poor beggar, quoth Robin. Give me but a farthing to buy me a piece of bread. Now out upon thee, snarled the other. Such sturdy rogues as thou art are better safe in the prisons, or dancing upon nothing, with a hempen collar about the neck, than strolling the highway so freely. Tut, quoth Robin, how thou talkest! Thou and I are brothers, man. Do we not both take from the poor people that which they can ill spare? Do we not make our livings by doing naught of any good? Do we not both live without touching palm to honest work? Have we either of us ever rubbed thumbs over honestly gained farthings? Go to. We are brothers, I say, only thou art rich and I am poor, wherefore I prithee once more, give me a penny. Dost thou prate so to me, sirrah? Cried the corn engrosser in a rage. Now I will have thee soundly whipped if ever I catch thee in any town where the law can lay hold of thee. As for giving thee a penny, I swear to thee that I have not so much as a single groat in my purse. Were Robin Hood himself to take me, he might search me from crown to heel without finding the smallest piece of money upon me. I trust I am too sly to travel so nigh to Sherwood with money in my pouch, and that thief at large in the woods. Then merry Robin looked up and down, as if to see that there was no one nigh. Then coming close to the corn engrosser, he stood on tiptoe and spake in his ear. Thinkest thou in sooth that I am a beggar, as I seem to be? Look upon me. There is not a grain of dirt upon my hands, or my face, or my body. Didst thou ever see a beggar so? I tell thee I am as honest a man as thou art. Look, friend." Here he took the purse of money from his breast, and showed to the dazzled eyes of the corn engrosser the bright golden pieces. "Friend, these rags serve but to hide an honest rich man from the eyes of Robin Hood." "Put up thy money, lad," cried the other quickly. "Art thou a fool, to trust to beggars' rags to shield thee from Robin Hood? If he caught thee he would strip thee to the skin, for he hates a lusty beggar as he doth a fat priest or those of my kind." "Is it indeed so?" quoth Robin. "Had I known this, mayhap I had not come hereabouts in this garb. But I must go forward now, as much depends upon my journeying. Where goest thou, friend?" "I go to Grantham," said the corn engrosser, "but I shall lodge tonight at Newark, if I can get so far upon my way." "Why, I myself am on the way to Newark," quoth merry Robin, "so that as two honest men are better than one in roads beset by such a fellow as this Robin Hood, I will jog along with thee, if thou hast no dislike to my company." "Why, as thou art an honest fellow and a rich fellow," said the corn engrosser, "I mind not thy company, but in sooth I have no great fondness for beggars." "Then forward," quoth Robin, "for the day wanes, and it will be dark ere we reach Newark." So off they went, the lean horse hobbling along as before, and Robin running beside, albeit he was so quaking with laughter within him that he could hardly stand. Yet he dared not laugh aloud, lest the corn engrosser should suspect something. So they travelled along till they reached a hill just on the outskirts of Sherwood. Here the lean man checked his lean horse into a walk, for the road was steep, and he wished to save the nag's strength, having far to go ere he reached Newark. Then he turned in his saddle and spake to Robin again, for the first time since they had left the cross. "Here is thy greatest danger, friend," said he, "for here we are nighest to that vile thief Robin Hood, and the place where he dwells. Beyond this we come again to the open honest country, and are more safe in our journeying." "Alas," quoth Robin, "I would that I had as little money by me as thou hast, for this day I fear that Robin Hood will get every groat of my wealth." Then the other looked at Robin and winked cunningly. Quoth he, "I tell thee, friend, that I have nigh as much by me as thou hast, but it is hidden so that never a knave in Sherwood would find it." "Thou dost surely jest," quoth Robin. "How could one hide so much as 200 pounds upon his person? Now, as thou art so honest a fellow, and withal so much younger than I am, I will tell thee what I have told to no man in all the world before, and thus thou mayest learn never again to do such a foolish thing as to trust to beggar's garb to guard thee against Robin Hood. Seest thou these clogs upon my feet?" "Yea," quoth Robin, laughing, "truly they are large enough for any man to see, even were his sight as foggy as that of Peter Patter, who never could see when it was time to go to work." "Peace, friend," said the corn engrosser, "for this is no matter for jesting. The soles of these clogs are not what they seem to be, for each one is a sweet little box, and by twisting the second nail from the toe, the upper of the shoe and part of the sole lifts up like a lid, and in the spaces within are 80 bright golden pounds in each shoe, all wrapped in hair, to keep them from clinking and so telling tales of themselves." When the corn engrosser had told this, Robin broke into a roar of laughter, and laying his hands upon the bridle rein, stopped the sad-looking nag. "Stay, good friend," quoth he between bursts of merriment. "Thou art the slyest old fox that e'er I saw in all my life. In the soles of his shoon, quotha! If ever I trust a poor seeming man again, shave my head and paint it blue. A corn factor, a horse jockey, an estate agent, and a jackdaw for cunningness, say I," and he laughed again till he shook in his shoes with mirth. All this time the corn engrosser had been staring at Robin, his mouth agape with wonder. "Art thou mad," quoth he, "to talk in this way, so loud and in such a place? Let us forward and save thy mirth till we are safe and sound at Newark." "Nay," quoth Robin, the tears of merriment wet on his cheeks. "On second thoughts I go no farther than here, for I have good friends hereabouts. Thou mayest go forward if thou dost list, thou sweet pretty fellow, but thou must go forward barefoot, for I am afraid that thy shoon must be left behind. Off with them, friend, for I tell thee I have taken a great fancy to them." At these words the corn factor grew pale as a linen napkin. "Who art thou that talkest so?" said he. Then merry Robin laughed again, and quoth he, "Men hereabouts call me Robin Hood. So, sweet friend, Thou hadst best do my bidding and give me thy shoes, wherefore hasten, I prithee, or else thou wilt not get to fair Newark town till after dark." At the sound of the name of Robin Hood, the corn factor quaked with fear, so that he had to seize his horse by the mane to save himself from falling off its back. Then straightway and without more words he stripped off his clogs and let them fall upon the road. Robin, still holding the bridle rein, stooped and picked them up. Then he said, "Sweet friend, I am used to ask those that I have dealing with to come and feast at Sherwood with me. I will not ask thee because of our pleasant journey together, for I tell thee there will be those in Sherwood that would not be so gentle with thee as I have been. The name of corn engrosser leaves a nasty taste upon the tongue of all honest men. Take a fool's advice of me, and come no more so nigh to Sherwood, or mayhap some day thou mayest of a sudden find a clothyard shaft between thy ribs. So with this I give thee good den." Hereupon he clapped his hand to the horse's flank, and off went nag and rider. But the man's face was all bedewed with the sweat of fright, and never again, I wot, was he found so close to Sherwood Forest as he had been this day. Robin stood and looked after him, and when he was fairly gone, turned, laughing, and entered the forest, carrying the shoes in his hand. That night in sweet Sherwood the red fires glowed brightly in wavering light on tree and bush, and all around sat or lay the stout fellows of the band to hear Robin Hood and Little John tell their adventures. All listened closely, and again the woods rang with shouts of laughter. When all was told, Friar Tuck spoke up. "Good master," said he, "thou hast had a pretty time, but still I hold to my saying that the life of the barefoot friar is the merrier of the two." "Nay," quoth Will Stutely, "I hold with our master that he hath had the pleasanter doings of the two, for he hath had 2 stout bouts at quarterstaff this day." So some of the band held with Robin Hood, and some with Little John. As for me, I think, but I leave it with you to say for yourselves which you hold with. End of chapter 17.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 18. Robin Hood shoots before Queen Eleanor. The high road stretched white and dusty in the hot summer afternoon sun, and the trees stood motionless along the roadside. All across the meadowlands the hot air danced and quivered, and in the limpid waters of the lowland brook, spanned by a little stone bridge, the fish hung motionless above the yellow gravel, and the dragonfly sat quite still, perched upon the sharp tip of a spike of the rushes, with its wings glistening in the sun. Along the road a youth came riding upon a fair milk-white barb, and the folk that he had passed stopped and turned and looked after him, for never had so lovely a lad or one so gaily clad been seen in Nottingham before. He could not have been more than 16 years of age, and was as fair as any maiden. His long yellow hair flowed behind him as he rode along, all clad in silk and velvet, with jewels flashing and dagger jingling against the pommel of the saddle. Thus came the Queen's page, young Richard Partington, from famous London town down into Nottinghamshire, upon her Majesty's bidding, to seek Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest. The road was hot and dusty, and his journey had been long, for that day he had come all the way from Leicester town, a good 20 miles and more. Wherefore young Partington was right glad when he saw before him a sweet little inn, all shady and cool beneath the trees, in front of the door of which a sign hung pendant, bearing the picture of a blue boar. Here he drew rein and called loudly for a pottle of Rhenish wine to be brought him, for stout country ale was too coarse a drink for this young gentleman. 5 lusty fellows sat upon the bench beneath the pleasant shade of the wide-spreading oak in front of the inn door, drinking ale and beer, and all stared amain at this fair and gallant lad. 2 of the stoutest of them were clothed in Lincoln green, and a great heavy oaken staff leaned against the gnarled oak tree trunk beside each fellow. The landlord came and brought a pottle of wine and a long narrow glass upon a salver, which he held up to the page as he sat upon his horse. Young Partington poured forth the bright yellow wine, and holding the glass aloft, cried, "Here is to the health and long happiness of my royal mistress, the noble Queen Eleanor, and may my journey and her desiring soon have end, and I find a certain stout yeoman men call Robin Hood." At these words all stared, but presently the two stout yeomen in Lincoln green began whispering together. Then one of the two, whom Partington thought to be the tallest and stoutest fellow he had ever beheld, spoke up and said, "What seekest thou of Robin Hood, Sir Page, and what does our good Queen Eleanor wish of him? I ask this of thee, not foolishly, but with reason, for I know somewhat of this stout yeoman." "And thou knowest aught of him, good fellow?" said young Partington. "Thou wilt do great service to him and great pleasure to our royal queen by aiding me to find him." Then up spake the other yeoman, who was a handsome fellow, with sunburned face and nut-brown curling hair. "Thou hast an honest look, Sir Page, and our queen is kind and true to all stout yeomen. Methinks I and my friend here might safely guide thee to Robin Hood, for we know where he may be found. Yet I tell thee plainly, we would not for all merry England have aught of harm befall him." "Set thy mind at ease, I bring naught of ill with me," quoth Richard Partington. "I bring a kind message to him from our queen. Therefore, an you know where he is to be found, I pray you to guide me hither." Then the two yeomen looked at one another again, and the tall man said, "Surely it were safe to do this thing, Will?" Whereat the other nodded. Thereupon both arose, and the tall yeoman said, "We think thou art true, Sir Page, and meanest no harm. Therefore we will guide thee to Robin Hood as thou dost wish." Then Partington paid his score, and the yeomen coming forward, they all straightway departed upon their way. Under the greenwood tree, in the cool shade that spread all around upon the sward, with flickering lights here and there, Robin Hood and many of his band lay upon the soft green grass, while Allan a Dale sang and played upon his sweetly sounding harp. All listened in silence, for young Allan's singing was one of the greatest joys in all the world to them. But as they so listened, there came of a sudden the sound of a horse's feet, and presently Little John and Will Stutely came forth from the forest path into the open glade, young Richard Partington riding between them upon his milk-white horse. The three came toward where Robin Hood sat, all the band staring with might and main, for never had they seen so gay a sight as this young page, nor one so richly clad in silks and velvets and gold and jewels. Then Robin arose and stepped forth to meet him, and Partington leaped from his horse, and doffing his cap of crimson velvet, met Robin as he came. "Now welcome," cried Robin. "Now welcome, fair youth, and tell me, I prithee, what bringest one of so fair a presence, and clad in such noble garb, to our poor forest of Sherwood?" Then young Partington said, "If I err not, thou art the famous Robin Hood, and these thy stout band of outlawed yeomen. To thee I bring greetings from our noble Queen Eleanor. Oft hath she heard thee spoken of, and thy merry doings hereabouts, and fain would she behold thy face. Therefore she bids me tell thee that if thou wilt presently come to London town, she will do all in her power to guard thee against harm, and will send thee back safe to Sherwood Forest again. 4 days hence, in Finsbury Fields, our good King Henry, of great renown, holdeth a grand shooting match, and all the most famous archers of merry England will be thereat. Our queen would fain see thee strive with these, knowing that if thou wilt come, thou wilt, with little doubt, carry off the prize. Therefore she hath sent me with this greeting, and furthermore sends thee, as a sign of great goodwill, this golden ring from off her own fair thumb, which I give herewith into thy hands." Then Robin Hood bowed his head, and taking the ring, kissed it right loyally, and then slipped it upon his little finger. quoth he. "Sooner would I lose my life than this ring, and ere it departs from me, my hand shall be cold in death or stricken off at the wrist. Fair Sir Page, I will do our Queen's bidding, and I will presently hie with thee to London. But, ere we go, I will feast thee here in the woodlands with the very best we have." "It may not be," said the page. "We have no time to tarry. Therefore get thyself ready straightway, and if there be any of thy band that thou wouldst take with thee, our Queen bids me say that she will make them right welcome likewise." "Truly thou art right," quoth Robin, "and we have but short time to stay. Therefore I will get me ready presently. I will choose 3 of my men only to go with me, and these 3 shall be Little John, my own true right-hand man, Will Scarlet, my cousin, and Allan a Dale, my minstrel. Go, lads, and get ye ready straightway, and we will presently off with all speed that we may. Come, Will Stutely, you shall be the chief of the band while I am gone." Then Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale ran leaping, full of joy, to make themselves ready, while Robin also prepared himself for the journey. After a while they all 4 came forth, and a right fair sight they made, for Robin was clad in blue from head to foot, and Little John and Will Scarlet in good Lincoln green, and as for Allan a Dale, he was dressed in scarlet from the crown of his head to the toes of his pointed shoes. Each man wore beneath his cap a little head covering of burnished steel set with rivets of gold, and underneath his jerkin a coat of linked mail, as fine as carded wool, yet so tough that no arrow could pierce it. Then, seeing all was ready, young Partington mounted his horse again, and the yeomen having shaken hands all around, the 5 departed upon their way. That night they took up their inn in Melton Mowbray, in Leicestershire, and the next night they lodged at Kettering, in Northamptonshire, and the next at Bedford Town, and the next at St. Albans, in Hertfordshire. This place they left not long after the middle of the night, and travelling fast through the tender dawning of the summer day, when the dews lay shining on the meadows and faint mist hung in the dales, when the birds sang their sweetest and the cobwebs beneath the hedges glimmered like fairy cloth of silver, they came at last to the towers and walls of famous London town, while the morn was still young and all golden toward the east. Queen Eleanor sat in her royal bower, through the open casements of which poured the sweet yellow sunshine in great floods of golden light. All about her stood her ladies in waiting, chatting in low voices, while she herself sat dreamily, where the mild air came softly drifting into the room, laden with the fresh perfumes of the sweet red roses that bloomed in the great garden beneath the wall. To her came one who said that her page, Richard Partington, and 4 stout yeomen waited her pleasure in the court below. Then Queen Eleanor rose joyously and bade them be straightway shown into her presence. Thus Robin Hood and Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale came before the Queen into her own royal bower. Then Robin kneeled before the Queen with his hands folded upon his breast, saying in simple phrase, "Here am I, Robin Hood. Thou didst bid me come, and lo, I do thy bidding. I give myself to thee as thy true servant, and will do thy commanding, even if it be to the shedding of the last drop of my life's blood." But Queen Eleanor smiled pleasantly upon him, bidding him to arise. Then she made them all be seated to rest themselves after their long journey. Rich food was brought them, and noble wines, and she had her own pages to wait upon the wants of the yeomen. At last, after they had eaten all they could, she began questioning them of their merry adventures. Then they told her all of the lusty doings herein spoken of, and among others that concerning the Bishop of Hereford and Sir Richard of the Lea, and how the bishop had abided 3 days in Sherwood Forest. At this the Queen and the ladies about her laughed again and again, for they pictured to themselves the stout bishop abiding in the forest and ranging the woods in lusty sport with Robin and his band. Then, when they had told all that they could bring to mind, the Queen asked Allan to sing to her, for his fame as a minstrel had reached even to the court at London town. So straightway Allan took up his harp in his hand, and without more asking, touched the strings lightly till they all rang sweetly. Then he sang thus: Gentle river, bright thy crystal waters flow, sliding where the aspens shiver, gliding where the lilies blow, singing over pebbled shallows, kissing blossoms bending low, breaking 'neath the dipping swallows, purpling where the breezes blow. Floating on thy breast forever, down thy current I could glide, grief and pain should reach me never, on thy bright and gentle tide. So my aching heart seeks thine love, there to find its rest and peace, for through loving bliss is mine love, and my many troubles cease. Thus Allan sang, and as he sang all eyes dwelled upon him, and not a sound broke the stillness, and even after he had done, the silence hung for a short space. So the time passed till the hour drew nigh for the holding of the great archery match in Finsbury Fields. A gay sight were fabulous Finsbury Fields on that bright and sunny morning of lusty summer-time. Along the end of the meadow stood the booths of the different bands of archers, for the king's yeomen were divided into companies of 80 men, and each company had a captain over it. So on the bright greensward stood 10 booths of striped canvas, a booth for each band of the royal archers, and at the peak of each fluttered a flag in the mellow air, and the flag was the color that belonged to the captain of each band. From the center booth hung the yellow flag of Tepus, the famous bow-bearer of the king. Next to it on one hand was the blue flag of Gilbert of the White Hand, and on the other the blood-red pennant of stout young Clifton of Buckinghamshire. The 7 other archer captains were also men of great renown. Among them were Egbert of Kent and William of Southampton, but those first named were most famous of all. The noise of many voices in talk and laughter came from within the booths, and in and out ran the attendants like ants about an ant-hill. Some bore ale and beer, and some bundles of bowstrings or sheaves of arrows. On each side of the archery range were rows upon rows of seats reaching high aloft, and in the center of the north side was a raised dais for the king and queen, shaded by canvas of gay colors, and hung about with streaming silken pennants of red and blue and green and white. As yet the king and queen had not come, but all the other benches were full of people, rising head above head high aloft, till it made the eye dizzy to look upon them. 80 yards distant from the mark from which the archers were to shoot stood 10 fair targets, each target marked by a flag of the color belonging to the band that was to shoot thereat. So all was ready for the coming of the king and queen. At last a great blast of bugles sounded, and into the meadow came riding 6 trumpeters with silver trumpets, from which hung velvet banners heavy with rich workings of silver and gold thread. Behind these came stout King Henry upon a dapple-grey stallion, with his queen beside him upon a milk-white palfrey. On either side of them walked the yeomen of the guard, the bright sunlight flashing from the polished blades of the steel halberds they carried. Behind these came the court in a great crowd, so that presently all the lawn was alive with bright colors, with silk and velvet, with waving plumes and gleaming gold, with flashing jewels and sword hilts, a gallant sight on that bright summer day. Then all the people arose and shouted, so that voices sounded like the storm upon the Cornish coast, when the dark waves run upon the shore and leap and break, surging amid the rocks. So, amid the roaring and surging of the people, and the waving of scarfs and kerchiefs, the King and Queen came to their place, and getting down from their horses, mounted the broad stairs that led to the raised platform, and there took their seats on 2 thrones bedecked with purple silks and cloths of silver and of gold. When all was quiet, a bugle sounded, and straightway the archers came marching in order from their tents. 40 score they were in all, as stalwart a band of yeomen as could be found in all the wide world. So they came in orderly fashion, and stood in front of the dais where King Henry and his queen sat. King Henry looked up and down their ranks right proudly, for his heart warmed within him at the sight of such a gallant band of yeomen. Then he bade his herald, Sir Hugh de Mowbray, stand forth and proclaim the rules governing the game. So Sir Hugh stepped to the edge of the platform, and spoke in a loud, clear voice, and thus he said, that each man should shoot 7 arrows at the target that belonged to his band, and of the 80 yeomen of each band, the 3 that shot the best should be chosen. These 3 should shoot 3 arrows apiece, and the one that shot the best should again be chosen. Then each of these should again shoot 3 arrows apiece, and the one that shot the best should have the first prize. The one that shot the next best should have the second, and the one that shot the next best should have the third prize. Each of the others should have 80 silver pennies for his shooting. The first prize was to be 20 golden pounds, a silver bugle horn inlaid with gold, and a quiver with 10 white arrows tipped with gold and feathered with a white swan's wing therein. The second prize was to be 50 of the fattest bucks that run on Dallen Lea, to be shot when the yeoman that won them chose. The third prize was to be 2 tons of good Rhenish wine. So Sir Hugh spoke, and when he had done, all the archers waved their bows aloft and shouted. Then each band turned and marched in order back to its place. And now the shooting began, the captains first taking stand and speeding their shafts, and then making room for the men who shot each in turn after them. 280 shafts were shot in all, and so deftly were they sped that when the shooting was done, each target looked like the back of a hedgehog when the farm dog snuffs at it. A long time was taken in this shooting, and when it was over, the judges came forward, looked carefully at the targets, and proclaimed in a loud voice which 3 had shot the best from the separate bands. Then a great hubbub of voices arose, each man among the crowd that looked on calling for his favorite archer. Then 10 fresh targets were brought forward, and every sound was hushed as the archers took their places once more. This time the shooting was more speedily done, for only 9 shafts were shot by each band. Not an arrow missed the targets, but in that of Gilbert of the White Hand 5 arrows were in the small white spot that marked the centre, and of these 5, 3 were sped by Gilbert. Then the judges came forward again, and looking at the targets called aloud the names of the archer chosen as the best bowman of each band. Of these Gilbert of the White Hand led, for 6 of the 10 arrows he had shot had lodged in the centre, but stout Tepus and young Clifton trod close upon his heels, yet the others stood a fair chance for the second or third place. And now, amid the roaring of the crowd, those 10 stout fellows that were left went back to their tents to rest for a while and change their bowstrings, for naught must fail at this next round. No hand must tremble or eye grow dim because of weariness. Then, while the deep buzz and hum of talking sounded all around like the noise of the wind in the leafy forest, Queen Eleanor turned to the King, and quoth she, "Thinkest thou that these yeomen so chosen are the very best archers in all merry England?" "Yea, truly," said the King, smiling, for he was well pleased with the sport that he had seen. "And I tell thee that not only are they the best archers in all merry England, but in all the wide world beside." "What wouldst thou say," quoth Queen Eleanor, "if I were to find 3 archers to match the best 3 yeomen of all thy guard?" "I would say thou hast done what I could not do," said the King, laughing. "For I tell thee there lives not in all the world 3 archers to match Tepus and Gilbert and Clifton of Buckinghamshire." "Now," said the Queen, "I know of 3 yeomen, and in truth I have seen them not long since, that I would not fear to match against any 3 that thou canst choose from among all thy 40 archers, and moreover I will match them here this very day, but I will only match them with thy archers, providing that thou wilt grant a free pardon to all that may come in my behalf." At this the King laughed loud and long. "Truly," said he, "thou art taking up with strange matters for a queen. If thou wilt bring these 3 fellows that thou speakest of, I will promise faithfully to give them free pardon for 40 days, to come or to go wheresoever they please, nor will I harm a hair of their heads in all that time. Moreover, if these that thou bringest shoot better than my yeomen, man for man, they shall have the prizes for themselves according to their shooting. But as thou hast so taken up of a sudden with sports of this kind, hast thou a mind for a wager?" "Why, in sooth," said Queen Eleanor, laughing, "I know naught of such matters, but if thou hast a mind to do somewhat in that way, I will strive to pleasure thee. What wilt thou wager upon thy men?" Then the merry King laughed again, for he dearly loved goodly jest. So he said, amidst his laughter, "I will wager 3 10 of Rhenish wine, 10 tuns of the stoutest ale, and 10 bows of tempered Spanish yew, with quivers and arrows to match." All that stood around smiled at this, for it seemed a merry wager for a king to give a queen. But Queen Eleanor bowed her head quietly. "I will take thy wager," said she, "for I know right well where to place those things that thou hast spoken of. Now, who will be on my side in this matter?" And she looked around upon them that stood about, but no one spake or cared to wager upon the Queen's side against such archers as Tepus and Gilbert and Clifton. Then the Queen spoke again. "Now who will back me in this wager? Wilt thou, my Lord Bishop of Hereford?" "Nay," quoth the bishop hastily, "it ill befits one of my cloth to deal in such matters. Moreover, there are no such archers as his Majesty's in all the world. Therefore I would but lose my money." "Methinks the thought of thy gold weigheth more heavily with thee than the wrong to thy cloth," said the Queen, smiling, and at this a ripple of laughter went around, for everyone knew how fond the bishop was of his money. Then the Queen turned to a knight who stood near, whose name was Sir Robert Lee. "Wilt thou back me in this matter?" said she. "Thou art surely rich enough to risk so much for the sake of a lady." "To pleasure my queen I will do it," said Sir Robert Lee, "but for the sake of no other in all the world would I wager a groat, for no man can stand against Tepus and Gilbert and Clifton." Then turning to the King, Queen Eleanor said, "I want no such aid as Sir Robert giveth me, but against thy wine and beer and stout bows of yew, I wager this girdle all set with jewels from around my waist, and surely that is worth more than thine." "Now I take thy wager," quoth the King. "Send for thy archers straightway. But here come forth the others. Let them shoot, and then I will match those that win against all the world." "So be it," said the Queen. Thereupon, beckoning to young Richard Partington, she whispered something in his ear, and straightway the page bowed and left the place, crossing the meadow to the other side of the range, where he was presently lost in the crowd. At this all that stood around whispered to one another, wondering what it all meant, and what 3 men the Queen was about to set against these famous archers of the King's Guard. And now the 10 archers of the King's Guard took their stand again, and all the great crowd was hushed to the stillness of death. Slowly and carefully each man shot his shafts, and so deep was the silence that you could hear every arrow rap against the target as it struck it. Then, when the last shaft had sped, a great roar went up, and the shooting, I wot, was well worthy of the sound. Once again Gilbert had lodged 3 arrows in the white. Tepus came second with 2 in the white, and 1 in the black ring next to it, but stout Clifton had gone down, and Hubert of Suffolk had taken the 3rd place, for while both of these 2 good yeomen had lodged 2 in the white, Clifton had lost 1 shot upon the 4th ring, and Hubert came in with 1 in the 3rd. All the archers around Gilbert's booth shouted for joy till their throats were hoarse, tossing their caps aloft and shaking hands with one another. In the midst of all the noise and hubbub 5 men came walking across the lawn toward the King's pavilion. The first was Richard Partington, and was known to most folk there, but the others were strange to everybody. Beside young Partington walked a yeoman clad in blue, and behind him came 3 others, 2 in Lincoln green and 1 in scarlet. This last yeoman carried 3 stout bows of yew tree, 2 fancifully inlaid with silver, and 1 with gold. While these 5 men came walking across the meadow, a messenger came running from the King's booth, and summoned Gilbert and Tepus and Hubert to go with him. And now the shouting quickly ceased, for all saw that something unwonted was toward. So the folk took up in their places, and leaned forward to see what was the ado. When Partington and the others came before the spot where the King and Queen sat, the 4 yeomen bent their knees and doffed their caps unto her. King Henry leaned far forward and stared at them closely, but the Bishop of Hereford, when he saw their faces, started as though stung by a wasp. He opened his mouth as though about to speak, but looking up, he saw the Queen gazing at him with a smile upon her lips, so he said nothing, but bit his nether lip, while his face was as red as a cherry. Then the Queen leaned forward and spake in a clear voice. "Locksley," said she, "I have made a wager with the King that thou and 2 of thy men can outshoot any 3 that he can send against you. Wilt thou do my best for my sake?" "Yea," quoth Robin Hood, to whom she spake, "I will do my best for thy sake, and if I fail, I make my vow never to finger bowstring more." Now, although Little John had been somewhat abashed in the Queen's bower, he felt himself the sturdy fellow he was when the soles of his feet pressed green grass again. So he said boldly, "Now, blessings on thy sweet face, say I, and there lived a man that would not do his best for thee, I will say naught, but only I would like to have a cracking of his knave's pate." "Peace, Little John," said Robin Hood hastily in a low voice. But good Queen Eleanor laughed aloud, and a ripple of merriment sounded all over the booth. The Bishop of Hereford did not laugh, neither did the King, but he turned to the Queen, and quoth he, "Who are these men who thou hast brought before us?" Then up spake the Bishop hastily, for he could hold his peace no longer. "Your Majesty," quoth he, "yon fellow in blue is a certain outlaw thief of the mid-country, named Robin Hood. Yon tall strapping villain go by the name of Little John, and the other fellow in green is a certain backsliding gentleman known as Will Scarlet. The man in red is a rogue of a northern minstrel named Allan a Dale." At the speech the King's brows drew together blackly, and he turned to the Queen. "Is this true?" said he sternly. "Yea," said the Queen, smiling. "The Bishop hath told the truth, and truly he should know them well, for he and 2 of his friars spent 3 days in merry sport with Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest. I did little think that the good Bishop would so betray his friends, but bear in mind that thou hast pledged thy promise for the safety of these good yeomen for 40 days." "I will keep my promise," said the King, in a deep voice that showed the anger in his heart. "But when these 40 days are gone, let this outlaw look to himself, for mayhap things will not go so smoothly with him as he would like." Then he turned to his archers, who stood near the Sherwood yeomen, listening and wondering at all that passed. Quoth he, "Gilbert, and thou Tepus, and thou Hubert, I have pledged myself that ye shall shoot against these 3 fellows. If ye outshoot the knaves, I will fill your caps with silver pennies. If ye fail, ye shall lose your prizes that ye have won so fairly, and they go to them that shoot against you man to man. Do your best, lads, and if ye win this bout, ye shall be glad of it to the last days of your life. Go now, and get you gone to the butts." Then the 3 archers of the King turned and went back to their booths, and Robin and his men went to their places at the mark from which they were to shoot. Then they strung their bows and made themselves ready, looking over their quivers of arrows, and picking out the roundest and the best feathered. But when the King's archers went to their tents, they told their friends all that had passed, and how these 4 men were the famous Robin Hood and 3 of his band, to wit, Little John, Will Scarlet, and Allan a Dale. The news of this buzzed around the archers in the booths, for there was not a man there that had not heard of these great mid-country yeomen. From the archers the news was taken up by the crowd that looked on at the shooting, so that at last everybody stood up, craning their necks to catch sight of the famous outlaws. 6 fresh targets were now set up, one for each man that was to shoot, whereupon Gilbert and Tepus and Hubert came straightway forth from the booths. Then Robin Hood and Gilbert of the White Hand tossed a farthing aloft to see who should lead in the shooting, and the lot fell to Gilbert's side. Thereupon he called upon Hubert of Suffolk to lead. Hubert took his place, planted his foot firmly, and fitted a fair, smooth arrow. Then, breathing upon his finger-tips, he drew the string slowly and carefully. The arrow sped true and lodged in the white. Again he shot, and again he hit the clout. A 3rd shaft he sped, but this time failed of the centre, and but struck the black, yet not more than a finger's breadth from the white. At this a shout went up, for it was the best shooting that Hubert had yet done that day. Merry Robin laughed, and quoth he, "Thou wilt have an ill time bettering that round, Will, for it is thy turn next. Brace thy thews, lad, and bring not shame upon Sherwood." Then Will Scarlet took his place, but because of over-caution he spoiled his target with the very first arrow that he sped, for he hit the next ring to the black, the second from the centre. At this Robin bit his lips. "Lad, lad," quoth he, "hold not the string so long. Have I not often told thee what Gaffer Swanthold saith, that over caution spilleth the milk?" To this Will Scarlet took heed, so the next arrow he shot lodged fairly in the centre ring. Again he shot, and again he smote the centre, but for all that stout Hubert had outshot him, and showed the better target. Then all those that looked on clapped their hands for joy, because that Hubert had overcome the stranger. Quoth the King grimly to the Queen, "If thy archers shoot no better than that, thou art like to lose thy wager, lady." But Queen Eleanor smiled, for she looked for better things from Robin Hood and Little John. And now Tepus took his place to shoot. He also took overheed to what he was about, and so he fell into Will Scarlet's error. The first arrow he struck into the centre ring, but the second missed its mark and smote the black. The last arrow was tipped with luck, for it smote the very centre of the clout, upon the black spot that marked it. Quoth Robin Hood, "That is the sweetest shot that hath been sped this day. But nevertheless, friend Tepus, thy cake is burned, methinks. Little John, it is thy turn next." So Little John took his place as bidden, and shot his 3 arrows quickly. He never lowered his bow arm in all the shooting, but fitted each shaft with his long bow raised. Yet all 3 of his arrows smote the center within easy distance of the black. At this no sound of shouting was heard, for, although it was the best shooting that had been done that day, the folk of London town did not like to see the stout Tepus overcome by a fellow from the countryside, even were he as famous as Little John. And now stout Gilbert of the White Hand took his place, and shot with the greatest care, and again, for the 3rd time in one day, he struck all 3 shafts into the clout. "Well done, Gilbert," quoth Robin Hood, smiting him upon the shoulder. "I make my vow thou art one of the best archers that ever mine eyes beheld. Thou shouldst be a free and merry ranger like us, lad, for thou art better fitted for the greenwood than for the cobblestones and grey walls of London town." So saying, he took his place, and drew a fair round arrow from his quiver, which he turned over and over ere he fitted it to his bowstring. Then the King muttered in his beard, "Now, blessed Saint Hubert, if thou wilt but jog that rogue's elbow so as to make him smite even the 2nd ring, I will give 80 waxing candles 3 fingers' breadth in thickness to thy chapel nigh Matching." But it may be Saint Hubert's ears were stuffed with tow, for he seemed not to hear the King's prayer this day. Having gotten 3 shafts to his liking, merry Robin looked carefully to his bowstring ere he shot. "Yea," quoth he to Gilbert, who stood nigh him to watch his shooting, "thou shouldst pay us a visit at merry Sherwood." Here he drew the bowstring to his ear. "In London," here he loosed his shaft, "thou canst find naught to shoot at but rooks and daws. There one can tickle the ribs of the noblest stags in England." So he shot even while he talked, yet the shaft lodged not more than half an inch from the very centre. "By my soul," cried Gilbert, "art thou the devil in blue to shoot in that wise?" "Nay," quoth Robin, laughing, "not quite so ill as that, I trust." And he took up another shaft, and fitted it to the string. Again he shot, and again he smote his arrow close beside the centre. A 3rd time he loosed his bowstring, and dropped his arrow just betwixt the other 2 and into the very centre, so that the feathers of all 3 were ruffled together, seeming from a distance to be one thick shaft. And now a low murmur ran all among that great crowd, for never before had London seen such shooting as this, and never again would see it after Robin Hood's day had gone. All saw that the King's archers were fairly beaten, and stout Gilbert clapped his palm to Robin's, owning that he could never hope to draw such a bowstring as Robin Hood or Little John. But the King, full of wrath, would not have it so, though he knew in his mind that his men could not stand against those fellows. "Nay," cried he, clenching his hands upon the arms of his seat, "Gilbert is not yet beaten. Did he not strike the clout thrice? Although I have lost my wager, he hath not yet lost the first prize. They shall shoot again, and still again, till either he or that knave Robin Hood cometh off the best. Go thou, Sir Hugh, and bid them shoot another round, and another, until one or the other is overcome." Then Sir Hugh, seeing how wroth the King was, said never a word, but went straightway to do his bidding. So he came to where Robin Hood and the others stood, and told them what the King had said. "With all my heart," quoth merry Robin. "I will shoot from this time till tomorrow day, if it can pleasure my most gracious lord and king. Take thy place, Gilbert lad, and shoot." So Gilbert took his place once more, but this time he failed, for a sudden little wind arising, his shaft missed the centre ring, but by not more than the breadth of a barley straw. "Thy eggs are cracked, Gilbert," quoth Robin, laughing, and straightway he loosed a shaft, and once more smote the white circle of the centre. Then the King arose from his place, and not a word said he, but he looked around with a baleful look, and it would have been an ill day for any one that he saw with a joyous or a merry look upon his face. Then he and his queen and all the court left the place, but the king's heart was brimming full of wrath. After the king had gone, all the yeomen of the archer guard came crowding around Robin and Little John and Will and Allan to snatch a look at these famous fellows from the mid-country, and with them came many that had been onlookers at the sport, for the same purpose. Thus it happened presently that the yeomen, to whom Gilbert stood talking, were all surrounded by a crowd of people that formed a ring about them. After a while the 3 judges that had the giving away of the prizes came forward, and the chief of them all spoke to Robin and said, "According to agreement, the first prize belongeth rightly to thee. So here I give thee the silver bugle, here the quiver of 10 golden arrows, and here a purse of 20 golden pounds." And as he spake he handed those things to Robin, and then turned to Little John. "To thee," he said, "belongeth the second prize, to wit, 50 of the finest harts that run on Dallen Lea. Thou mayest shoot them whensoever thou dost list." Last of all he turned to stout Hubert. "Thou," he said, "hast held thine own against the yeoman from which thou didst shoot, and so thou hast kept the prize duly thine, to wit, 2 tuns of good Rhenish wine. These shall be delivered to thee whensoever thou dost list." Then he called upon the other 7 of the king's archers who had last shot, and gave each 80 silver pennies. Then up spake Robin, and quoth he, "This silver bugle I keep in honour of this shooting match. But thou, Gilbert, art the best archer of all the king's guard, and to thee I freely give this purse of gold. Take it, man, and would it 10 times as much, for thou art a right yeoman, good and true. Furthermore, to each of the 10 that last shot I give one of these golden shafts apiece. Keep them always by you, so that ye may tell your grandchildren, and ye are ever blessed with them, that ye are the stoutest yeomen in all the wide world." At this all shouted aloud, for it pleased them to hear Robin speak so of them. Then up spake Little John. "Good friend Tepus," said he, "I want not those harts of Dallen Lea that yon stout judge spoke of but now, for in truth we have enow and more than enow in our own country. 20 I give to thee for thine own shooting, and 5 I give to each band for their pleasure." At this another great shout went up, and many tossed their caps aloft, and swore among themselves that no better fellows ever walked the sod than Robin Hood and his stout yeomen. While they so shouted with loud voices, a tall burly yeoman of the king's guard came forward and plucked Robin by the sleeve. "Good master," quoth he, "I have somewhat to tell thee in thine ear. A silly thing, God wot, for one stout yeoman to tell another. But a young peacock of a page, one Richard Partington, was seeking thee without avail in the crowd, and, not being able to find thee, told me that he bore a message to thee from a certain lady that thou wottest of. This message he bade me tell thee privily, word for word, and thus it was. Let me see. I trust I have not forgot it. Yea, this it was. The lion growls, beware thy head. Is it so? Quoth Robin, starting, for he knew right well that it was the queen sent the message, and that she spake of the king's wrath. Now I thank thee, good fellow, for thou hast done me greater service than thou knowest of this day. Then he called his 3 yeomen together, and told them privately that they had best be jogging, as it was to be ill for them so nigh merry London town. So without tarrying longer they made their way through the crowd until they had come out from the press. Then without stopping they left London town and started away northward. This is the end of chapter 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Chapter 19. The Chase of Robin Hood. So Robin Hood and the others left the archery range at Finsbury Fields, and tarrying not, set forth straightway upon their homeward journey. It was well for them that they did so, for they had not gone more than 3 or 4 miles upon their way, when 6 of the yeomen of the King's Guard came bustling among the crowd that still lingered, seeking for Robin and his men, to seize upon them and make them prisoners. Truly it was an ill-done thing in the King to break his promise, but it all came about through the Bishop of Hereford's doing, for thus it happened. After the King left the archery ground, he went straightway to his cabinet, and with him went the Bishop of Hereford and Sir Robert Lee. But the King said never a word to these two, but sat gnawing his nether lip, for his heart was galled within him by what had happened. At last the Bishop of Hereford spoke in a low, sorrowful voice. "It is a sad thing, your Majesty, that this knavish outlaw should be let to escape in this wise, for let him but get back to Sherwood Forest safe and sound, he may snap his fingers at King and King's men." At these words the King raised his eyes and looked grimly upon the Bishop. "Sayest thou so?" quoth he. "Now I will show thee in good time how much thou dost err, for when 40 days are past and gone, I will seize upon this thieving outlaw if I have to tear down all of Sherwood to find him. Thinkest thou that the laws of the King of England are to be so evaded by one poor knave without friends or money?" Then the Bishop spoke again in his smooth, soft voice. "Forgive my boldness, your Majesty, and believe that I have naught but the good of England and your Majesty's desirings at heart. But what would it boot though my gracious lord did root up every tree of Sherwood? Are there not other places for Robin Hood's hiding? Cannock Chase is not far from Sherwood, and the great forest of Arden is not far from Cannock Chase. Besides these are many other woodlands in Nottingham and Derby, in Lincoln and York, and amid any of which your Majesty might as well think to seize upon Robin Hood as to lay finger upon a rat among the dust and broken things of a garret. Nay, my gracious lord, if he doth once plant foot in the woodland, he is lost to the law for ever." At these words the King tapped his finger-tips upon the table beside him with vexation. "What wouldst thou have me do, Bishop?" quoth he. "Thou didst not hear me pledge my word to the Queen? Thy talk is as barren as the wind from the bellows upon dead coals." "Far be it from me," said the cunning Bishop, "to point the way to one so clear-sighted as your Majesty, but were I the King of England, I should look upon the matter in this wise. I have promised my Queen, let us say, that for 40 days the cunningest rogue in all England shall have freedom to come and go. But lo, I find this outlaw in my grasp. Shall I then foolishly cling to a promise so hastily given? Suppose that I had promised to do her Majesty's bidding, whereupon she bade me to slay myself. Should I then shut mine eyes and run blindly upon my sword? Thus would I argue within myself. Moreover, I would say to myself, a woman knoweth naught of the great things appertaining to state government. And likewise, I know a woman is ever prone to take up a fancy, even as she would pluck a daisy from the roadside, and then throw it away when the savour is gone. Therefore, though she hath taken a fancy to this outlaw, it will soon wane away and be forgotten. As for me, I have the greatest villain in all England in my grasp. Shall I then open my hand and let him slip betwixt my fingers? Thus, your Majesty, would I say to myself, were I the King of England." So the Bishop talked, and the King lent his ear to his evil counsel, until after a while he turned to Sir Robert Lee, and bade him send 6 of the yeomen of the guard to take Robin Hood and his 3 men prisoners. Now Sir Robert Lee was a gentle and noble knight, and he felt grieved to the heart to see the King so break his promise. Nevertheless, he said nothing, for he saw how bitterly the king was set against Robin Hood. But he did not send the yeoman of the guard at once, but went first to the queen, and told her all that had passed, and bade her send word to Robin of his danger. This he did not for the well-being of Robin Hood, but because he would save his lord's honor if he could. Thus it came about that when, after a while, the yeoman of the guard went to the archery field, they found not Robin and the others, and so got no cakes at that fair. The afternoon was already well nigh gone when Robin Hood, Little John, Will, and Allan set forth upon their homeward way, trudging along merrily through the yellow slanting light, which speedily changed to rosy red as the sun sank low in the heavens. The shadows grew long, and finally merged into the grayness of the mellow twilight. The dusty highway lay all white betwixt the dark hedgerows, and along it walked four fellows like four shadows, the pad of their feet sounding loud, and their voices, as they talked, ringing clear upon the silence of the air. The great round moon was floating breathlessly up in the eastern sky when they saw before them the twinkling lights of Barnet town, some 10 or 12 miles from London. Down they walked through the stony streets, and past the cosy houses with overhanging gables, before the doors of which sat the burghers and craftsmen in the mellow moonlight, with their families about them, and so came at last on the other side of the hamlet to a little inn all shaded with roses and woodbines. Before this inn Robin Hood stopped, for the spot pleased him well. Quoth he, "Here we will take up our inn and rest for the night, for we are well away from London town and our king's wrath. Moreover, if I mistake not, we will find sweet faring within. What say ye, lads?"
"In sooth, good master," quoth Little John, "thy bidding and my doing ever fit together like cakes and ale. Let us in, I say also."
Then up spake Will Scarlet, "I am ever ready to do what thou sayest, uncle. Yet I could wish that we were farther upon our way ere we rest for the night. Nevertheless, if thou thinkest best, let us in for the night, say I also." So in they went, and called for the best that the place afforded. Then a right good feast was set before them, with 2 stout bottles of old sack to wash it down withal. These things were served by as plump and buxom a lass as you could find in all the land, so that Little John, who always had an eye for a fair lass, even when meat and drink were by, stuck his arms akimbo and fixed his eyes upon her, winking sweetly whenever he saw her looking toward him. Then you should have seen how the lass twittered with laughter, and how she looked at Little John out of the corners of her eyes, a dimple coming in either cheek, for the fellow had always a taking way with the women folk. So the feast passed merrily, and never had that inn seen such lusty feeders as these 4 stout fellows. But at last they were done with their eating, though it seemed as though they never would have ended, and sat loitering over the sack. As they so sat, the landlord came in of a sudden, and said that there was one at the door, a certain young esquire, Richard Partington, of the Queen's household, who wished to see the lad in blue and speak with him without loss of time. So Robin arose quickly, and bidding the landlord not to follow him, left the others gazing at one another and wondering what was about to happen. When Robin came out of the inn, he found young Richard Partington sitting upon his horse in the white moonlight awaiting his coming. "What news bearest thou, Sir Page?" said Robin. "I trust that it is not of an ill nature." "Why," said young Partington, "for the matter of that, it is ill enow. The king hath been bitterly stirred up against thee by that vile Bishop of Hereford. He sent to arrest thee at the archery butts at Finsbury Fields, but not finding thee there, he hath gathered together his armed men, 50 score and more, and is sending them in haste along this very road to Sherwood, either to take thee on the way, or to prevent thy getting back to the woodlands again. He hath given the Bishop of Hereford command over all these men, and thou knowest what thou hast to expect of the Bishop of Hereford, short shrift, and a long rope. 2 bands of horsemen are already upon the road, not far behind me, so thou hadst best get thee gone from this place straightway, for if thou tarriest longer, thou art like to sleep this night in a cold dungeon. This word the Queen hath bidden me bring to thee." "Now, Richard Partington," quoth Robin, "this is the 2nd time that thou hast saved my life, and if the proper time ever cometh, I will show thee that Robin Hood never forgets these things. As for that Bishop of Hereford, if I ever catch him nigh to Sherwood again, things will be like to go ill with him. Thou mayst tell the good Queen that I will leave this place without delay, and will let the landlord think that we are going to St. Albans. But when we are upon the high road again, I will go one way through the country, and will send my men the other, so that if one falleth into the King's hands, the others may haply escape. We will go by devious ways, and so, I hope, will reach Sherwood in safety. And now, Sir Page, I wish thee farewell." "Farewell, thou bold yeoman," said Partington, "and mayst thou reach thy hiding in safety." So each shook the other's hand, and the lad, turning his horse's head, rode back toward London, while Robin entered the inn once more. There he found his yeoman sitting in silence, waiting his coming. Likewise the landlord was there, for he was curious to know what Master Partington had to do with the fellow in blue. "Up, my merry men," quoth Robin. "This is no place for us, for those are after us with whom we will stand but an ill chance, and we fall into their hands. So we will go forward once more, nor will we stop this night till we reach St. Albans." Hereupon, taking out his purse, he paid the landlord his score, and so they left the inn. When they had come to the high road without the town, Robin stopped and told them all that had passed between young Partington and himself, and how that the King's men were after them with hot heels. Then he told them that here they should part company, they 3 going to the eastward and he to the westward, and so, skirting the high main roads, would come by devious paths to Sherwood. "So be ye wily," said Robin Hood, "and keep well away from the northward roads till ye have gotten well to the eastward. And thou, Will Scarlet, take the lead of the others, for thou hast a cunning turn to thy wits." Then Robin kissed the 3 upon the cheeks, and they kissed him, and so they parted company. Not long after this, a score or more of the King's men came clattering up to the door of the inn at Barnet Town. Here they leaped from their horses, and quickly surrounded the place, the leader of the band and 4 others entering the room where the yeoman had been. But they found that their birds had flown again, and that the King had been balked a 2nd time. "Methought that they were naughty fellows," said the host, when he heard whom the men-at-arms sought. "But I heard that blue-clad knave say that they would go straight forward to St. Albans. So, an ye hurry forward, you may, perchance, catch them on the high road twixt here and there." For this news the leader of the band thanked mine host right heartily, and calling his men together, mounted and set forth again, galloping forward to St. Albans upon a wild goose chase. After Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale had left the highway near Garnet, they travelled toward the eastward without stopping as long as their legs could carry them, until they came to Chelmsford in Essex. Thence they turned northward, and came through Cambridge and Lincolnshire to the good town of Gainsborough. Then, striking to the westward and the south, they came at last to the northern borders of Sherwood Forest, without in all that time having met so much as a single band of the King's men. 8 days they journeyed thus ere they reached the woodlands in safety, but when they got to the greenwood glade, they found that Robin had not yet returned. For Robin was not as lucky in getting back as his men had been, as you shall presently hear. After having left the great northern road, he turned his face to the westward, and so came past Aylesbury to fair Woodstock in Oxfordshire. Then he turned his footsteps northward, travelling for a great distance by way of Warwick Town, till he came to Dudley in Staffordshire. 7 days it took him to journey thus far, and then he thought he had gotten far enough to the north. So, turning toward the eastward, shunning the main roads, and choosing byways and grassy lanes, he went, by way of Lichfield and Ashby de la Zouch, toward Sherwood, until he came to a place called Stanton. And now Robin's heart began to laugh aloud, for he thought that his danger had gone by, and that his nostrils would soon snuff the spicy air of the woodlands once again. But there is many a slip betwixt the cup and the lip, and this Robin was to find, for thus it was. When the king's men found themselves foiled at St. Albans, and that Robin and his men were not to be found high nor low, they knew not what to do. Presently another band of horsemen came, and another, until all the moonlit streets were full of armed men. Betwixt midnight and dawn another band came to the town, and with them came the Bishop of Hereford. When he heard that Robin Hood had once more slipped out of the trap, he stayed not a minute, but gathering his bands together, he pushed forward to the northward with speed, leaving orders for all the troops that came to St. Albans to follow after him without tarrying. On the evening of the fourth day he reached Nottingham town, and there straightway divided his men into bands of 6 or 7, and sent them all through the countryside, blocking every highway and byway to the eastward, and the southward, and the westward of Sherwood. The Sheriff of Nottingham called forth all his men likewise, and joined with the bishop, for he saw that this was the best chance that had ever befallen of paying back his score in full to Robin Hood. Will Scarlet and Little John and Allan a Dale had just missed the king's men to the eastward, for the very next day after they had passed the line and entered Sherwood, the roads through which they had travelled were blocked, so that had they tarried in their journeying, they would surely have fallen into the bishop's hands. But of all this Robin knew not a whit, so he whistled merrily as he trudged along the road beyond Stanton, with his heart as free from care as the yolk of an egg is from cobwebs. At last he came to where a little stream spread across the road in a shallow sheet, tinkling and sparkling as it fretted over its bed of golden gravel. Here Robin stopped, being athirst, and, kneeling down, he made a cup of the palms of his hands, and he began to drink. On either side of the road, for a long distance, stood tangled thickets of bushes and young trees, and it pleased Robin's heart to hear the little birds singing therein, for it made him think of Sherwood, and it seemed as though it had been a lifetime since he had breathed the air of the woodlands. But all of a sudden, as he thus stooped, drinking, something hissed past his ear, and struck with a splash into the gravel and water beside him. Quick as a wink, Robin sprang to his feet, and at one bound crossed the stream and the roadside, and plunged headlong into the thicket without looking around, for he knew right well that that which had hissed so venomously near beside his ear was a grey goose shaft, and that to tarry so much as a moment meant death. Even as he leaped into the thicket, 6 more arrows rattled among the branches after him, one of which pierced his doublet, and would have struck deeply into his side but for the tough coat of steel that he wore. Then up the road came riding some of the king's men at headlong speed. They leaped from their horses and plunged straightway into the thicket after Robin. But Robin knew the ground better than they did, so crawling here, stooping there, and anon running across some little open, he soon left them far behind, coming out at last upon another road about 800 paces distant from the one he had left. Here he stood for a moment, listening to the distant shouts of the 7 men as they beat up and down in the thickets, like hounds that had lost the scent of the quarry. Then, buckling his belt more tightly around his waist, he ran fleetly down the road toward the eastward and Sherwood. But Robin had not gone more than 3 furlongs in that direction when he came suddenly to the brow of a hill, and saw beneath him another band of the king's men seated in the shade along the roadside in the valley beneath. Then he paused not a moment, but, seeing that they had not caught sight of him, he turned and ran back whence he had come, knowing that it was better to run the chance of escaping those fellows that were yet in the thickets than to rush into the arms of those in the valley. So back he ran with all speed, and having gotten safely past the thickets, when the 7 men came forth into the open road, they raised a great shout when they saw him, such as the hunter gives when the deer breaks cover. But Robin was then a quarter of a mile and more away from them, coursing over the ground like a greyhound. He never slackened his pace, but ran along mile after mile, till he had come nigh to Mackworth, over beyond the Derwent River, nigh to Derby town. Here, seeing that he was out of present danger, he slackened in his running, and at last sat him down beneath the hedge, where the grass was the longest and the shade the coolest, there to rest and catch his wind. "By my soul, Robin," quoth he to himself, "that was the narrowest miss that e'er thou hadst in all thy life. I do say most solemnly that the feather of that wicked shaft tickled mine ear as it whizzed past. This same running hath given me a most craving appetite for victuals and drink. Now I pray Saint Dunstan that he send me speedily some meat and beer." It seemed as though Saint Dunstan was like to answer his prayer, for along the road came plodding a certain cobbler, one Quince of Derby, who had been to take a pair of shoes to a farmer nigh Kirk Langley, and was now coming back home again, with a fair boiled capon in his pouch, and a stout pottle of beer by his side, which same the farmer had given him for joy of such a stout pair of shoon. Good Quince was an honest fellow, but his wits were somewhat of the heavy sort, like unbaked dough, so that the only thing that was in his mind was, 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for thy shoon, good Quince, 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for thy shoon, and this travelled round and round inside of his head, without another thought getting into his noddle, as a pea rolls round and round inside an empty quart pot. "Hullo, good friend!" quoth Robin from beneath the hedge, when the other had gotten nigh enough. "Whither away so merrily this bright day?" Hearing himself so called upon, the cobbler stopped, and seeing a well-clad stranger in blue, he spoke to him in seemly wise. "Give ye good den, fair sir, and I would say that I come from Kirk Langley, where I has sold my shoon, and got 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for them, and as sweet money as ever thou sawest, and honestly earned too, I will have thee know. But an I may be so bold, thou pretty fellow, what dost thou there beneath the hedge?" "Marry," quoth merry Robin, "I sit beneath the hedge here to drop salt on the tails of golden birds, but in sooth thou art the first chick of any worth I have seen this blessed day." At these words the cobbler's eyes opened big and wide, and his mouth grew round with wonder, like a knothole in a board fence. "Slack a day," quoth he, "look ye now, I have never seen these same golden birds. And dost thou in sooth find them in these hedges, good fellow? Prithee tell me, are there many of them? I would fain find them mine own self." "Aye, truly," quoth Robin, "they are as thick here as fresh herring in Cannock Chase." "Look ye now," said the cobbler, all drowned in wonder, "and dost thou in sooth catch them by dropping salt on their pretty tails?" "Yea," quoth Robin, "but this salt is of an odd kind, let me tell thee, for it can only be gotten by boiling down a quart of moonbeams in a wooden platter, and then one hath but a pinch. But tell me now, thou witty man, what hast thou gotten there in that pouch by thy side, and in that pottle?" At these words the cobbler looked down at those things of which merry Robin spoke, for the thoughts of the golden bird had driven them from his mind, and it took him some time to scrape the memory of them back together again. "Why," said he at last, "in the one is good March beer, and in the other is a fat capon. Truly, Quince the cobbler will have a fine feast this day, and I mistake not." "But tell me, good Quince," said Robin, "hast thou a mind to sell those things to me? For the hearing of them sounds sweet in mine ears. I will give thee these gay clothes of blue that I have upon my body, and 10 shillings to boot, for thy clothes, and thy leather apron, and thy beer and thy capon. What sayest thou, bully boy?" "Nay, thou dost jest with me," said the cobbler, "for my clothes are coarse and patched. Thine are of fine stuff and very pretty." "Never a jest do I speak," quoth Robin. "Come, strip thy jacket off, and I will show thee, for I tell thee I like thy clothes well. Moreover, I will be kind to thee, for I will feast straightway upon the good things thou hast with thee, and thou shalt be bidden to the eating." At these words he began slipping off his doublet, and the cobbler, seeing him so in earnest, began pulling off his clothes also, for Robin Hood's garb tickled his eye. So each put on the other fellow's clothes, and Robin gave the honest cobbler 10 bright new shillings. Quoth merry Robin, "I have been a many things in my life before, but never have I been an honest cobbler. Come, friend, let us fall to and eat, for something within me cackles aloud for that good fat capon." So both sat down and began to feast right lustily, so that when they were done the bones of the capon were picked as bare as charity. Then Robin stretched his legs out with a sweet feeling of comfort within him. Quoth he, "By the turn of thy voice, good Quince, I know that thou hast a fair song or two running loose in thy head like colts in a meadow. I prithee, turn one of them out for me." "A song or two I have," quoth the cobbler. Poor things, but such as they are, thou art welcome to one of them." So, moistening his throat with a swallow of beer, he sang, "Of all the joys the best I love, sing hey, my frisking Nano, and that which most my soul doth move, it is the clicking can-o. All other bliss I'd throw away, sing hey, my frisking Nano, but this—" The stout cobbler got no farther in his song, for of a sudden 6 horsemen burst upon them where they sat, and seized roughly upon the honest craftsman, hauling him to his feet, and nearly plucking the clothes from him as they did so. "Ha!" roared the leader of the band, in a great big voice of joy. "Have we then caught thee at last, thou blue-clad knave? Now, blessed be the name of St. Hubert, for we are 80 pounds richer this minute than we were before. For the good Bishop of Hereford hath promised that much to the band that shall bring thee to him. Oh, thou cunning rascal! Thou wouldst look so innocent, forsooth! We know thee, thou old fox! But off thou goest with us to have thy brush clipped forthwith." At these words the poor cobbler gazed all around him with his great blue eyes as round as those of a dead fish, while his mouth gaped as though he had swallowed all his words, and so lost his speech. Robin also gaped and stared in a wondering way, just as the cobbler would have done in his place. "Alack-a-daisy me!" quoth he. "I know not whether I be sitting here or in no man's land. What meaneth all this stir of the pot, my dear good gentleman? Surely this is a sweet, honest fellow." "Honest fellow, sayest thou, clown?" quoth one of the men. "Why, I tell thee that this is that same rogue that men call Robin Hood." At this speech the cobbler stared and gaped more than ever, for there was such a threshing of thoughts going on within his poor head that his wits were all befogged with the dust and chaff thereof. Moreover, as he looked at Robin Hood, and saw the yeoman look so like what he knew himself to be, he began to doubt, and to think that mayhap he was the great outlaw in real sooth. Said he in a slow, wondering voice, "Am I in very truth that fellow? Now I had thought, but nay, Quince, thou art mistook. Yet am I? Nay, I must indeed be Robin Hood. Yet truly I had never thought to pass from an honest craftsman to such a great yeoman." "Alas," quoth Robin Hood, "look ye there now. See how your ill treatment hath curdled the wits of this poor lad and turned them all sour. I myself am Quince, the cobbler of Derby town." "Is it so?" said Quince. "Then indeed I am somebody else, and can be none other than Robin Hood. Take me, fellows, But let me tell you that ye have laid hand upon the stoutest yeoman that ever trod the woodlands." "Thou wilt play madman, wilt thou?" said the leader of the band. "Here, Giles, fetch a cord and bind this knave's hands behind him. I warrant we will bring his wits back to him again when we get him safe before our good bishop at Tutbury Town." Thereupon they tied the cobbler's hands behind him, and led him off with a rope, as the farmer leads off the calf he hath brought from the fair. Robin stood looking after them, and when they were gone, he laughed till the tears rolled down his cheeks, for he knew that no harm would befall the honest fellow, and he pictured to himself the bishop's face when good Quince was brought before him as Robin Hood. Then, turning his steps once more to the eastward, he stepped out, right foot foremost, toward Nottinghamshire and Sherwood Forest. But Robin Hood had gone through more than he wotted of. His journey from London had been hard and long, and in a same night he had travelled 70 and more of miles. He thought now to travel on without stopping until he had come to Sherwood, but ere he had gone 50 of miles he felt his strength giving way beneath him, like a river bank which the waters have undermined. He sat him down and rested, but he knew within himself he could go no farther that day, for his feet felt like lumps of lead, so heavy were they with weariness. Once more he arose and went forward, but after travelling a couple of miles he was fain to give the matter up. So, coming to an inn just then, he entered, and calling the landlord, bade him show him to a room, although the sun was only then just sinking in the western sky. There were but 3 bedrooms in the place, and to the meanest of these the landlord showed Robin Hood. But little Robin cared for the looks of the place, for he could have slept that night upon a bed of broken stones. So, stripping off his clothes without more ado, he rolled into the bed and was asleep almost ere his head touched the pillow. Not long after Robin had so gone to his rest, a great cloud peeped blackly over the hills to the westward. Higher and higher it arose until it piled up into the night like a mountain of darkness. All around beneath it came ever and anon a dull red flash, and presently a short grim mutter of the coming thunder was heard. Then up rode 4 stout burghers of Nottingham town, for this was the only inn within 5 miles' distance, and they did not care to be caught in such a thunderstorm as this that was coming upon them. Leaving their nags to the stableman, they entered the best room of the inn, where fresh green rushes lay all spread upon the floor, and there called for the goodliest fare that the place afforded. After having eaten heartily, they bade the landlord show them to their rooms, for they were aweary, having ridden all the way from Dronfield that day. So off they went, grumbling at having to sleep 2 in a bed, but their troubles on this score, as well as all others, were soon lost in the quietness of sleep. And now came the first gust of wind, rushing past the place, clapping and banging the doors and shutters, smelling of the coming rain, and all wrapped in a cloud of dust and leaves. As though the wind had brought a guest along with it, the door opened of a sudden, and in came a friar of Emmet Priory, and one in high degree, as was shown by the softness and sleekness of his robes and the richness of his rosary. He called to the landlord, and bade him first have his mule well fed and bedded in the stable, and then to bring him the very best there was in the house. So presently a savoury stew of tripe and onions, with sweet little fat dumplings, was set before him, likewise a good stout pottle of malmsey, and straightway the holy friar fell to with great courage and heartiness, so that in a short time naught was left but a little pool of gravy in the centre of the platter, not large enow to keep the life in a starving mouse. In the meantime the storm broke. Another gust of wind went rushing by, and with it fell a few heavy drops of rain, which presently came rattling down in showers, beating against the casements like a little 100 hands. Bright flashes of lightning lit up every raindrop, and with them came cracks of thunder that went away grumbling and bumping, as though St. Swithin were busy rolling great casks of water across rough ground overhead. The women folks screamed, and the merry wags in the tap room put their arms around their waists to soothe them into quietness. At last the holy friar bade the landlord show him to his room, but when he heard that he was to bed with a cobbler, he was as ill-contented a fellow as you could find in all England. Nevertheless, there was nothing for it, and he must sleep there or nowhere. So, taking up his candle, he went off, grumbling like the now distant thunder. When he came to the room where he was to sleep, he held the light over Robin, and looked at him from top to toe. Then he felt better pleased, for instead of a rough, dirty-bearded fellow, he beheld as fresh and clean a lad as one could find in a week of Sundays. So, slipping off his clothes, he also huddled into the bed, where Robin, grunting and grumbling in his sleep, made room for him. Robin was more sound asleep, I wot, than he had been for many a day, else he would never have rested so quietly with one of the friar's sort so close beside him. As for the friar, had he known who Robin Hood was, you may well believe he would almost as soon have slept with an adder as with the man he had for a bedfellow. So the night passed comfortably enough, but at the first dawn of day Robin opened his eyes and turned his head upon the pillow. Then how he gaped and how he stared, for there beside him lay one all shaven and shorn, so that he knew it must be a fellow in holy orders. He pinched himself sharply, but finding he was awake, sat up in bed, while the others slumbered as peacefully as though he were safe and sound at home in Emmet Priory. "Now," quoth Robin to himself, "I wonder how this thing hath dropped into my bed during the night." So saying, he rose softly, so as not to waken the other, and looking about the room he espied the friar's clothes lying upon a bench near the wall. First he looked at the clothes, with his head on one side, then he looked at the friar, and slowly winked an eye. Quoth he, "Good brother, whate'er thy name may be, as thou hast borrowed my bed so freely, I'll e'en borrow thy clothes in return." So saying, he straightway donned the holy man's garb, but kindly left the cobbler's clothes in the place of it. Then he went forth into the freshness of the morning, and the stableman that was up and about the stables opened his eyes as though he saw a green mouse before him, for such men as the friars of Emmet were not wont to be early risers. But the man bottled his thoughts, and only asked Robin whether he wanted his mule brought from the stable. "Yea, my son," quoth Robin, albeit he knew naught of the mule, "and bring it forth quickly, I prithee, for I am late and must be jogging." So presently the stableman brought forth the mule, and Robin mounted it and went on his way rejoicing. As for the holy friar, when he arose he was in as pretty a stew as any man in all the world, for his rich soft robes were gone, likewise his purse with 10 golden pounds in it, and naught was left but patched clothes and a leathern apron. He raged and swore like any layman, but as his swearing mended nothing, and the landlord could not aid him, and as, moreover, he was forced to be at Emmet Priory that very morning upon matters of business, he was fain either to don the cobbler's clothes or travel the road in nakedness. So he put on the clothes, and still raging and swearing vengeance against all the cobblers in Derbyshire, he set forth upon his way afoot. But his ills had not yet done with him, for he had not gone far ere he fell into the hands of the king's men, who marched him off willy-nilly to Tutbury Town and the Bishop of Hereford. In vain he swore he was a holy man, and showed his shaven crown. Off he must go, for nothing would do but that he was Robin Hood. Meanwhile merry Robin rode along contentedly, passing safely by 2 bands of the king's men, until his heart began to dance within him because of the nearness of Sherwood. So he travelled ever on to the eastward, till of a sudden he met a noble knight in a shady lane. Then Robin checked his mule quickly, and leaped from off its back. "Now well met, Sir Richard of the Lea," cried he, "for rather than any other man in England would I see thy good face this day." Then he told Sir Richard all the happenings that had befallen him, and that now at last he felt himself safe, being so nigh to Sherwood again. But when Robin had done, Sir Richard shook his head sadly. "Thou art in greater danger now, Robin, than thou hast yet been," said he. "For before thee lie bands of the sheriff's men, blocking every road, and letting none pass through the lines without examining them closely. I myself know this, having passed through them but now. Before thee lies the sheriff's men, and behind thee the king's men, and thou canst not hope to pass either way, for by this time they will know of thy disguise, and will be in waiting to seize upon thee. My castle and everything within it are thine, but naught could be gained there, for I could not hope to hold it against such a force as is now in Nottingham of the king's and sheriff's men." Having so spoken, Sir Richard bent his head in thought, and Robin felt his heart sink within him like that of the fox that hears the hounds at his heels, and finds his den blocked with earth, so that there is no hiding for him. But presently Sir Richard spoke again, saying, "One thing thou canst do, Robin, and one only. Go back to London and throw thyself upon the mercy of our good Queen Eleanor. Come with me straightway to my castle. Doff these clothes, put on such as my retainers wear. Then I will hie me to London town with a troop of men behind me, and thou shalt mingle with them, and thus will I bring thee to where thou mayest see and speak with the Queen. Thy only hope is to get to Sherwood, for there none can reach thee, and thou wilt never get to Sherwood but in this way." So Robin went with Sir Richard of the Lea, and did as he said, for he saw the wisdom of that which the knight advised, and that this was his only chance of safety. Queen Eleanor walked in her royal garden, amid the roses that bloomed sweetly, and with her walked 6 of her ladies in waiting, chattering blithely together. Of a sudden a man leaped up to the top of the wall from the other side, and then, hanging for a moment, dropped lightly upon the grass within. All the ladies in waiting shrieked at the suddenness of his coming, but the man ran to the Queen and kneeled at her feet, and she saw that it was Robin Hood. "Why, how now, Robin?" cried she. "Dost thou dare to come into the very jaws of the raging lion? Alas, poor fellow, thou art lost indeed if the king finds thee here. Dost thou not know he is seeking thee through all the land?" "Yea," quoth Robin, "I do know right well that the king seeks me, and therefore I have come. For surely no ill can befall me when he hath pledged his royal word to your majesty for my safety. Moreover, I know your majesty's kindness and gentleness of heart, and so I lay my life freely in your gracious hands." "I take thy meaning, Robin Hood," said the Queen, "and that thou dost convey reproach to me, as well thou mayest, for I know that I have not done by thee as I ought to have done. I know right well that thou must have been hard pressed by peril to leap so boldly into one danger to escape another. Once more I promise thee mine aid, and will do all I can to send thee back in safety to Sherwood Forest. Bide thou here till I return." So saying, she left Robin in the garden of roses and was gone a long time. When she came back, Sir Robert Lee was with her, and the Queen's cheeks were hot, and the Queen's eyes were bright, as though she had been talking with high words. Then Sir Robert came straight forward to where Robin Hood stood, and he spoke to the yeoman in a cold, stern voice. Quoth he, "Our gracious sovereign the King hath mitigated his wrath toward thee, fellow, and hath once more promised that thou shalt depart in peace and safety. Not only hath he promised this, but in 3 days he will send one of his pages to go with thee, and see that none arrest thy journey back again. Thou mayest thank thy patron saint that thou hast such a good friend in our noble Queen, for, but for her persuasion and arguments, thou hadst been a dead man, I can tell thee. Let this peril that thou hast passed through teach thee 2 lessons. First, be more honest. Second, be not so bold in thy comings and goings. A man that walketh in the darkness as thou dost may escape for a time, but in the end he will surely fall into the pit. Thou hast put thy head in the angry lion's mouth, and yet thou hast escaped by a miracle. Try it not again." So saying, he turned and left Robin, and was gone. For 3 days Robin abided in London in the Queen's household, and at the end of that time the King's head page, Edward Cunningham, came, and taking Robin with him, departed northward upon his way to Sherwood. Now and then they passed bands of the King's men coming back again to London, but none of those bands stopped them, and so at last they reached the sweet, leafy woodlands. This is the end of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joplin Winner. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle, Chapter 20. Robin Hood and Guy of Gisborne. A long time passed after the great shooting match, and during that time Robin followed one part of the advice of Sir Robert Lee, to wit, that of being less bold in his comings and goings. For though mayhap he may not have been more honest, as most folks regard honesty, he took good care not to travel so far from Sherwood that he could not reach it both easily and quickly. Great changes had fallen in this time, for King Henry had died, and King Richard had come to the crown that fitted him so well through many hard trials, and through adventures as stirring as any that ever befell Robin Hood. But though great changes came, they did not reach to Sherwood's shades, for there Robin Hood and his men dwelled as merrily as they ever had done, with hunting and feasting and singing and blithe woodland sports, for it was little the outside strivings of the world troubled them. The dawning of a summer's day was fresh and bright, and the birds sang sweetly in a great tumult of sound. So loud was their singing that it awakened Robin Hood where he lay sleeping, so that he stirred and turned and arose. Up rose Little John also, and all the merry men, and then after that they broke their fast, and they set forth hither and thither upon the doings of the day. Robin Hood and Little John walked down a forest path, where all around the leaves danced and twinkled as the breeze trembled through them and the sunlight came flickering down. Quoth Robin Hood, "I may make my vow, Little John, my blood tickles my veins as it flows through them this gay morn. What sayest thou to our seeking adventures, each one upon his own account?" "With all my heart," said Little John. "We have had more than one pleasant doing in that way, good master. Here are 2 paths. Take thou the one to the right hand, and I will take the one to the left, and then let each of us walk straight ahead till he tumbles into some merry doing or other." "I like thy plan," quoth Robin. "Therefore we will part here. But look thee, Little John, keep thyself out of mischief, for I would not have ill befall thee for all the world." "Marry, come up," quoth Little John. "How thou talkest! Methinks thou art wont to give thyself into tighter coils than I am like to do." At this Robin Hood laughed. "Why, in sooth, Little John," said he, "thou hast a blundering, hard-headed way that seemeth to bring thee right side uppermost in all thy troubles. But let us see who cometh out best this day." So saying, he clapped his palm to Little John's, and each departed upon his way, the trees quickly shutting the one from the other's sight. Robin Hood strolled onward till he came to where a broad woodland road stretched before him. Overhead the branches of the trees laced together in flickering foliage, all golden where it grew thin to the sunlight. Beneath his feet the ground was soft and moist from the sheltering shade. Here in this pleasant spot the sharpest adventure that ever befell Robin Hood came upon him. For, as he walked down the woodland path, thinking of naught but the songs of the birds, he came of a sudden to where a man was seated upon the mossy roots beneath the shade of a broad-spreading oak tree. Robin Hood saw that the stranger had not caught sight of him, so he stopped and stood quite still, looking at the other a long time before he came forward. And the stranger, I wot, was well worth looking at, for never had Robin Hood seen a figure like that sitting beneath the tree. From his head to his feet he was clad in a horse's hide, dressed with the hair upon it. Upon his head was a cowl that hid his face from sight, and which was made of the horse's skin. The ears were of stuck up like those of a rabbit. His body was clad in a jacket made of the hide, and his legs were covered with the hairy skin likewise. By his side was a heavy broadsword and a sharp double-edged dagger. A quiver of smooth round arrows hung across his shoulders, and his stout bow of yew leaned against the tree beside him. "Hallo, friend!" cried Robin, coming forward at last. "Who art thou that sitteth there? And what is it that thou hast upon thy body? I make my vow I hath never seen such a sight in all my life before. Had I done an evil thing, or did my conscience trouble me, I would be afraid of thee, thinking that thou wast someone from down below, bringing a message bidding me come straightway to King Nicholas." To this speech the other answered not a word, but he pushed the cowl back from his head, and showed a knit brow, a hooked nose, and a pair of fierce, restless black eyes, which altogether made Robin Hood think of a hawk as he looked on his face. But besides this, there was something about the lines of the stranger's face, and his thin, cruel mouth, and the hard glare of his eyes, that made one's flesh creep to look upon. "Who art thou, rascal?" said he at last, in a loud, harsh voice. "Tut, tut," quoth merry Robin, "speak not so sourly, brother. Hast thou fed upon vinegar and nettles this morning, that thy speech is so stinging?" "And thou likest not my words?" said the other fiercely. "Thou hadst best be jogging, for I tell thee plainly my deeds match them." "Nay, but I do like thy words, thou sweet, pretty thing," quoth Robin, squatting down upon the grass in front of the other. "Moreover, I tell thee thy speech is witty and gamesome as any I ever heard in all my life." The other said not a word, but he glared upon Robin with a wicked and baleful look, such as a fierce dog bestows upon a man ere it springs at his throat. Robin returned the gaze with one of wide-eyed innocence, not a shadow of a smile twinkling in his eyes or twitching at the corners of his mouth. So they sat staring at one another for a long time, until the stranger broke the silence suddenly. "What is thy name, fellow?" said he. "Now," quoth Robin, "I am right glad to hear thee speak, for I began to fear the sight of me had stricken thee dumb. As for my name, it may be this, or it may be that, but methinks it is more meet for thee to tell me thine, seeing that thou art the greater stranger in these parts. Prithee tell me, sweet chuck, why wearest thou that dainty garb upon thy pretty body?" At these words the other broke into a short, harsh roar of laughter. "By thy bones of the Daemon Odin," said he, "thou art the boldest spoken man that ever I have seen in all my life. I know not why I do not smite thee down where thou sittest, for only 2 days ago I skewered a man back at Nottingham town for saying not half so much to me as thou hast done. I wear this garb, thou fool, to keep my body warm. Likewise it is near as good as a coat of steel against a common sword thrust. As for my name, I care not who knoweth it. It is Guy of Gisbourne, and thou mayst have heard it before. I come from the woodlands over in Herefordshire, upon the lands of the bishop of that ilk. I am an outlaw, and I get my living by hook and by crook in a manner it boots not now tell thee of. Not long since the bishop sent for me, and said that if I would do a certain thing that the Sheriff of Nottingham would ask of me, he would get me a free pardon, and give me 10 pounds to boot. So straightway I came to Nottingham town, and found my sweet Sheriff, and what thinkest thou he wanted of me? Why, forsooth, to come here to Sherwood to hunt one Robin Hood, also an outlaw, and take him alive or dead. It seemeth that they have no one here to face that bold fellow, so he sent all the way to Herefordshire to me, for thou knowest the old saying, set a thief to catch a thief. As for the slaying of this fellow, it galleth me not a whit, for I would shed the blood of my own brother for the half of 200 pounds. To all this Robin listened, and as he listened his gorge rose. Well he knew of this Guy of Gisbourne, and of all the bloody and murderous deeds that he had done in Herefordshire, for his doings were famous throughout all the land. Yet, although he loathed the very presence of the man, he held his peace, for he had an end to serve. "Truly," quoth he, "I have heard of thy gentle doings. Methinks there is no one in all the world that Robin Hood would rather meet than thee." At this Guy of Gisborne gave another harsh laugh. "Why," quoth he, "it is a merry thing to think of one stout outlaw like Robin Hood meeting another stout outlaw like the Guy of Gisborne. Only in this case it will be an ill happening for Robin Hood, for the day he meets Guy of Gisborne he shall die." "But thou gentle, merry spirit," quoth Robin, "dost thou not think that mayhap this same Robin Hood may be the better man of the two? I know him right well, and many think that he is one of the stoutest men hereabouts." "He may be the stoutest of men hereabouts," quoth Guy of Gisborne, "yet I tell thee, fellow, this sty of yours is not the wide world. I lay my life upon it I am the better man of the two. He an outlaw, forsooth! Why, I hear that he had never let blood in all his life, saving when he first came to the forest. Some call him a great archer. Marry, I would not be afraid to stand against him all the days of the year with a bow in my hand." "Why, truly, some folk do call him a great archer," said Robin Hood, "but we of Nottinghamshire are famous hands with the longbow. Even I, though but a simple hand at the craft, would not fear to try a bout with thee." At these words Guy of Gisborne looked upon Robin with wondering eyes, and then gave another roar of laughter till the woods rang. "Now," quoth he, "thou art a bold fellow to talk to me in this way. I like thy spirit in so speaking up to me, for few men have dared to do so. Put up a garland, lad, and I will try a bout with thee." "Tut, tut," quoth Robin, "only babes shoot at garlands hereabouts. I will put up a good